Alright. Enough introing. We good. And I just accidentally closed Firefox. Fuck. Alright, accidentally closed the wrong tab. That wasn't the plan. There we go, there we go. Put that there, put that there. It's not the normal time for me to wake up. That's for sure. Put that there. Modify that. Make sure that audio goes to the VOD. Gotta wake the fuck up. Yeah. Trust? Okay, we good. We good. I think we're even in the right game. Yep, that's Path of Exile too. Okay. Alright, cool. Yeah, so we're playing the waiting game. I got oranges or tangerines to peel, but we're playing the waiting game. Let's see what happens. Want some Kaiser? Let's see what the future... There's a rogue mustache hair right away. Let's see what the future holds. Peel fruit for me. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna peel the fuck out of some fruits. Is Spectre launching with this one? I mean, that'd be kind of cool, yeah. Another layer to minion stuff to be added into it. I mean, yeah, that's really what this is, right? It's like, what's boom? Yeah, it's really about like what's actually being added, right? Like what's coming down. I saw that we don't get patch notes today. That's coming later next week. So, yeah. Interested to see what their overall kind of direction is. You know, there's a lot of stuff that, could be changed. Marauder nude scene, data mined. Data mine stuff, right. I wouldn't put too much stock in what's data mined. I mean, some of the stuff, sure, but like, you know. We know from Path of Exile 1's history that there's always been a fuck ton of stuff in the game that's... The Hall of Poe 1 is in the data mine? Yeah. I would not put too much stock into that. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what the official stuff is. More. It is, yeah. It will be interesting to see what, if anything, is coming, you know. Changes to the stuff that's already in the game. Because that to me is the most interesting part. The new stuff, like, you know new stuff's coming, right? Like, that's the thing. It's, at least for me, we know there's gonna be new stuff. We know that things are gonna get added, and but what the old stuff looks like, you know, mana stats and crit, yeah. You know, ailment changes and yeah, I think so. I think if they do touch the old stuff, whatever new stuff that gets added could become the de facto default, but we'll see. We'll see. It'll be very interesting to see if we get a if they like how much of that they address on the live stream versus how much they're gonna say for the patch notes come next week. So we'll see how that goes as well. Was it Sloth? Is the if they'll say like, oh, these are the things that are coming, or if it's just gonna be like things that are addressed in the patch notes, like CI is now 50% less energy shield or some shit. With going some new and seeing how they really nerf something. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be really worried about much, because like the reality is, even if they've nerfed stuff, right? Even if a lot of the skills and interactions have all been kind of nerfed, it should be in the direction that, you know, the entire game is going. So realistically, like, it's gonna feel weird in comparison to what was the last patch, but it should match more in line with the rest of the game. Should. We'll see. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like if you go something that's new and fancy, then yeah, it's gonna be for the league, right? They're not doing, sadly, the early access launch thing where, you know, we get changes fast. What am I doing? I'm peeling tangerines. That's why I'm looking down at my hands, because I don't want to try to cut my fingies. Let's see the new broken shit, yeah. We'll see, we'll see. I'm sure no matter what they do, some version of thing will be broken, and that's what everyone's gonna be running in terms of like the massive juicing content, right? The dudes that are going hard. So that's just how Path of Exile works. there's always something that's gonna be found out to be the most broken thing possible. I wonder if rolling magma is gonna be put back in the game. I wonder if that got itself out of balance. Nightmare world. It actually is a skill that you can use. Forever lost. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I permanently removed it from the game. Yeah, I do wonder, because we got new support gyms, a couple of them, right? But we haven't seen much in the way of other stuff, skill gyms and things. So I wonder if we will be getting new caster spells, or if it's going to be focused on, you know, if we get Huntress and stuff like that. And that'll be the primary focus of the skills. Yeah, a couple teasers, yeah. 'Cause yeah, I wonder if it's... I wonder how many of them are ready. And how much it's gonna kind of flesh out the currently not available skills. We got Molten Strike at home. We kind of did, yeah. It is weird to see support skills that are like primary skills from PoE 1 in a way, because you have such a big difference between the two. You know, in terms of scaling and stuff, where a lot of the primary skills can be scaled with skill levels and all that jazz, and then the support gyms kind of like lose out on certain factors. Looking at discharge as being one of them. I wonder if discharge is going to be changed. Not enough people even attempted discharge, so I don't think so. I don't think they even know enough about it. Yeah, I think I don't mind it being a support. I just think they need to figure out a way to make it so that those supports can then get scaling outside of like discharges, like stack some int, like I don't know. They need to have a scaler on there that's accessible. Then if it's gonna be like the support gym, there should be ways to almost primarily scale supports. I think. I don't know how they would do it, but it is nice to have static backups, yeah. Right, that's the only payoff, right? More Archmage. Yeah, and that's the other problem is like stat stacking gear, especially in the current patch. It's so heavily skewed on the prices of the Giga stat stacker that like any other stat stacker is really annoying. And it's like, if you're gonna stat stacks, why not do the thing that does 10 billion DPS instead of the one that does 1 million DPS, right? But we'll see, we'll see. We'll see how much of that all is like addressed at this point. Like I said, I'm wondering how much of that's gonna be patch notes versus this. Like, is this just new stuff? Or are they gonna go over like the overall experience of changes coming into the game? I do not know. I do not know. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's how it's gonna go. The QA holds that section of it. And the rest is gonna be elsewhere. I guess if there's no patch notes this time, we'll just watch the QA as well. Enjoy, Romantic, enjoy. Yeah. We'll see. Oh, well. Okay. Ow. It will be interesting. I wonder if charms are gonna get worked. The stream is muted. That's fine. I don't care about numbers. It's at 1%. Oh, the drops don't sometimes count? Oh. Great games on Prime. Ow. We shall see. I'm curious to see the, yeah. I'm just curious to see the direction they're taking it. You know, is it gonna be PoE 2? Is it gonna be PoE 1? Is it gonna be a hybrid? Is it gonna be Lost in the Wilds? Was it Lord? Maybe nobody knows where we're going. We're just throwing darts at a board and see what sticks. Elite dodge roll. I wonder if we're gonna get movement skills outside of Blink. I was gonna make that video on movement, but I'm gonna wait till PoE 2 starts back up next week, and then I'll make it. More on point to make it when the game's actually rolling along. Tangerine still had a small seed in it. Crunchy. Ow. Oh man. Yeah. It is interesting to see the if they can work the dodge roll to in a way matter late game. Because like I don't know if it was really I'm trying to think of my other characters. Did I really like Raj in the later parts of the game? Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if like, I really used it at all in the later parts. Wait, more than that than dying along. Who's the glider? Yeah, fair enough. I hated the glider. Not hated, but I don't know. The glider took away the thing I like about Dying Light, which is running on the rooftops. So I don't know. To me, that felt like an evolution in the bad way. But well. Oh, that guy from last night. Yeah, parkour zombies with less parkour. The guy from last night who messaged on my my video. This guy. What a clickbait! Believe it, this thing. For the mirror arrow build, what a clickbait. Believe it or not, the skill you are using is not mirror arrow. Maybe get your facts straight before posting a video. I said, do let me know what skill you think I'm using instead. Mirror arrow bombarding clones. You're welcome. Thanks. Uh-huh. My bad, mate. My bad. I'll make sure that whenever I wake up out of my Samsung Galaxy S27000 bed sheets, or sorry, linen wrapped mattress with comforter and sweet bed sheets to roll up to my personal computer running Windows 11 3080 GTX Intel 1370K CPU, pull out my wireless control accessory to control my computer, and I'll modify that for you. That guy's my, like, morning... Like, if that guy's talking to someone, his sentences must be very long. Oh, no, not that guy, Roger. I got nothing wrong with that guy. The Terraria guy. It's just like, I cannot stand someone speaking in questions. Yeah. Every message was a question, and then right, Kaiser. I mean, I'm pretty sure in that video I say mirror arrow bombarding clones. I don't think I say mirror arrow. I say bombarding clones when I'm talking about my skills. Let me look. What's up, folks? Let's talk about a build that may or may not exist ever again in Path of Exile, and one that you might be interested in doing this league while it's still possible. Now, I do apologize. This is going to be a pretty long video because I got a lot of things to cover, but it was brought to my attention from one of my mods that there was a rune enchant for 5% of max energy shield as cold damage to attacks with this weapon that goes on bows, and we could use some special interactions to give ourselves a very, very big mirror arrow minion that we then give that same mirror arrow there. Has a massive amount of ES, and they get a lot of base cold, and we figured might as well they get a lot of weapon to looking for a little bit higher if you I'll say it somewhere. It's a 40-minute video. From that minion life in damn much base life as possible. And I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe for search optimization, sure. But over the gym. I do, yeah. But I don't know. Most videos aren't gonna have the fucking unabbreviated title. Malapin shit to the right. I mean, yeah, I guess so. I think I wanted to play normal mirror. Maybe they're just like really wanted to play mirror. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever made the distinction specifically when or if I've seen it. Maybe. All good. All good. I don't think people play standard mirror now. I was gonna say I think all mirror arrow setups are bombarding clones. I don't think anyone plays natural normal mirror arrow anymore. I honestly I don't think that guy plays it either. I don't think so either. "18 minutes. I'm going so guys, yeah. You put boss projectiles baseline, right? Like ninja. Let's see. Builds. Mirror arrow of bombarding. 1%. Mirror arrow. These two. What's up, gamer? He's using volatility, Freeing Frenzy, Overcharge, Awaken Minion Damage. Okay. And then Blink Arrow, Bombarding Clones. Oh, that's right, because you can't use both. So the normal one's just normal. You can't use both Bombarders. Yeah. And then this is... I don't know what the fuck this is. Mana Forged, Ice Bite, Mirror Arrow. Yeah, so no. No one plays like normal Mirror Arrow. That one's only 89, so yeah, no one plays it because you either play Mirror Arrow of Bombarding Clones or you play Blink Arrow of Bombarding Clones. The damage one is always going to be Bombarding Clones. The other one's always utility. It's always the normal one because they use the same amount of space. So you never play both. You know, I don't want to be seen. I gotta hide in the shadows. Batman. Oh yeah, I mean the prismatic is probably prismatic is probably a lot more damage, right? But the min-maxing, the micromanagement of it is just like, buh. We'll see though, we'll see. Let's find out what happens. Yeah, I do wonder if I do wonder what scope of Changes we'll be seeing come into the game. What's the bingo cards we're getting? Act 4. Alterations. I don't think we're just gonna get Act 4 by itself. Alteration orbs, hopefully. Huntress, Druid. Einar is back. I mean, it would fit the themings. Yeah, I think we're gonna get either all three or nothing. I don't see us getting just an act. I think it'd be so weird if we just got an act. MH-like League? Monster Hunter League? Oh, okay. I mean, that'd be kind of cool. I would love it if Poe went more of the one big baddie style thing. That'd be great. Toda, I mean, if Act 4 comes in, Toda comes in, right? Those are kind of with each other. So that's really depends on if these two are ready to go. Our EA period longer than expected. Toda flavor, not Toda itself. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get like actual Toda, but something within the, because I mean it depends. I mean the whole tournament structure. I don't know. Maybe we get like 1v1 fights against Exiles and stuff like that. Visual clarity and endgame maps. That's never gonna be addressed. Rare monsters now always appear on the minimap. That would be nice. New bosses. I would assume so. Complexity to breaches. How about we just fucking remove breaches? Jonathan apologizes for something. Sure. Anti-free space. I know, right? Added complexity to expedition. Expedition still needs a lot of work. New skills for old classes, hopefully. New support skills. We got a lot of that stuff, probably. New passives. I wonder if we'll see, I wonder if we're going to see a shake-up on the passive tree in any way. In terms of...
Impressive, challenger.
Back to Poe again. Hopefully this league is good.
Back to Poe again, yep. Thank you so much for the 4 to 3 months, Slayer. We'll see what Poe brings. I mean, we still got a week, but... we're going to get to Poe. We'll see how the league is. Well, the first Path of Exile 2 league. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. Appreciate that. Some kind of tribute to C. Wilson. I doubt it. Annoying goblins finally added back. Maybe. Crafting bench. Would be nice, but... I'm in like two minds about a crafting bench. With like how simple current gear is in Path of Exile 2. I think the crafting bench breaks the gear completely and makes it extremely bland. So it's like... what do you do about the crafting bench in the current state? Unless we get, like, gear complexity. Now that the runes can be taken in, put out, I don't know. I feel like until we get more, until omens are changed, or, like, we get more stuff on the gear. Yeah, they're doing their job. Love. I fucking love fishing. Act 4 City is back. What? Oh, it's not added yet. You need to fish for the pier for now. Okay. That's certainly a lot of stuff. Yeah, no patch notes today. Due to miscommunication, we currently said that we would post patch notes after the live stream, but unfortunately, the 0.2.0 patch notes will not be available until next week. Oh, King's March? Maybe, yeah. If that's what they're referring to. Oh, we'll see. We shall see what comes down the pipeline. Because, yeah. I'm curious to see the scope of this update, this change. Like how much they're actually able to get new stuff into the game. Because, you know, they went essentially into a 3-month cycle. Like 2 weeks into it. This is today, D-Land. This is today. So it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, exactly. Like, what is the scope added now? Are we on 6 months of early access, a year of early access, or are we just in? I wonder if they'll just say like, fuck it, it's no longer early access. If they just go, we tried, it didn't work. Welcome to launch. It does make it weird because of the league cycle, and then also not being free to play at the moment, where everyone has to still buy in, right, for this year or however long they're in EA. It's not free to play at the moment, is it? Like, you can't, you have to buy in. So technically this is yeah, have to buy in. Yeah, so we're technically in like league cycle within the buy-in period. I don't think they've shadow changed it, but it does make me like wonder how these leagues are gonna feel with the buy-in still, right? Well, I think most of us that want to play will play, but I wonder if it's like, I wonder if you'll get new players, given the requirement to buy yourself into it. 'Cause maybe not. Maybe the new player numbers won't be that high as a result. 'Cause, you know, I think everyone who wants to play it probably bought it already. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, you know that there's no way that numbers are gonna be, you know, through the roof again. It'll be down to just how many people overall want to pick back in and come play, but yeah, there's no way that numbers reach anywhere near the original numbers. But it'll also be interesting to see how much of a marketing push they do, you know, sponsors and stuff like that. If there's gonna be a lot of sponsored streams on launch for folks, you know, outside of the PO community, because trying to get people into that cycle, that 3-month cycle of doing and coming into the game. We'll see. Use a slightly low resolution font for the stream starting soon screen. It's lower than this resolution. This is like crisp and sharp. This is like stretched out. They're not using a vector font. Maybe again save for 1.0. Maybe, yeah. It's possible. But I mean, I guess it depends really on just how much. The thing that's interesting for me is like they want to set up the cycle, right? That people come in every 3 months. I mean, probably, yeah. This is probably from a while back, and it's just overlaid onto whatever they're doing it. Yeah, they probably want to set up the cycle, but we'll see. Increased in movement speed and travel skills. Well, the thing about that, what I'll say about that is like that would be them taking. You're not wrong that there's a lot of people that would want that, but that would be them taking what they promised as Path of Exile 2 and just making it Path of Exile 1. I would rather them see it go the other way, personally, where we'll have, you know, we slow down and like a lot more, you know, combat focused things, and like the encounters are what it is. Yeah, I would like normalized speeds, right? Like I don't mean that we need to fucking trudge through mud, but I would like the top end to go much slower. Because I have Path of Exile 1 if I want to play Path of Exile 1. And like, that's where I go to, you know, make those kinds of build. I don't need 2 games of the same game. if we're gonna start from scratch again, right? Because the moment we go to that speed from this point on, we're only gonna get faster, right? So we gotta go way slower. No, I don't, Tato, yeah. I can, but it's like, I never play those types of builds. Like, the thing is, like, I keep saying it, but this is still the time where we are the weakest we will ever be in Path of Exile 2. And that means we need to be a lot weaker. At least 20% faster than zones, at least 20%. We're not getting movement skills. I mean, for me, the zones could be the same size, but I just need them to not be filled with trash mobs. Just give me more rares, give me more magic mobs, give me more packs that are, like, impactful. That's fine. The zone size could stay what it is, they just need to not have the trash mobs in them. Whoa, my voice. Yeah. Is my voice when I right when I wake up before I've like had enough tea and water and stuff. Yeah, we're going through puberty. Yeah. Alright. Boost up the volume a little bit. There we go. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Cause yeah, the reality is there's no way to make both camps happy. Like those of us who want the game to be at like Monster Hunter pace, and those of us who want the game to be at Path of Exile 1 pace, they're two very different paces. There's really no way to make both communities happy. What smaller? Oh, the campaign zones, yeah. We'll see, we'll see. It really just depends on what direction they want to settle themselves into. They are the ones at the helm of the ship after all, so. But in making, if they do make a shift towards a slower game, then they do have to like change out things like breach timers and how fast ritual like hoards you and stuff like that, because those can't exist in a game that's like slowed down to the pace of the base attack speed of, you know, 2-second attacks. Just because you can't do them, like even if you have the damage, just due to the delay of your attacks, you cannot do like a breach lord thing, because the timer will close before you could get to the end of it. So they'd have to do something to change that out. And I don't know what the hell that would be. I don't know how you would go about. I don't know. You get more time if you do overkill damage or some shit. Something like that, where it's like it benefits you to hit normal mobs with a giant fucking hammer and kill them like way overkill. I don't know. I don't know what would be the best way to do that. Honestly, just remove the timer. For the rewards of speed meta? Well, no, but I'm saying like well, kind of, sort of. But I'm saying not for like the opening of the breach. I mean like actually the breach fight, right? Like doing the end game fight where one of my builds actually can't get through the zone fast enough. Yeah, not like opening of breach. No, I'm talking yeah, the run up to Jeth. I can't actually get there on the Thunder character because my attack timing is too slow to kill stuff fast enough to make the timer go up. So it's like stuff like that can't really work if you want to slow the pace of the game down. It's just like the reality of those two situations don't work together. So things like that would have to be changed if they want to keep the pace of the game on the slower side. Because weapon swapping, you know, putting down poison grenade to break armor to weapon swap to do a sunder and then repeat that every single time you need to attack. Like, it's really cool, it's a really fun combo to pull off, but you can't do it at the pace that it's required. I mean, it could be, yeah, maybe it's a variable. I don't know, I just remove the timer. Fuck it. It's just a battle to the end of the zone and you get to fight the boss. The timer is like an old archaic of Breach. Alright, let's see what happens.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
He is!
Welcome to GGG Live. Well, it's been a little over 3 months since we launched Early Access, so it's about time for our first major content update. Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, which launches on April 4th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream.
Drops!
So make sure you follow the instructions below in order to
I
claim
love
execution
drops.
of Guillotine Finisher effect. Now in today's stream, we're going to take you on a deep dive into the new Dawn of the Hunt update. We'll cover a new class, 5 new Ascendancy classes, and huge expansions on character systems like unique items and support gems. After that, it's on to the in-game improvements, including changes to systems, a bunch of new encounters, and lots of other content. We're going to finish up today with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. Now we have a lot to cover today, so let's get started with a trailer for Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt.
Alright, let's see what happens.
We as Mary are guided by the Spirit. It provides prey, shelter, even love. But for me, one day, all that were changed.
He's gonna go MFing.
The Spirit,
Fuck.
it showed me something. Something forbidden. And to defend all I loved, I used it.
Dab.
I lost everything that day.
You saved our people, get the fuck out.
But fate weren't finished with me yet. I'll right the wrongs I've done. I'll do what I must, no matter the cost.
Nice.
I will hear the Spirit once more.
Dab. Okay. We got jabs on. What? What? Don't tell me she's got DD. You gotta stab the corpse. Oh god. Roll mount! The bird is in. It's the word. 25 new skills. You have to carve mobs. Amazarian wisps. Rogue exiles are back in. 100+ new support gems. 100+ new uniques. New ascension classes. New endgame mechanics. New maps. Those are the new endgame stuff and much more. I mean, yeah, fair enough. 100 support gems, 100 uniques, 5 classes. Xandro's coming to pound some meat. 100 supports is decently big, yeah.
Now, as you can see, in Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the first new class since early access to PoE 2, the Huntress. The Huntress is a spear-wielding Asmeri warrior. Born into a society with strict traditions, she was exiled from her homeland after using the power of a skill gem to defend her village. As a dexterous spear user, she specializes in both melee and ranged combat, dashing into and out of battle. Spears have extended range and a short dash, but unlike other melee weapons, you can also throw them. In order to make a hybrid ranged and melee character work, we had to do a lot of thinking about ways to make it fun to both enter and exit melee range. The first skill you will get as a Huntress is Whirling Slash. As well as striking in a circle around you, this skill creates a whirlwind that blinds your enemies. Leaving the whirlwind will make it explode. The more Whirling Slash is used, the bigger the whirlwind, and the bigger the explosion. Once you're out of there, you'll want to follow up with something ranged. Whip your spear around to shoot twisters towards your foes. These twisters bounce off walls.
They
and hit
gave
enemies
Twister
multiple
the
times.
Amazon, not Druid?
You can also throw twisters inside a whirlwind to shoot out extra tornadoes that do way more damage.
Oh, combo stuff.
In her offhand, the Huntress will usually want to hold a buckler, which allows you to do a new skill, parry. While holding down parry, your character will counterattack any incoming attack from monsters near you, stunning them. In addition, the monsters will take extra attack damage from your follow-up strike. Some specific skills are designed to be used after a parry and have extra effects. Disengage is a skill that does a quick jump back, damaging enemies in front of you, and it can be used to interrupt other actions, like dodge roll. If you use it against a parried enemy though, it causes an explosion and gives you a frenzy charge.
You're gonna walk up to every
Just be
pack.
careful. If you parry too much, you're gonna get stunned and possibly killed.
You'll instantly
You can
die
complete this
in
combo with
maps.
whirling slash. Slash, parry, disengage. And
Okay.
you'll get an explosion from the disengage and the whirling slash.
Note to self, don't use parry in
The
maps.
Huntress also has a variety of elemental spear throw attacks. You could use lightning spear to bounce lightning between your foes.
There it goes. Lightning's
Or
on.
you could throw explosive spears into the ground. These spears take a while to detonate, but when they do, they'll incinerate anyone caught in the blast. All spear
Ignite.
throws on the Huntress can also be empowered by frenzy charges. For example, explosive spears will do an even larger explosion and leave fire on the ground. And these empowered versions can activate even more combos. Using whirling slash over ground fire will suck it into the whirlwind, adding fire to the explosion. Using twisters inside a fire whirlwind will shoot out fire tornadoes as well.
Oh, shit out fire
And you can do
tornado.
similar combos with ice and lightning too.
Okay.
Now, a key aspect of hunting is exhausting your foes by causing blood loss. This skill is Rake, which dashes towards your target and unleashes a deadly slash, opening up wounds on your enemies.
More
Follow,
bleed.
disengage, and watch them bleed out as they run towards you.
Or just go
On the
crit and
health bar of
aggravate
monsters,
instantly.
you can see how much blood loss the enemy has experienced, and the Huntress has skills to take advantage of this. For example, using Blood Hunt will thrust forward and cause a bloody explosion. The more blood loss, the bigger the explosion. If you want to cause bigger bleeds, try out Rapid Assault. The final hit of this multi-hit combo will stick a spear into your enemy for a big bleed. Now, Explosive Spear and Rapid Assault both result in leaving spears behind, either in the ground or in enemies. But there are other skills that leave spears around too, like Storm Lance, that leaves an electrical spear that arcs towards enemies. But what can you do with all these spears? Detonate them, of course. Thunderous Leap will allow you to jump onto and explode any spears either in the ground or in your enemies.
Thanks.
Now, as well as hunting animals, the Huntress also has the ability to work with them. While fighting any beast, you have the ability to tame it and use it as a companion.
What?
You can only have one companion at a time, but it will keep the mods that were on it. Try to find a rare beast with good mods to take full advantage of your ability to tame them.
Interesting. Okay.
Now, this is just the
Spectre's
beginning
Light?
of the Huntress. We've really tried to make the hybrid ranged and melee gameplay work for this class by having a huge amount of synergy between ranged and melee options. There are 22 new skills available for the Huntress. By endgame, you'll be slinging hundreds of insanely powerful spears, sending forth spirit animals and summoning the might of Solaris from the sky.
Okay. Yeah, what
But
the
we still
fuck?
haven't talked about ascendancy classes yet. What can the Huntress ascend into? Well, the first ascension class you could choose is the Ritualist. The Ritualist has embraced the darker side of his merry traditions by harnessing the power of animal sacrifice and plague. The Corrupted Life Force skill causes all enemies around you to grow volatile blood boils on their skin.
What?
When those enemies are slain, the boils will burst, spreading corrupted blood to all enemies around them.
Oh,
The
okay.
Ritualist also excels in taking advantage of magical trinkets.
She gets
The
a third
unfurled
finger.
skill allows you to equip an additional ring on a finger around your neck.
A belt
Taking Mystic
is going to the
Attunement increases
roof.
the bonuses of all the rings and amulets you have equipped. Now, this is one of my favorites. As the Whispers Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood, to give you one of their modifiers for a short time.
They made Headhunter into a
Specialize
skill.
further into Ritualistic Sacrifice with As the Whispers Demand, which allows you to perform that skill on yourself instead of a corpse. Cut your own hand, sacrificing some of your own blood to empower yourself. The Amazon Ascension is for those looking to hunt
Okay.
more than just beasts. Trained as an elite guard to the most important Asmeri elders, the Amazon will use more traditional fighting techniques mastered to perfection. The Predatory Instinct skill will cause you to reveal weaknesses in the defenses of rare and unique enemies, causing you to deal more damage. You can see those
big
weak
fuck
spots
you be.
represented on their life bars. While using Elemental Infusion, any charges you consume will infuse your weapon with elemental power, causing any projectile attacks to explode on impact. The Critical Strike skill is as simple as it sounds. It takes your excess accuracy and gives it to you as critical strike chance.
Okay.
Additionally, you have skills like Mystic Harvest, which allows your elemental damage to leech life, and as Merry Brew, to be able to use either flask to restore both life and mana.
So she
So
gets
those are the two
leech.
new ascendancies for the Huntress, but those are not the only ascendancies in Dawn of the Hunt. We've added a new ascension class for 3 of the other existing classes too.
We finally got someone who gets leech.
First up, for our warriors out there, we have the Smith of Kitava. The warrior is a blacksmith in origin, taught by his father Renly. With this ascension, you can take your smithing skills to new heights by embracing power from the insatiable one himself, Kitava. Smiths of Kitava are master blacksmiths and have the ability to forge their weapon, quite literally. Using the Against the Anvil notable skill, you can enhance your weapon with fiery destruction before any battle. After doing so, your attacks will release explosions on hit for maximum devastation. You can also use the power of Kitava to summon an animated copy of your weapon to fight alongside you.
Anime weapon. Whee!
A great blacksmith can do more than just forging their weapon though. Their armor can be enhanced too. Now you might think this ascendancy class tree looks a little abnormal, and you're right. There's a lot of notable skills all disconnected at the bottom there.
Right.
By taking this point here, which is free to assign, your character is unable to equip body armors with mods of any kind.
What?
So your body armor must be normal. Sounds like a downside, right? Except now in true blacksmith fashion, you get to craft your own body armor by taking those disconnected notables with your points. If you want your body armor to grant life, take this notable. If you want resistances, take this one. There's so many choices. Think of it like you're crafting your own body armor, just in a more literal sense. Now, let's move on to those who prefer the reassuring feel of a crossbow in their hands. the
Interesting.
Mercenary. Alongside the existing Ascension classes, the Gemling Legionnaire and the Witch Hunter, you can now play as the Tactician. The Tactician is a former Blackguard elite. Free from the duties of a Blackguard, he is able to use his training to decimate the monsters of Raycast and earn a healthy income doing so. This training comes in the form of various skills like suppressing fire, which causes all projectiles to pin enemies. When combined with the right where we want them notable, your pin not only stops your enemies from moving, but stops them from performing actions too, similar to freeze. With a soldier's training, the Tactician also works well cooperatively. Using the whoever pays best notable, you can place multiple banners at once.
Banners!
The watch how we do it skill gives a portion of your weapon's damage to your allies as well. But if that isn't enough, you can also command your army of off-screen archers to unleash hell and carpet an entire area with arrows. Finally, witch players will be able to join their legions by becoming undead themselves.
Well, your
In
body
Dawn
armor
of
has to
the
be
Hunt,
normal.
We're introducing the Lich Ascension class. The Lich is a master of chaos and curses and could sacrifice her life to enhance her energy shield. The Crystalline Phylactery skill allows you to nominate a jewel in which to contain part of your soul, massively increasing its power. There's just one downside to splitting your soul this way, though. If you have no energy shield, your mana costs will shoot up.
I
The
see.
Necromantic Conduit skill causes you and allies in your presence to have unholy might, granting extra damage as chaos damage. Rupture the Soul makes enemies you curse explode with chaos damage when slain.
Those pops.
Dominion over Flesh allows you to apply an additional curse.
Okay.
It's safe to say you'll be the true master of the occult by choosing the Lich class. So Dawn of the Hunt has the Huntress and 5 new Ascension classes, but it doesn't end there. Let's take a look at some of the new skills we've added. Now you may remember we've previously talked about the Raise Spectre skill. It's finally complete, and it'll be made available in the upcoming expansion.
There we go.
It can be found in the occult skills on the skill gem crafting panel. Raise Spectre is a skill that allows you to trap the soul of almost any monster in the game,
This is gonna be so OP.
which you can then summon in the skill panel.
There's gonna be a specter that is just absolutely fucking broken.
Spectres cost spirit and will revive automatically if they die, but the spirit cost varies based on the power of the monster. You could summon an army of weaker monsters, or a few of the more powerful monsters. You can combine them with your existing skeleton minions, or summon exclusively specters. It's all up to you and how you want to customize your army of the undead.
You don't fix minion AI.
Given that there are
True.
hundreds upon hundreds of monster variants in Path of Exile 2, it's safe to say you'll be experimenting with this one for a while.
Yeah,
We
the
look forward
moment
to seeing which monsters serve you best.
someone finds the
Now let's move
broken
on to our
one.
next skill. Since we've been talking about summoning undead so much, let's have a change of pace and summon something a little more alive. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding the Summon Rower skill. Summon your friendly
spirit.
rower to aid you in combat as a minion. You can also mount your rower in combat at any time, allowing you
Okay.
to move at full speed, even while shooting arrows or throwing spears. Be wary though, if you take too much damage while riding your mount, you can be knocked off and get overwhelmed. It's worth keeping an eye on your stagger bar, as falling off the mount can mean almost certain death. On the topic of new ways to enhance your character, let's talk about support gems. Support gems are used to modify your skill gems in meaningful and interesting ways. Currently, we feel that a lot of builds have insufficient options here. To alleviate this, we're adding over 100 new support gems. Hema crystals will enable a new kind of bleed build, turning the damage over time you would have done into explosive Vile crystals.
Okay.
Alignment is a support gem for bow attacks, which can reward skilled players with good positional skills. Caltrops will allow you to litter the battlefield with hazards, slowing your foes as you fling spears through their ranks. But there's plenty more for every playstyle, such as Enormity,
Increase
Unsteady tempo.
size, tempo. Skills inflicted with hobble.
Profanity,
Yeah, I'm good at that one. Consume a corpse.
Retaliate,
Oh, that's back.
Syzygy. Yep, that's a real word.
Syzygy?
And many more. Now, we've talked about a new class, new ascendancy classes, new skills, and new support gems. But let's not forget about the core of a true action RPG, the items. To start with, let's talk about uniques. We're adding
Right.
over 100 new unique items. This time, we've made sure to add uniques with a focus on mid and end-game tiers to make sure there are more exciting items to find for higher-level characters. Let's look at some
Okay.
examples. Embrace your inner devil with Chernobog's Pillar. It grants you a large amount of fire damage based on your block chance. The Coming Calamity allows you to become a true master of the elements,
The fuck?
granting you all 3 Elemental Herald skills without costing any spirit. At the same time, it penalizes enemy resistances. Wastegate is a belt useful for builds using a single resource like Blood Magic or
Okay.
Archmage builds. With this belt, you can use 2 life flasks or 2 mana flasks. It's up to you. Now, we could go through these all day, but we'll leave most of them for you to discover. Suffice to say, though, we want there to be way more cool things to find. Over time, our goal is to add a unique to every single base item type at a minimum, so that you can chance any base in the game. Now, given that we have the Huntress, we have a set of unique spears from early game all the way through the end game as well. One
Okay.
example is Scyther's Spear, which combines bleed and fire in a powerful way. It allows your ignites to be aggravated, dealing substantially more damage. We're also
I see.
introducing a suite of unique bucklers with some interesting parry mechanics. Kalgyra's Arc, for example, allows you to parry projectiles from any distance. And we're also adding our first unique charms. Bayra's Anguish will not only protect you from Ignite, but will also emit a devastating fire nova whenever you do get ignited. In sum, there's just a ton of new uniques to find. We can't wait to see the weird and broken builds that come out of it. Now, we also want to talk about crafting options.
Okay.
In each major update during early access, we'll be continuing to add and improve the options here. We have
Right.
various new crafting tools that have been added as rewards to many of the different types of new content that we're adding. But for now, I just want to mention the changes to runes. Runes add commonly available mods, but since they only have one tier, flat damage mods tend to get outclassed by in-game. So we've changed runes to have multiple tiers, allowing you to get higher tier mods than before. Our plan is to significantly expand the number of more specialized mods for crafting using socketables as we add new content over time. And the first new set of those comes from what we're talking about next. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding Asmarian
Yay.
Wisps, which can be
Tears.
found throughout both the campaign and the endgame. The Asmari spirit has made itself present in Rayclast, and it appears to be trying to warn, or maybe prepare us for the coming darkness. You will first encounter a manifestation of it in the Grellwood in Act 1, where you'll meet Delwyn, an Asmari hunter who is trying to find out what exactly is causing the spirit to behave this way.
Yeah, you could just override him with a new one.
As you approach the wisp, it will flee, leading you past monsters. Any monsters it comes into contact with are infused by it, making them more powerful. Each spirit is associated with a specific revered animal within Asmeri culture. This one is a wisp of the Great Bear and grants enemies extra life and stun. The wisp moves faster the closer you are, and as you move away, they slow down to wait for you. But if you get too far away for too long, they'll dissipate and return to the woods. As you continue to chase the wisp, it will find and possess a rare or unique monster, granting it a new powerful ability. Because this was a wisp of the Great Bear, this monster now also has increased life and stun. But on top of that, it will periodically summon a large spectral bear that slams with wild fury. If you're able to defeat this foe, you will be rewarded. For each monster that was infused and killed along the way, the rewards will be increased. Each wisp has its own mechanics. The Wisp of the Winter Owl is a primal wisp that causes enemies to deal extra cold damage, gain energy shield, and release wind vortices on deck. When infusing a monster, they will call down large tornadoes to protect their host. The Wisp of the Wild Cat is a vivid wisp that causes affected monsters to deal more critical strikes.
We need better builds, man.
When it infuses a monster, it will summon a barrage of feline spirits that will attempt to tear you limb from limb.
Hands down to a pack.
If you're lucky, you may even find sacred wisps that can do some pretty crazy things to the monsters they influence. Like the wisp of the Cunning Fox, which turns normal monsters into magics, magic monsters into rares, and rare monsters into actual bosses.
The fuck?
Asmerian wisps can drop a new set of socketable items that allow you to craft a wide range of interesting new mods onto your items. Each one may only be used on a specific item slot. As mentioned, the Asmerian wisps can be encountered throughout the game. But there's also a new endgame map called the Asmeri Ranges, a mountain village where the Asmeri once lived, now overrun with
raining enemies. Yeah, well, but
this map always has multiple Asmerian wisps in it, and familiar, yet not quite the same boss fight. Asmerian wisps can also be further modified by the endgame Atlas tree as well, and by tablets.
Yeah,
but I'm not going to be the one talking about those things. In order to cover all the new content in endgame, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. There's a ton to talk about with the endgame today, so let's dig right in. Path of Exile 2's early access began with a brand new endgame, and it was clear that it needed a lot of work.
Yeah.
After absorbing your feedback, we're ready to make some epic changes.
Listening.
The first thing is, we just need a lot more content. In Dawn of the Hunt, we have made sure to focus on increasing the sheer number of interesting and different encounters you will randomly stumble into as you explore the endgame. And the second goal is to smoothen the progression through maps and reduce the amount of annoying busy work.
Okay.
To start with, let's talk about the new interesting stuff to find. Well, the most obvious thing to add are new maps. As well as the Asmeri Ranges that Jonathan mentioned earlier, Dawn of the Hunt also contains 7 other new maps, all with their own custom encounters. Let's start with this one. The Feral Megaliths map starts off in the wild Ezomite forests. As you progress through the forest, you will find mysterious rune-carved stones that, when touched, surge with energy. After activating all the stones, you can find a grand henge, where all the energy is coalescing. You can then start an encounter.
Being unhinged to grand hinged.
A storm moves in, and a concentration of energy summons a dangerous boss. You must fight and defeat the boss to get its rewards. Once you have defeated it, summon another. And another. And another. And another.
Oh, fuck.
You have 10 total waves of boss fights, which get incrementally more difficult. If you manage to defeat them, you get full boss rewards, but also opportunities to get new runes. These can only be obtained from this map. The Fractured Lake contains a surreal waterscape with fractured mirror-like objects. As you move around the map, the terrain itself elevates from below, creating the ground you walk on. In this unique map, all the rare monsters are mirrored, so you're always fighting 2 of the same rare at the same time, which can prove quite difficult.
Dude, the builds you're gonna have to make for this shit.
Challenge and make it to the end of the map, you'll be presented with a broken mirror. A powerful altar-like object that contains an item within it.
Like, alright, we got these back now? Okay.
A new base type. Either an amulet or a ring.
Okay.
That can be crafted to have additional prefixes or suffixes.
Yeah, more unique maps than normal maps.
The last unique map we'll show today is one based around the essence mechanic. You enter a crystalline cavern, and you will find a powerful map boss imprisoned in the center.
It does feel like these are a lot more
It is
boss
surrounded by many rare
oriented, so I'm
monsters,
happy.
also imprisoned in essences. By freeing and defeating the rare monsters, the essence they held will be upgraded to a greater essence and be added to the imprisoned map boss.
Ah.
How brave are you? How many essences will you add to the boss? Overdo it, and you might lose everything. Underdo it, and you might regret it. It's your choice.
Well, yeah, if you stand there and
Speaking
face
of
tank it.
essences, alongside visual improvements, you're now able to apply Varlorbs to corrupt the essences with a range of unpredictable outcomes.
Okay.
It could increase the number of essences, re-roll all the essences to the same type, or even upgrade the essences to greater essences. What if they're already greater essences? Well, it can upgrade those too.
Ah.
We have 4 new corrupted essences. Essence
More
of
essences.
Hysteria, Delirium, Horror, and Insanity.
Okay, okay. We get those
Each
back now.
corrupted essence has its own interesting combat mechanics. For example, the essence of Insanity causes you to question even your own mind, as monsters split into shadowy clones, and you must locate the real one before a devastating icy explosion freezes everything around it.
Huh.
Each of these has their own crafting outcomes. The essence of Insanity can be applied to a belt. It adds a mod that will ensure the next Varlorb used on the belt will guarantee adding 2 enchantments.
Huh.
It's worth noting all the essences in the unique map can also be corrupted too, if you're willing to risk it. It's worth noting we have also added 10 extra Atlas passive
It's
points
worth
you can
noting.
earn
There's
by
a lot of
completing
things worth
5
noting.
different unique maps.
Alright, we got more,
Now, new maps
stuff?
are just the beginning. We had a goal where we wanted to make sure you were constantly finding exciting new content, and that
Right.
it could be lurking around any corner. So, we have added a bunch of new things that you could stumble into in any map you run. On your travels, you will sometimes encounter rogue exiles. Others like you who have been exiled and are openly hostile. Some are malicious, some are mad, while others are simply fiends for loot. They will challenge you.
That was a
fight
cool
to the
stat,
death.
yeah.
They use the same skills available to players, and even the same items. They aren't just dressed up in those items, they're
Okay.
actually using them. It's going to feel like a true player versus player situation.
Of
Of course, if you are able to slay these exiles, those items will all drop on the ground.
Oh.
So if you encounter an exile using a powerful or valuable unique item, which you can see displayed under their life bar, you want to be damn sure you kill them. Because if they kill you and your party, they'll portal out, taking their items with them. Every fight will feel completely different
6
depending
map
on the
portals
items they
remaining.
come equipped with. These exiles are much smarter than your regular monster. They have capabilities to dodge roll, avoid your abilities with smart pathfinding, smart targeting, and much more action-packed gameplay. Fortunately, they're like you and they're not super durable. Unless, of course, they're wearing uniques like Calm's Heart, in which case, expect a longer battle.
Let's see.
There are 12 different rogue exiles you can find, each with their own skills and personalities. Some may insult you, while others may
We're gonna have to
admire
make
your honor
such
in
fucking
combat.
insane characters.
Another encounter
Okay.
you might stumble onto in Dawn of the Hunt are one of 4 new unique strongboxes. Strongboxes are chests with modifiers. When you try to open them, they activate traps and spawn waves
Yeah, I
of
think
monsters that you must
they're
defeat
trying to make it
access
so that
the
we
loot.
have to build
Let's take a look at 2
thicker,
of the new unique boxes that are harder
slower.
to find and behave just a little bit differently. The Ogham's Legacy Strongbox has a corpse splayed out in front of the rune-carved stone.
Splayed out.
Upon interacting with the stone, you activate Forbidden Ezomite magic, which revives the monster as a powerful rare.
Right.
The Strongbox
Gotcha.
comes with a modifier, which determines how many times it will revive that rare. Each time you defeat the monstrosity, the Strongbox revives it again, adding an extra modifier to the monster. With
Okay.
each resurrection, it becomes more difficult, but also more rewarding. This strongbox is infused with thaumaturgy from ancient Vaal technology. Eshel's Torment has a powerful artifact inside, and is guarded by chaos itself.
They're doing a lot of like,
Defeating the monsters will grant you a unique item, with a specific
stay in this one
corrupted
spot
outcome.
and fight this thing
You'll
over and
have
over
to
again
find
until
the
it
other
gets
2 for
stronger.
yourself to see what they do. Now,
literally
let's talk
slowing you
about the
down.
introduction to the endgame. Upon
I
starting
don't
the
mind it.
endgame, Doriani tasks you with cleansing corruption to help restore the land. However, in practice, the quest objective just sent you on a grind to clear 15
Yeah, I
maps.
like it. I like it.
We wanted to make the quest to unlock your Atlas passives much more interesting. Now,
Good.
Doriani is tasking you with a more specific objective. On the Atlas, you will find areas of corruption caused by the beast. In the center of each one, you will find a corrupted nexus, the source of the affliction. In the areas leading up to the nexus,
Right,
you will
yeah.
notice that corruption spills out from slain enemies and amalgamates into powerful monsters. Corrupted maps existed on the Atlas before, but we've done significant work on improving these monsters.
Okay.
We've also done a full pass on the modifiers on these maps to make them more interesting and more rewarding. Once you reach the Nexus, you will have a new task: cleanse the source of corruption. When you defeat the last rare in those maps, they will spawn one of 3 terrifying bosses.
Oh, these guys are back.
Amalgamations of corruption itself. After defeating that boss, Doriani will come and cleanse the corruption for good. As the remains of the boss are purged of corruption, it coalesces into raw crystallized power, which you can use to gain points for your Atlas passive skill tree.
Okay.
The upgrade system that allows you to add and enhance
That's
content
the
in
new
your
way to
maps.
do it. Rather than do 15
We
of
didn't
X
stop
map.
there though. When you complete a corrupted nexus, all of the remaining surrounding corrupted maps will become cleansed maps. Cleansed maps also have new monsters, a new boss, and their own set of modifiers and rewards,
Okay.
including finding fracturing orbs by slaying cleansed enemies.
They're really going with the you gotta plan like the
These
order of
orbs can be
mapping you
used in
do in a
crafting on a rare
zone.
item to cause one of its modifiers to become fractured.
Yeah, we got
A
fracturing
fractured
orbs.
modifier is one that cannot be modified by any means. You are able to freely modify the item, ensuring the fractured modifier will never change. If you
Okay.
get the right item with the right mod, it can prove to be a very powerful crafting base indeed.
Ah, yawn.
You must now choose. Do you complete all the corrupted maps and then the Nexus? Or maybe you beeline to the Nexus, complete it, and do all the remaining maps cleansed. Both have rewards to entice you and challenges to assess.
Or more specific, yeah.
Now, let's have a talk about towers. One thing we've had a lot of feedback on is the busy work around running towers and managing your tablets.
Yes.
The first change we've made here is that we have reduced the number of towers drastically. So there are
Okay.
now 1/3 as many as before, but we've made them much more powerful. To start with, tablets now inherently add twice as many mechanics. But
Okay.
that's not all. Running higher tier maps and towers now increases the number of mechanics applied by tablets.
Okay. There
By
we go.
tier 15, the bonus is double, allowing a single tablet to now add 4 times as many mechanics as before. So, we're running far fewer towers, dealing with fewer tablets, and affecting even more maps than before. But because there are fewer towers overlapping with each other, you won't get as many opportunities to stack different tablets. In order to solve this, we've made it so that each tower can consume up to 3 tablets at once. You always get 1 slot on completing the tower, but if you can complete a tower with more mods on the waystone, you can unlock a 2nd or 3rd
Ah,
slot.
okay.
Overall, this allows for
There you go.
even more juicing from
So
towers,
one map,
while drastically
6
reducing the amount of
modifiers.
busy work you have to do.
Big ol'
On top
circle,
of that,
put in 3
towers are
tablets,
much more
click
interesting
go,
maps because
enjoy
they can
some
now
mapping.
spawn with all mechanics,
That's a better
including
way to do it.
bosses. Each tower map has a new boss. Let's take a look at a couple here.
It's
The
9
boss
tablets.
fight of the
Oh, yeah.
Alpine Ridge map has 2 powerful witches contesting for territory. One witch has an affinity for ice, the other fire. Who will win? Hopefully neither. The boss of the Sinking Spire map is a remnant of the Val that has been charged with lightning. It uses a full suite of lightning abilities, but be careful. If any of them hit the surrounding constructs, they will power up. Another thing that we've seen a lot of feedback about is sustaining waystones. As we looked into it, we realized that the people who couldn't sustain waystones were dying a lot. A lot more than we had expected. And that made us realize something. During the campaign, the expectation is that you can die multiple times in order to learn how to overcome challenges. You are able to learn how the monsters behave, adapt to their skills, and eventually overcome them. But as soon as you get to the end game, you are effectively no longer allowed to die if you want to sustain waystones.
Yes, this is
By
true.
the time you are getting towards the end of endgame, we want you to have to be careful not to die. But it certainly shouldn't be that we have such a sudden shift as you run your first maps. The first change we're making is you can now respawn and return to a map if you die. Continuing from where you left off. When you start the endgame, you get up to 6 total attempts per map. As you add more modifiers to a waystone, the number of respawns goes down. This means that as you get to the point that you're running every waystone as a rare, you will have to be more careful.
That's how they're doing it.
In parties, everyone gets to respawn that number of times.
Okay. It's at least a good compromise,
it's important that you can kill a boss in one go. In order to allow that to happen, we've made a change so that once you start the boss fight, it changes over to the same respawning system we use for pinnacle bosses. This means that the map owner can choose to respawn everyone at the same time.
Okay.
Another complaint we've seen a lot of is players not wanting to do the pinnacle content because of the experience penalty from dying.
Yeah.
A change we've made here is that all pinnacle content now no longer grants experience, but also no longer removes experience on death either.
Okay.
Dawn of the Hunt also brings the first batch of Twilight Order reliquary keys from the early access supporter packs. These keys contain
Speed of the
items
Moon,
selected
kind
by
of,
our
yeah.
supporters.
The
They
one
can
thing that
contain
was
any
almost taking
unique
my
item
XP
found
away.
in Path of Exile 2. If the selected item is a pinnacle boss drop, then only special keys dropped by this content will be able to provide these items. For example, Hand of Wisdom in action can only come from a key dropped by Zesht. We're also making a change that allows pinnacle boss uniques to drop at any difficulty. Rarer uniques will be rarer at lower difficulties, but still possible to find.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
This applies to the drop chances for the reliquary keys from this content as well.
Cool. So you don't have to like go right to 4 as fast as
We spoke about
possible.
towers and tablets earlier, but we have also added a suite of unique tablets.
Uniques.
Each of these adds crazy interactions to the map's influence.
We can add 3 unique tablets to all
For
our
example,
maps.
this unique tablet allows you to run any map in a tower's radius without requiring connections, which can be quite useful for jumping gaps and
They
traveling
did
around
put it in.
maps.
They put.
This
That's
tablet
what I said
causes
was gonna
all runic
happen.
monsters spawn during expedition encounters to be duplicated.
They made the
and
jumpy
weakens
map.
all expedition monsters that emerge from the ground. The Atlas tree has also been expanded, and you can find many of the new mechanics
Giga
there,
Tower Rush. Yep.
and improvements to existing ones too.
I knew it was gonna be put in. I knew it. They fucking put
Now,
in
through
jumpy
this live
map.
stream, we have mentioned quite a few new crafting
I mean, yeah,
options
that's
that we've
way
added.
bigger than mine.
New runes, corrupted essences, fractured mods,
The
and
entire
jewelry
fucking
crafting
thing.
bases. But we did have just one more crafting system to talk about.
Elements.
Recombination.
Oh.
Expedition was the only in-game mechanic that was lacking a crafting system, so that needed to change. Recombination is a mechanic that might be familiar to some players. It allows you to merge 2 items together, hoping to get the best elements of each on a single new item.
Interesting.
This new crafting bench will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition.
Fine interest,
And
yeah.
requires artifacts found during expeditions to fuel it. The rarer the mods on the item you are combining, the more expensive
There's no
the
control
cost.
over it like we have in Pod
That
1.
wraps up all the major in-game changes we're talking about today. With all the system changes and new content, we can't wait to get in there, start blasting maps, and obliterating monsters. There is one more thing we wanted to clarify before we move on.
I didn't talk
which
about
is
omens.
that all the content we've talked about today will be made available in the existing early access leagues, so you can play your existing characters.
What?
However, there will be new leagues made for those who wish to start in a fresh economy. It is recommended to start over and get the full new experience in the Dawn of the Hunt leagues.
So they're not.
For all our existing early access players, we're really looking forward to joining you playing in this new update. For those who don't already have access and are interested in playing Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, you are able to at any time purchase an early access supporter pack at www.pathofexile2.com.
What's new in Dawn of the Hunt then?
Additionally, the Paladin and Penance supporter packs are now available to purchase in Path of
Like, is
Exile
there-
2 and contain 6 microtransactions each and the full pack's face value
I think
in
so,
points.
cuz yeah.
All the microtransactions contained within these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect
Very
your character's
odd.
power or progression in any way.
They're not restarting
Thank you
characters.
so much for your ongoing support.
Yeah, that's but
We're
yeah.
just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
I guess we'll watch the
On
QA
release
because there's no
weekend,
patch
we
notes.
expect to launch the new mystery box and many new microtransactions,
That's
including
interesting.
Path of Exile 2's first alternate skill effects. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments.
That's
We're
interesting.
looking forward to playing the Huntress, trying new builds, and exploring the new endgame next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Questions. I mean, yeah, they definitely are. They're definitely going over a lot of the things that like touching a lot of the stuff. They didn't say anything about omens. I'm curious as to what the.
Good morning, Exiles, and welcome to
Oh, they're
the
quiet.
Q&A portion of today after a very exciting reveal with lots and lots in it, exceeding my expectations, particularly in crafting. But on that note, we're joined here by Jonathan and Mark to talk about all that we've seen today and more in the future of Path of Exile 2. And you had an update about the recombination.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah, so we actually last night had a bit of a design session and realized that we weren't actually fully happy with the way that recombination worked. So we actually made quite a big change to it, which wasn't reflected in that video, obviously. Which is basically that we sort of wanted to give a bit more control to the player over how recombination works. And we also kind of weren't really happy about the fact that recombinators is something that like kind of matters a lot for really, really ultra endgame players, but it wasn't something that was really mattering a lot for like the people who effectively got access to the feature at the start. So we've actually changed it now so that the way it works is that you pick which mods you want on the each item from each item. And then it gives you a percentage chance of success based on the number you picked. So if you pick just like one from one and one from the other, then the chance is much, much higher. But if you pick if you pick 6 mods, it'll become practically impossible. So effectively, like the more you're wanting to design the item, the less of a chance of actually having success. So that means that if you just want to get like a mod, if you want to get an item with like, okay, these 2 mods that I found off the ground, that's relatively easy. If you want to get an item which has all of them, then very hard. So we think that's a much better design because it means you can kind of use the recombinators actually become something that you can use even from the first point you get them.
It'll depend on the
There's still this
percentage
kind of
chance.
Like like for perfect stuff, you might still be able to do it a
Yeah.
lot more.
That should make like medium grade
If you pick
weapons
literally
and
all
stuff.
6, then it's going to be like incredibly low to the point of like don't even try that. But like 4 mods might be a good thing to sort of be striving for, that kind of thing, and then exalt the other 2, that kind of stuff. So that's kind of the new design of that.
Just knowing them is
so
good.
hopefully
Yeah.
that'll be in by the time 0-2 comes out. We've kind of got a plan for doing that.
Okay.
But I think it's a much better design than what we had before for recombinators.
If it's not there for 020, it'll be as
very
soon as
soon.
it can afterwards.
Very
But,
Exactly, Shanks. Yeah.
spur of the moment, night before the live stream design sessions. But
Been a few of those.
increased player agency and visibility into the success result is just a win. And honestly, it took way too long to get to the point of us actually going, "Oh, this is just straight up better to have observability into that and the freedom of choice." So.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. Recombination definitely felt like something
Leg
that was
cross.
both really high end in terms of the crafting that it was intended for, but also just even understanding it. This seems much more intuitive because
You just pick what you
selecting
want.
the mods you want.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
So it does sound like it's a little bit of a nerf for the very high end of crafting, though. Like,
It might end up being, but I'm not like it sort of depends on how the numbers come out. Because we only just designed this, we need to still work out like exactly how the numbers end up looking. But I mean, look, we have to make sure. Obviously, whenever we're designing any crafting system, we have to be really sure that we're not like screwing over finding stuff on the ground. So you have to sort of have that balance, and that's so that kind of informs everything we do with crafting usually.
One difference here, though, of course, is if the success chance fails, both
item's just
both
deleted,
items
yeah.
are destroyed as opposed to always keeping one.
Oh.
So
okay.
So it's basically
Whether or
percent
not
chance for success, and if it fails, item's gone. So
Roughly, what do you think you try to pitch just choosing 2 mods at? Like,
it depends on what mods you're selecting, but I'm kind of thinking kind of like 35%-ish kind of thing for like 2 normal
mods is
that kind of thing.
35%.
Like for them
Go
both,
over?
for them both. For if you pick 2,
Yeah.
and then but we'll
it
see.
kind of depends. Again,
It kind of depends. We'll see how we have to do
higher
some
tier
mathing.
mods are rarer. And,
Yeah, exactly. So it sort of
It
depends on the
also
situation.
the other thing is it's going to now have a fixed cost, so it's not going to
And the idea is like,
based on
yeah, and the idea is like doing a single expedition should be enough to do a recombination. So, you know, you're going to be doing them like relatively often as you're doing expeditions.
So is the part of expedidition where you get?
I mean,
to
two
craft
mods,
with the NPCs
35%.
still
So
a
that's
thing
going to
now?
delete a fuck ton of
now that
items
you're
out of the
adding this?
economy.
Yeah, I mean, you've still got that whole mechanic, and like, so it's effectively it's competing for the artifacts.
Yeah.
Between recombination versus buying things from that other way.
So is there some buffs intended for that then to make it more competitive?
Not
with-
yet. It definitely needs some love in the future, but not at this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like the systems can kind of go hand in hand, where one is giving you items that you can then potentially recombinate.
That is also true. You can use the ingredients of one in the other, or the outcome of one as an ingredient in another,
Cool. We'll talk more about crafting a little bit later on for sure, because there was a lot announced there, which I'm quite excited about. Definitely exceeded my predictions for what you'd be adding in terms of crafting. But firstly, though, just a quick clarification on the league. So there's not going to be a wipe for the new players joining us. If you were playing on a character, you can still keep playing on a character. But a lot of long-term Path of Exile players know the importance of playing on a fresh start, and that's also really important for you guys as well.
For sure, yeah. I mean, basically, if we don't have like any character that's come from before, you're just not gonna like, because the balance is so different and because so many things have changed, there's like no point in even listening to feedback for someone who's playing in the old league. Like, it really has to be that you're doing the fresh start and we're sort of seeing how things go in the new economy. So like, we were really sort of, it was kind of an interesting decision about whether or not we should make it so that all the content is exclusive, or rather like what amount of content would be exclusive to the league versus not. And the issue that we had is that, so I mean, like, a league means something in Path of Exile. You know, like, in order for something to rise to the level of a league, it needs like a certain amount of features. And the original thing we were thinking about doing that way would be the Asmeri and Wisps, but there wasn't quite like the kind of like meta mechanics and, you know, stuff with that. So like, we didn't quite rise to the level of feeling like it deserved to be a challenge league. And at the same time, we've also got a lot of new players playing Path of Exile 2, never played Path of Exile before. So we were a little bit, like, we kind of were deciding, like, okay, should we make them exclusive or not? We sort of decided, you know what, for this one, we're not going to. And then what we'll probably try and do is for the next, league that we do, we'll actually make it a proper challenge league with like its own exclusive mechanic and so on. But yeah, it's a little bit
slowly
funny,
easing
like, early
people
access is a
into
bit of
it.
a different situation, different.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah, we'll sort of see how this goes anyway. But certainly, I would encourage everyone just like start again on a new character. And I think, you know, you'll have a.
I mean, yeah, standard economy is going to be fucked anyway.
Obviously,
so
if there's
might as
structural
well.
changes to the passive tree. It's like if you log in with your old character, you're going to have like, you know, your tree's going to get reset. You have to do stuff. You know,
Oh, there's changes to the
there's
tree as
things
well,
like that
structurally.
that are going to happen that mean that, and you know, also just balance changes, right? Like huge numbers of them. So you're going to have a better time playing from the start.
That's it.
Yeah, there's going to be a new economy.
Huntress then. So we saw initial Huntress quite some time ago now and had some hands-on time with it and things, but I certainly, having played that before and played it now recently, the Huntress has changed quite a lot.
Yeah.
So what was the, how hard was it to get it ready for release? What was kind of the key there?
I mean, it's funny because class design is one of those things where every time you add something, it can make you reevaluate everything else, which is why it's so hard to predict like how long a class will take. So like, it changed a lot since the last time we had like we were showing Huntress. And honestly, like, you know, it's like, while there are some skills that you'll still see, like, it just plays completely different. And I mean, whenever we're looking at like how we're going to design something like this, it really comes down to like, what is it's the special about the character class? Like, how can we double down on that to make sure it feels different? So with the Huntress, you've obviously got spears as a base type. The key difference between
lightning spears.
a spear and any other weapon type
everyone
is that
loved
you can
Huntress when
both,
they originally
use
played
them
it.
at melee, and you can also use them at range. You know, you can throw them. And so because of that, you know, we really were just really trying to incentivize everything possible so that you use both of those things. And, you know, action RPG players, they, you know, that generally speaking, you know, the balance can often be such
stole
that
our women
you only
and
really
ate
wanna do
our
one thing and do
grapes.
that one thing well. So trying to incentivize the kind of ranged and melee is, you know, quite a thing. And I mean, the way we do it effectively is try to make sure that like there are combo chains where, you know, a ranged thing can combo with something that's melee, and a melee thing can combo with something that's ranged, and then also give you good abilities to move between the two states.
Man, I got to start thinking
so
about my
that kinda
league
means
starter
that
in
you end
terms
up with a
of
very like agile character, like you're constantly moving like backwards and
doing
forwards
that
and kind
level of
moving around.
content.
I would
Fuck
say
me,
that
man.
like given that it's the Dex character, that it's
That's
good
gonna be
that it feels that
rough.
way, that it feels the most agile of all of the melee character classes.
We do need
so,
more sports,
you know, that's been a really good one. But you know, I mean, look, there are in terms of changes, I mean, look, there are just changes all the time. Like the frenzy charge thing was like relatively late in development. Like there's like quite a lot of things going on. That, just meant that the field kept on evolving. And another big one, of course, was parry, which I honestly was very skeptical of working. And Mark, Mark was the one who saved it. Honestly, like I was like, you know what? There was like 3 times I think where I was like, you know what? I don't think it's going to work. And then you were like, okay, I think we're gonna save this.
I was like, give me a week.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got enough.
It works completely differently for most games, because in most games, obviously, for parrying, the way that works is that you have to time to push the block button at exactly the right time, but that's just something that just wouldn't work in our combat system, because you're often packs of monsters. It's just like you don't really have the ability to read combat in that way in our game, and at the same time we need to make something where there's going to be like if a single monster in a pack hits you, you need to be able to respond to that with something that's going to you need to be able to respond in a way where you don't just then immediately get hit by a bunch of other stuff.
Yes.
So having it so that the parry, like it always parries, but it's then taking advantage of what the parry does to the monster by following up with something that's going to give you an explosion or something like that to kind of deal with the pack.
I mean, depending on how strong it is,
allows that counter gameplay to work in our game. So you've kind of got 2 primary parry follow-ups. You've got the frenzy charge one, which dashes back.
Oh, maybe Shanks a bit lets you, or if it's got like a percent multiplier or something like that.
There's another one which I don't believe we showed there, which called Fangs of Frost, which does a counter where you attack with ice, which freezes the pack. So it's another way to kind of... So in both cases, you've kind of got something that's kind of dealing with the fact that you've got all these monsters around you. And that was kind of the biggest challenge, I think, that we had.
I'd just probably be low percent.
I'll
Fracture's
also
like 5% transfer.
Support gem I found that you can attach to any attack that allows you to follow up parry to generate a frenzy charge too, so it doesn't even have to be the backflip.
Yeah, in that case. Yeah, I mean, there's other...
Create your own parry.
Yeah, no, it does sound like they're going across the board and be like...
and there's like, there is a guarantee...
How do we make this all
guaranteed crit, so
uniformly work with each other?
You've got a few different ways to generate them.
Because parry guarantees a light stun.
Yeah.
But
you always get that.
We'll see what balance
window
brings.
to actually engage or do a thing before
that's still
danger again.
And I'll tell you this, like, I am one of those players who never parry, right? In any game ever, because I can never do it. It's always just so frustrating. So I was very skeptical of that, but it feels really good.
They do add a lot.
Both managed to make it
We do add a lot.
Something that's easy to do because you can just hold the button down and parry at any time. There's no skill involved in that.
I might just start like a life stacker.
Making it so
that thing was fucking immortal.
You do want to still try and
that's
time
still
it
the
as
meta.
best you can personally.
Once we see balance changes.
Well, how have you done that? How have you made it so that like you actually still want to kind of play it skillfully?
Well, I mean, ultimately, anytime you're holding down the parry button is when you're not attacking, right?
Exactly.
So you still want to kind of minimize the window, but at the same time, like the timing is just not like, not as bad. But the nice thing as well is that like once you do successfully parry, it's very obvious. You get the sound, you get the token on the monster. It's very chunky.
No, not everything. We have 5
obvious when you're supposed to counterattack. So yeah, I'm very happy with that. I think that it came out really well. And honestly, one of the funny things about it is that it immediately made me realize like how bad shields are in comparison, which is why we're also trying to ninja in a change to how shields work at the last minute, which we'll see if it makes it into 020. I was playing around with it last night.
This was 8 p.m. last night.
Yeah, 8 p.m. last night, exactly. I was
messing with this.
Yeah, messing around with it. And I won't talk too much about how that's going to work, but effectively we want to make shields, the shields better as well, and kind of build something into those to make them more interesting.
That's good. Because shields are useless.
We'll see if it makes it for 020.
Yeah, following that kind of similar design space idea of being able to do a bit more with it.
Yeah,
and then that feed into other skills and things like that as well. So there's a lot of room there to play with.
Yeah.
So we talked about Huntress being very, very combo heavy, and she has the deepest combo chains out of anyone so far, even exceeding like things you can do with Monk. You got
Love's not on screen exactly. Yeah,
things you can start to synergize together.
Just kill everything.
So how do you balance? How do you make that fun? Firstly, like rather than like onerous, for example.
Well, I mean, I guess there's a few things. Like one of them is it just has to be very readable and understandable when like what you can do and when you can do it. And I think the other thing that's really to our advantage here is reusing skills in multiple ways, so you can make a deeper combo chain without requiring you to be using as many skills in order to do it. So the way that Whirling Slash and Tornadoes interact with ground effects and kind of like all that stuff sort of means that you're using Whirling Slash multiple times as part of the same combo chain, and that's an idea.
I really don't know if they're gonna ever pull off this like 3-skill combo chain
kind of
thing.
Extend the combo chain
with needing
as I said, without sort of getting too many
you
things
to
involved.
move at the pace of the game.
That makes it a lot cooler. So yeah, I'll think a bit more about how we can apply that to other classes and other skills. But it's worked out really well here.
Yeah, it's a bit of like a loose create your own combo system in a way. Like obviously there's intended combos, but because it's interacting with something that's fundamental like ground effects. You're able to combo with anything that creates a ground effect. And there's a lot of different ways you can do that. Like I added shocked ground to the backflip skill, or I got a companion pet that had a shocked ground aura.
Nice.
As like, so that was just there.
Oh,
It was
that's cool.
available all the time.
I mean, it's funny as well because it also works on just enemy ground effects, and so sometimes you can just get a damage boost because the rare just happen to be dropping ground fire or something. So that's kind of
So with loading one button builds, pop it screen.
But,
Yeah.
It's been
It's hard for those two to
it's just a lot
exist
of
in the
fun.
same
You know, the
ecosystem.
first time I ran into that was actually in the graveyard, where there's these like chests that like pop open with fire, and like I was using tornadoes, and then one of them just randomly turned into a fire tornado, and I'm like, oh, what happened there? Oh, yeah, sweet. It was just like a really cool moment where it just sort of interacted with the environment, which was really fun.
It always feels like you're getting a little bit of something extra for free when you're taking advantage of the enemy effects, or a boss fight that just has burning ground everywhere. It's like sweet. So how do you go about balancing though when you have a class that has deeper combos and kind of somewhat requires you to do a bit more versus a class or a skill or a build that is just
One
bonk?
button.
I mean, you have to ultimately make the combos matter, right? And I think actually that's one of those things that we're trying to really focus on with the balance changes we're doing in Dawn of the Hunt more generally, is making sure that even, like, I think it's the case where some of the combo gameplay kind of degenerates a little bit by end game in a way that, I want to make sure it still feels rewarded. And so we were sort of doing various checks, recently about, like as a random example, right? Like, so on the Mercenary, we found that doing, but when you get to endgame, doing armor break, what's it called? The armor piercing that causes armor break, followed with high velocity rounds, is just worse than just using high velocity rounds, and that's like really bad, right? Like we have to make sure that we're improving that stuff. So it's like sometimes you just get these things where like the balance by endgame kind of degenerates in a way that that doesn't support the combo anymore, and so we have to make sure that when we're looking at buffing things, that we're like making sure that when we're doing it, it's to support the fact that using more things is actually a good thing. We're really trying to make sure that we're bringing some of that, improving some of that stuff as well as we're making the balance changes.
So do you have like a baseline there of where like the really simplest build should be, the build that just bonks? Like,
I mean, you mean in terms of damage or in terms of like what it does? I mean, we always want.
I guess
you'd be able to build that way,
the
but
players have to do a combo.
I mean,
for
no,
people who don't want
ultimately
to.
you never have to, right? But it sort of what it means is that you are sacrificing something. And look, the ideal situation is that like you don't feel like you have to do combos. You feel like you want to do combos, right? Like, because you feel rewarded for them. It's like should feel like a fun, like, oh, I can add this. Like it's the feeling you should be getting.
Yeah. I think the Huntress is doing that very well. It must have been like extremely hard because I don't think I've ever seen this like ranged melee combo done well.
Right.
Shouldn't make just strike me pop and
require a lot of
screen.
discipline, and it means that a lot of skills like
I have equipped ring and herald device, and I now touch mob. Boom!
That's like what we're going to do. So you got to be really careful about that stuff.
Certainly playing the Huntress now makes me go back and look at the other classes and be like, we need to up that the level there, and we missed the mark a little bit now because this is better. And who's to say the next class won't even be better and make us question even this? But,
but that's the way it is with class design.
That's what he says when we like literally when you make a new class, you question everything. He's not understating the level of questioning everything.
Yeah, do you see like going back to the monk at some point and looking for more like opportunities to link skills together with?
I mean, we haven't got to the full skill set for any class yet already, and we need to add more pieces for a lot.
I think there's at least 4 skills that were designed and then hunted in the monk currently.
Range are the same. There was extra poison skills. It was intended to be more chaos dots. All kinds of stuff. We have to obviously at some point fill all of that in. Hard to say when, but. We're going to try and incrementally get it, like much like how Ray Spectre and I mean the mount works with the Huntress, but we were like, let's give something for the Ranger this time. Let's give something for the summoners out there this time, and so we're just going to keep filling in those gaps.
I wonder, dude,
like
Ray Spectre is probably going to fucking absolutely
skill
destroy
design as you go to. So I imagine the last class you're going to release is going to be like amazing. You'll look back at the first ones and be like, ooh,
possibly.
Well, that is the worry, but whatever.
But look, that was just another round of going through everything and improving stuff again, right? So
it's just like
will never end.
Going to be a couple specters that are so fucking out of line.
So with the parry came the kind of looking at the player getting stunned, in particular player heavy stun. So it's always hard to tell players like, hey, we're going to do something to you and it's going to be a bad thing. You're not going to like this.
Well, the funny
Log
thing
slam, dudes.
there's a few things like that actually, because So I mean, for a start, like we needed the downside of parry to be, like that. Yeah, you get stunned out of it. But then when we're looking at how long, like we're like, okay, right now, this is true with shield block as well. By the way, it's like if you get stunned out of that, the amount of time that you get stunned out for is actually not even enough time for most bosses to do a follow-up attack on you. And so where's the downside if it doesn't even have enough time? So we did have to extend that out a little bit, and it makes you a little bit more careful. But just to warn people, right? There's a few other things like we lowered what's called the
big slam.
That thing now, the thing that makes you more easy
Slam
to
your log on the table.
Elemental statuses apply to you. Ailment threshold. That's right, ailment threshold. Yeah. So we lowered ailment threshold to actually make it so the player has those mechanics happen more to them, right? Because like right now through campaign, like you barely get frozen or burning or shocked, really, to be honest. Yeah. So there's stuff like that we've had to do to kind of make sure that because if you don't have that stuff actually happen to you, then there's no point in mitigating it. And it's like things like charms were like not very useful because
teleport behind
the
you, just
happened to you, stuff like that, right? The downsides do actually matter in order to make it so that that you then there's other things you can do to sort of bypass.
I just specter the big
downsides.
Monkey.
So that's kind of one of those things that we just have to make sure is there.
I did always find it a little bit strange that like I was able to count the number of times I was frozen in the campaign on one finger.
For sure. For sure. But
it's always by those vile ghosts.
Yes.
So expect a little bit more, a little bit.
Quadrilla
more
army
danger
will
from
be
a stun.
hell yeah.
I definitely died a couple times to getting heavy stun.
Yeah, it can happen.
So that's mostly occurring if you're like doing bad blocking or parrying, but can it also occur just from like taking a really big hit or something?
Nope. So at least we've discussed that. We've gone through a whole bunch of different should certain boss abilities heavy stun you, and if you spec into enough stun threshold, it demotes it to a light stun.
Oh shit!
There's all kinds of multi-hour discussions we've had, and we haven't really come to anything conclusive there. But it's only from mount, raise shield, and parry, and of which at least for all of them, you can see your stagger bar filling up. It's worth noting things like evasion apply to. So when you're parrying, we turn off your evasion from taking damage because the block does, right? And otherwise you'd be like, I'm going to parry it. Oh, I evaded it. It didn't parry. Yeah. But you can evade the stagger build-up, so you don't take the damage anyway, just before anyone misunderstands.
So evasion and parry, you just never fucking see your stagger bar.
There's a bunch of parry stuff on the tree, including damage affecting the debuff, the duration of the debuff, so you get to benefit for it longer. Reducing stagger is all over the place for both mount and so in the dex section of the tree. So yeah, you can mitigate. I mean, my expectation is probably you'll get some in-game builds that are just like I can parry forever and there's no real consequence. So
I mean, that'd be funny actually. Parry evasion stacking.
Otherwise follows the slam rules.
And then you just never have to worry about it. Just hold the button down.
Much to your
nothing can hit you.
Yes, I mean, there are a few things where I've got disagreements about what looks like it's parryable, but
my hopeful there was when it's contentious, people would bring it up and would change it, right?
Sure.
So if it's on the line, it's meant to be blockable. If it isn't clear, and there was no way with hundreds of monsters and many dozens of bosses that we weren't going to miss some things. So.
So you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but action RPGs kind of naturally pull you towards one damage type, one skill, one specific thing, and optimizing as much as possible, because otherwise you're just making a bad build a lot of the time. But I notice Huntress has a bit of everything. She's got bleed, she's got all the elements, she's got physical. The only thing she doesn't have is chaos, but there's kind of poison on the tree right there. So how do you promote this? All of this different stuff together? Are you supposed to only kind of be relegated to using 2 or 3 skills, or are these supposed to come together, and how do you manage that?
Well, there's a few things. So one of them is that we provide a lot of combos with the expectation that you'll probably be focusing around a few specific things rather than necessarily using the whole tree. There's that. The other thing as well is just making sure that in the passive tree there's sort of options that go across both. So the Huntress's passive tree has quite a lot of things like extra melee damage if you've done a ranged attack recently, and then it's got things like bonuses against blinded enemies because while you're in a whirling slash there's
a lot of weird passive tree bloat as a result of that though.
Think,
those are so specific as a node.
Interesting and buffs everything that you might want to be doing. That kind of synergizes with the stuff that
maybe they work
that Huntress can do. But it is honestly hard. Because many categories of things only matter for one thing part of a combo, so it's just trying to come up with categories that can somehow span all of them in different ways, and ideally we can achieve that, but it is pretty hard.
Generally, you're going to become more niche or more selective because, again, even mixing elemental and bleed is just probably often going to result
You
in something
probably wouldn't do
suboptimal.
both elemental and bleed. You'd probably choose one or the other. But that's why we kind of try to make sure that.
I mean-
like, so you've got sort of linkages between them, though, right? Because it's like, for example, the thunderous leap.
They do have
detonates
the
spears that you
bleed
get from the
ignite
bleed thing. So it's like,
jab.
the idea there is to like it changes how. That skill then has a use in the combo with the other one. So even if that skill itself isn't doing a lot of damage, it's triggering something that's taking advantage of all the damage bonuses you got for the for your bleed stuff.
Did elemental bleed.
So that's kind of like the idea is just to link all that stuff in a bit so that you can use the
Bleed ignite with the javelin would be strong
like
as fuck
directly,
because you just
know,
build it crit.
synergistic things in a kind of more synergistic way.
Yeah, that's if you didn't see that from the earlier trailer, it's you spear them with a bunch of spears and then jump on them and explodes them for bleed. Amazing. So, but yeah, that's using an elemental skill like in another way as a detonator. But and even more, you've got weapon swaps as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's all those systems we already added about all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So I mean, like, what will be interesting is whether or not we miss something cross-class, right? That's always a concern. Is someone will come up with some way to abuse something, between something that's going on in the spear skills with some other class that we failed to consider.
Yeah, I mean, so that's it. When we look at a new class, we typically like.
I mean, yeah, maybe
Huntress
elements are
is
being
spears,
changed in some way.
Kind of not really.
That isn't
it's
just
a secret
crit.
weapon, but
Absolutely.
nothing in the ascendancies prescribes spears.
Exactly. So effectively, we take great pains to make sure that the ascendancies never mention weapon types. That they're always generalized. So, for example, the infusion
Maybe
mechanic in
supports will
the
help, yeah.
Amazon, it just says projectiles. It doesn't say spears. And the reason it does that is so that you could make an Amazon who is a bow user, and that's all fine. So it's effectively like
Open-ended.
It's open-ended, and honestly, I know that Mark does it makes the constraint a lot harder for how to design an ascendancy class when you have to think about it that way for sure.
Oh, it'd be much, much easier to just put a bunch of cool spear stuff in there. But now only really... I mean, it was similar to the original PoE 1 Saboteur. It called out traps and mines. And so if you're a trap and mine character, what are you doing? Well, you could do something else, but no one else is playing that thing, you know?
Right.
It isn't... it is easier to design. It is certainly less flexible and open as to what people can play in the different combinations and all that. So
Yeah, I mean that's also true. It's like
how much do
how
you have to
gear
consider
gets like
the different weapons and the skills and how they interact together when you're originally designing them, or is there just literally so many possible combinations you're just like, the players will take care of that for us?
I mean, I think it is relatively impossible to come up with everything, but certainly we have to consider, is this going to be broken with anything else in particular? And there just has to be certain rules for things about, how easy is it to apply this debuff, how easy it is to consume this debuff. And even then, it's we often make mistakes and have issues. I mean...
When he says relatively impossible, it is actually impossible.
Actually, yes.
But...
That's
just
relative.
but even just looking at the balance pass we're doing at the moment, right? I mean, there's hundreds of things that we still. I mean, there's things that we could never honestly understand all of the different broken things that could possibly exist, and so it's it really does depend a lot on on seeing reports on what people are doing on some level, right? But then I think that what will happen over time is obviously the game's still relatively new. We're still making relatively big changes.
Yeah, I just think so,
over
guys,
time, the balance I think will get to the point where we no longer have these crazy outliers to the same extent, and it should mean that we get to some sort of relative class parity. By parity, what I mean is people playing all the different classes rather than focusing only on a few as we get towards full release. Because right now it's obviously very skewed. Because there's certain broken things, so we just the balance over time we'll get there.
It's one of the main goals and benefits of the early access is just let's get the balance of characters right. And
I've been saying that for years.
This patch release was always going to have 1,000 problems, or probably 10,000 problems. The next one will have half that, the next one half that, and probably eventually it's going to be down to here's only a few things going out of whack. There's always going to be something. Because we add too much content for it to even be controlled. Again, there are too many uniques, too many supports, too many skills, and too many other changes for any amount of people. You're talking about a matter of you'd have to put in thousands and thousands of hours internally to find it, and then you give it to the players. There's so many people, it's going to take literally 5 minutes. So it is. It's very beneficial. And we're lucky in that regard that we get to that level of testing and feedback and on such a mass level, and especially
super honest
with things like
honesty
Ninja
sometimes
and all of that, and other
not
people being
looked
able
on
to see it and
happily,
discuss it
but
more openly.
it's
We're
good
just going to be
that,
able to iterate on it even faster.
or at least honest
but yeah,
about
every
the
single patch
awareness
you're
of
gonna
how
see a
impossible the
pretty
game is to
substantial change
figure
in
out.
what's going to happen here. Yeah.
Thanks for making the broken builds. And
Well, 100%. 100%.
I mean, you mentioned support gems. It's like over 100 support gems added just this patch. It's it's already like so many, and with you doing
that is a
different
lot of
weapon
support
for each
gems.
of the 16 classes.
Yeah, I
and
mean, there's going to be a lot
16
by the time we're
weapons.
done. But there kind of has to be, right? Because
that's what you made it. You made this system that you need so many supports to support.
You
because
do.
otherwise, it's not going to work. Like especially with this one support system, it's like, what have you guys done?
Well, I mean, look, this is why we have recommendations, and hopefully we can improve those as well, and continue to get that better. You know, like
there's certainly room for the complexity to get a little bit out of control here. So the recommendeds are going to become more and more important.
Right.
So we need to make sure those are very much right.
for sure.
You must be looking to players even to find some of those recommendations down the line as well.
In some cases,
It'll be interesting to see what the supports do.
But the thing with the recommendations though is that they can't really
And then how they work with
take into account
balance.
what you've already got on the gem. So the recommendations have to be just sort of generally good, but not really take into account combos. You know, that kind of means they're a bit more simple. Like the recommendations are going to be more simple than what you'd otherwise be doing if you're not following them.
Feels like at some point you're going to need some sort of nested recommendation system. It's like, well, I'm kind of doing bleed stuff, so you go to the sub menu for bleed recommendations.
I'm less certain about that because I kind of don't want to get into the thing of actually telling you what your build should be. Yeah, that's a little different.
That makes sense.
There.
Maybe like more sorting methods for the show me all the gems. Oh, there's a lot that are only in there that are never recommended, right? At this point,
There are, yes, there are.
it's going to be an interesting challenge you guys have set yourselves to make enough supports there. So another thing that you managed to challenge
Finding all
yourselves, and I
the
always wondered,
ones
like,
that work
why
with
did you do
gems is
this
gonna
to
be
yourselves
hard.
was specters. So originally those were planned to be in for launch, but obviously specters are a whole can of worms. It's hey, let's just give players access to every monster. Also, we've made so many new monsters.
Yeah.
We're talking about all the broken. There's going to be some broken in there, I promise you. And there's going to be some stuff we have to change.
I mean, they've done, but I mean, effectively, what the time between early access
They
and
need a
this
better way
was
to
was
do
like,
it.
okay, let's actually attempt at least to do a balance pass of this and like see if there's anything that's going to be a problem, and then adjust numbers
Yeah, but
accordingly.
tag
you've got to
filtering
count
system
all
or
those
something.
support gems on all those monsters.
Yes, well, this is an interesting thing, isn't it? The support gems work. The support gems work on them, and you know, like, what the hell's that going to do? Yeah, like, it's impossible to completely know, but yeah, like, look, I mean, there's probably definitely some some dark secrets lying in what kind of spectre mixed with support gems are going to do.
And monsters have skills now. It's not like PoE 1 where it's
Exactly.
like just a bunch of zombies just doing default attack. It's like everything pretty much has a skill now at this point. So.
But you know, the great thing about it is we got to leverage all that work again
Here's
for
your
the
500
beast taming
support
as well.
gems. Have a nice day.
And of course, the difference there is that you also get the mods from the thing that you tamed. So you know, that's going to be
Auras, ground effects.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
that UI just
Yep,
need work.
yep.
A lot of
You've
work.
got a whole nother ruckus of
see.
potential interactions. So you know, we'll see what happens there.
We've done nice specific player versions of those things for which specifically when you tame the beast, so that they're not sitting there spamming skills in your hideout and all of that.
Good.
Oh yeah, that'd be actually annoying.
Also,
I have like
there
9
there
specters.
actually are player versions of the mods that Res can get, like so that we can balance them if we need to.
Yeah.
Because some of that stuff would be ridiculous if you had it yourself. So you know, basically, we
Right,
still
okay,
have
so
it
yeah,
sort of work,
true.
it mostly works the
Just
same
so-
way.
I don't know,
but
they
just
need some
numbers
way to,
tweaked
like-
to the player versions, and the same works as well for the
I don't
what do you call it? The ritual sacrifice.
Headhunter, yeah.
Headhunter and Headhunter.
Make
and
game
stuff
work,
like that. So,
right, yeah.
Player versions of the monster mods for that.
Yeah, this new attention to these things is going to benefit like the pre-existing stuff like Headhunter and that as well. Yeah, that's insane.
There's a new... probably should let people discover it. There's a new unique
on.
charm that possesses you with a random Asmeri spirit as well, and so you get the daemons and the stats, and those technically also have player versions too, but actually not to necessarily make things
what's
worse,
happening
to
with
make things
charms?
better, because
They didn't say much
monsters are
besides they
balanced
give
to
us
fight
unique charms.
player life and monster
I don't
life
know.
are not in the same universe. So actually what we've done is all the things you steal that are monsters and monster skills, like the explosions and the summoning bears and all that, we've actually specifically balanced them way up to be more effective against monster. So when you steal them, they're much more powerful, actually. Just so they're not just tickling monsters and doing 1% of their life. Kind of thing.
It was mentioned in chat actually, the whole like Asmeri modifiers and things on stuff that wouldn't transfer over with the
More
companion
nodes, probably,
system,
yeah.
surely.
No. No.
That would be a little bit too far,
Yeah,
perhaps
yeah.
a bit unhinged.
We
Well,
actually
system
had
get
to
nerfed.
because this is certainly a
Ghost
benefit.
crafting.
Once you have
Yeah, we'll see with
tamed
crafting.
the beast, it is not tradable. And people might immediately be like, oh, so that's sad. Well, the issue is, and as much as you might want some of that, I'm sure you don't want to be carrying around a whole bunch of tame beasts in your inventory all the time. So that every single time you find a good rare, all of a sudden you have to go and...
Because the rumor that
tame
finding a
all-
rare would become a thing. Yes, exactly.
It's actually like this
think about that.
annoying, in
Yeah.
order to make the most money, I have to be constantly thinking
Yeah.
about and carrying around tame
But then we
beasts
also
and-
made it so that as soon as you activate a beast, then no one who comes into the instance
Yeah,
after that
so
is
you-
allowed to
so you
tame it.
can't do
so
any,
you
like-
can't TFT the it's like a whole there's like a lot of thinking about
Oh
that
my
stuff in order
God.
to make it so that
It's a sad thing to
Yeah,
have
yeah.
Trade
lost,
Pokemon.
but It's like, no,
Yeah.
I'm not.
yeah
I'm not signing up
I
for
didn't
that.
even think about that.
yeah
Oh, the like needing for cheat sheets and
Yeah,
guides
exactly,
and stuff.
right. And so you have to be really careful. You have to be so
currency
careful.
this week.
And then the thing is like it's like we design this thing and then think, oh, trading beasts is going to be fun, but then you realize that the horrific reality.
Actually.
of- what's
No, I
going on.
get
So
it.
it's like,
I get
okay,
it.
well,
Fuck
But
that.
yeah, at least we're thinking about that kind of thing, like with more experience that we have now early, so that we don't
We've
sort of
been
run
down
into
that
those
road
problems.
before.
Exactly.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
I'm glad we've learned from past
Yep.
issues with that sort of trading.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, talking about some of the other new skills, we had the addition of the rower, which was teased quite some time ago, I think.
Yes.
But you've got it in and working now, and it looks
Yes.
like it's moving around pretty good. and
Yes.
It's obviously you've got like a big downside. If you get knocked off at heavy stun and stuff, you can't use melee from it, so it's for ranged attacks.
Yeah.
But it does seem like one of those things that it's going to be like everyone's going to use or no one's going to use because it's a clear speed machine.
It is a concern. I mean, look, my ideal situation is that you're using it sometimes and not using it other times. Like, if you're using it like during clear, I think it will, like you will definitely want to, but it's. We want to just make sure that we've got like sort of fun things like that, and like it's just a cool fantasy. Like there's stuff like that I just want to get in, and it's like look, if it doesn't work later, if we have to nerf it, I mean sure, I suppose, but like I want something like that to exist. We believe that it is balanced as much as we can.
You sound very convinced.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, 60 spirit, isn't it? It's still, you pay a spirit
As I
cost
said
for it.
earlier, you can probably get builds that get to the point of parrying indefinitely. So you can. That means in theory you can probably get to the point of running a rower indefinitely.
Sure,
right?
sure.
Again, enough evasion and enough
Yep.
stagger speaking
yeah.
into and all of that.
Yeah.
I wonder if you do
Fundamental
actually
question,
have an
actually.
ability
Like,
to get
what's its
immortal
move
as
speed based
evasion
on its
parry,
own move speed?
or you
The
just
move speed
parry
is just
almost
your move speed.
everything.
Like but it's
but
what
without the
you
penalty.
but what you don't get is the penalty for when you
of
attack.
course.
Yeah.
That's the thing. But it's funny though because like even though it doesn't have a move speed bonus, it feels like you're motoring when you're using it just because of the fact you don't get that downside
Yeah.
anymore. Like you feel like you're the fastest thing on the planet.
It is.
Bosses have
when
extra
you-
build
when
for
you-
heavy
when you-
stones,
yeah,
probably.
There are
Yeah.
other like more mechanical benefits, like it's considered a companion, which is a kind of subclass of minion that we've added, where you can only have one of each one companion base is a keystone for another, but you can only have one of each type. So like you can have a tame beast and a rower with the keystone.
Oh, right, yeah.
But inherently you can only have one companion.
Right, so you can't
okay.
use a tamed beast if you're using the road.
And then there are heaps of passives for like if you have a companion,
Queen of the
like,
Forest? Oh,
companions
maybe.
while they're in your presence, and all that kind of stuff. Heaps
who
of that
knows?
stuff around the bottom of the tree.
Yeah, I saw you guys remade the minion damage is player damage node on the tree. It's your companion damage nodes become player damage nodes, and I was like, oh, that looks like
yes,
I'm gonna
that
take
too.
that.
Well, so that's the like companion where it's like more the mercenary over to ranger huntress is more like you want your one powerful minion and benefiting that benefits you and you benefit it, and there's that like,
Yeah.
synergy between you and your companions.
So since it is a companion, I like the idea of like balance wise. Maybe it ends up being that you're like map clearing on rollback,
Right.
and then you get to the boss, and you dismount like old school mounted knights who charge into battle and then dismount and fight.
Yep.
So if it ends up like that, that seems like that would be a
I
pretty
think
cool
that
balance
should
for
be,
it.
that should be the best way to use it, I believe.
Yeah, because then you gain access to your
okay.
dodge roll for
Yeah,
the boss fight
exactly,
where you need it.
Yeah.
And
Dodge
does
roll.
the rower then kind of do a bit when you're not on it?
It can attack, but I mean it's not exactly a huge damage source or anything.
It's
like
certainly better to stay at ranged. It's not the most durable of birds. For sure.
But it acts as a distraction.
see.
Maybe
Yeah.
there's some
I
support
mean it's a
gems.
minion, right? Like it
can do
attacks
things with.
things and does stuff.
Yeah, you can support it with minion supports to make it more durable and all of that. So
Yeah. Oh, I mean, there's
Rolling off my
there's the one
roa.
that's like the minion takes 10% of the damage before you do. So sacrificial bird.
Yeah, true.
Poor little guy. So that sounds. I'm looking forward to playing around with that one then. Speaking of new content, 100 new uniques this time. So how many are you aiming for? Kind of in general, is this about really like filling that roster
Well,
out?
we want to have every base type have a unique for the purposes of
Outside of boss uniques.
outside of boss unique. So we want every base type to have to have a unique that you can chance. And
Yes.
so that was the eventual goal. One of the things, of course, that we had that was sort of a problem in early access is that because of the way, because when we were designing uniques, we kind of designed them like in order from base type up, just literally because that's the way the spreadsheets are arranged.
Oh wait, we got the new base types for the weapons, but we don't have the new axe.
It was kind of.
I guess we're just getting those in.
Coming, like it was kind of stupid
We
because
thought we'd get
we
through
thought we'd
it.
get
in
through
the
them all,
maps?
right? We were like, okay, we'll get all the uniques, and so we designed them all. It's like, okay, we'll start working on the art, just go down the list. Then we're like, oh crap, now we don't have very many in-game uniques. This time we're like, okay, we really need to make sure that in-game uniques are a thing. There's way more of them. So
More
the focus
temp-based
really is
and more
on
expert acts,
making sure
probably,
there's
yeah.
lots of cool stuff to find. Lots of really chase things that you can get. It's not.
So you discovered the sort order changing in the spreadsheet.
It does help. Effectively, you should. It should be a lot better, and there's lots of cool stuff there.
And we're just going to keep going with that, by the way.
Of course. Yeah.
100 now, 100 later, 100 next. Just keep going until kind of honestly, we never really stop making uniques. Especially anyone familiar with Path of Exile 1's history, is every single expansion since the dawn of time has had new uniques added to it. So
This is true. They
a
do
lot
like
there,
adding
and
their
there's gonna be a
uniques.
lot here eventually as well.
So then let's talk about the idea of players seeing a unique and be like, 1x, that's not very good. What do you guys want uniques to be in Path of Exile 2? How powerful should they be? What should they be aiming to do? And how should they affect the rares in that slot?
I mean, there's always a tension because we want rares to still matter. We don't want just your character to be just only full of uniques. So it really is the role can evolve. So at the start of the game, they're really supposed to be more about that. So the earlier game uniques are supposed to do two things. One of them is when you find them, they should be powerful for a little while.
Yeah.
But then also they have a some kind of combo thing that you might be able to do with them at end game. But we don't always know exactly what that might be. I mean, we've got sort of ideas, obviously, but it's we don't necessarily design them to say, okay, this unique definitely has an in-game build that's going to be actually strong to do with it, and that's because you're kind of putting in things where later on some other mechanic might come along or something might happen, and then people find an interesting interaction, and that's when
that's the way they've always done it.
And I mean that's the same as magic card design philosophy, that kind of stuff. You just put in kind of weird stuff and sort of maybe you find something. But obviously it can mean that when people see a new unique, they might they dismiss it. But then one day they might also be paying vast amounts for it if it becomes a meta build. So but I feel like a game has to have that stuff in it in order to feel like there's lots of interesting ways to experiment, because it's the feeling of being the first person to discover some new interaction is an amazing thing, and then when people see something that feels smart, and it's if we don't have uniques that just take chances and do weird shit, we'll never have that kind of stuff happen.
Yeah.
When
we're designing a unique, we don't think about what's the value going to be.
Yeah.
We're not even coming out of it going this is going to be really expensive or this is going to be really cheap.
Well, in some cases,
Well,
you knew what you were doing with that Herald unique.
It's more of the charm and but that's the thing. You're aiming for honestly,
here's a staff that gives you all three heralds for free.
A successful unique is one that should be divisive, and I was I agree for the most part, but not every unique should fill that role. Some should just be clearly, this is powerful, I want it for sure, if it's going to be on my build.
Chase.
And others are what can I do with this now? And then others are just we don't know if anyone's going to do anything with this, throw it in. And sometimes it doesn't get anything happen with it for 3 years. But we don't know that necessarily. It's let's just take
Somebody
an experiment
fixed Plume of
and throw it in there and
Pursuit
let the
and
players
Path of
figure that
Exile
out.
1. I'd
I
make
feel
a Void Sphere build with
all
it.
these uniques, you're designing a question. You're just I'm going to put something that's a little weird. Maybe someone will figure that out.
Well, I think as Frishi called it, it's a puzzle piece, right?
Yeah.
It's just a piece in the puzzle. You put it there, and maybe someone will complete the puzzle.
Don't forget Frost.
or half
I
of
know,
it.
right?
Maybe not. And then
Fucking
others where it's
Frostbomb,
just
man.
yeah, this is powerful.
I mean, there are definitely some chase uniques in this in this.
Yeah,
situation.
100%.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
It's real enough.
So on Chase Uniques, then we've obviously had some like pretty crazy ones so far. Where do they want to be in terms of like how hard they are to get for players? Because at that point you do need to consider like how expensive they end up being.
It's really tricky. So whenever we're looking, so if there's a unique that's broken, I guess there's two responses, right? One of them is make it rare enough that you only get the brokenness after the point when you're at the point where you're supposed to get that, right?
Yeah.
Which is to say, like, post pinnacle boss type, like a late level of character development, right? And then the other response would be nerf the actual unique, and it honestly is a case by case. Like, so I think that. Like Temporalis, for example, actually got nerfed in both ways. The actual unique was nerfed a little bit, I believe, although I don't believe it's maybe as much as what players might expect.
No.
But then also you've got okay, whatever. But also we have made that one rarer.
It's still pretty crazy.
Oh, it's still crazy for sure. But the thing is like you want to chase stuff, right? So therefore you don't want to just go nerfing everything into the ground the moment that it's good. So therefore that one becoming.
I wonder if they're talking about
the right answer there,
coming changes
because it was way too common. Due to the
we had also the issues with there were three real issues. One is Darkness at one point bypassed Honor Loss, so all of a sudden a no-hit run. It wasn't a no-hit run.
Yeah.
You had Guard bypass Honor Loss, so once again a no-hit run, or a no-hit run. And then there was just like, well, how can anything hit you if you can kill literally everything on your screen in one frame, right? So those three problems, and so as the balance issue of not everything surviving for more than one frame due to a subset of builds, and those other two things go away, it becomes a lot rarer in itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
That it is much harder to acquire, require like very specific and ideally high skill.
I wonder what
gameplay.
the balance notes look like.
And there's just like, well, it also was just too common, the relic that yielded it.
I mean, the expectation was that, because this is a hard challenge,
sounds like
most
one
of
frame
the
is
time
gone.
When people try, they will fail. But the reality is, once you get the ability to do it, you just trade for that thing and get it every time.
Yeah.
So that's kind of meant that the rarity kind of didn't work like we thought, and now that should be better in both ways.
Again, for the PoE 1 players comparison, like it was far more common than Original Sin. Which was the same role in PoE 1's version of the Sanctum, just to give us some sort of comparison.
It's just much easier to actually reliably do it.
And it shouldn't have been that much more common.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha. So crafting really surprised me. You guys announced. I thought we'd maybe get like one little thing. Maybe you'd do something with essences or something.
But no, they're saying they didn't balance it with the idea that
more,
people
like.
once they got to we can do no hit. You always do no hit. Versus Sanctum, you can sometimes like still fuck up and stuff.
Are way more common because I believe you made the change. There's an omen in every
2.5 times more common, I think.
Yeah, than every thing. So like you've got stuff like that. Like we certainly knew that we needed to do more with what crafting stuff, and so we're kind of like, well, let's just make sure we're at least adding 3 or 4 things, like new things to.
So you just say omens are 3 times more.
We'll now have at least one omen in the window.
Oh, nice.
So you can know upon finishing a ritual, you're like, what is the omen I'm going to get, and hope it's a good one. And
love it.
Maybe most often it's not, but
But yeah, the greater essences.
You always get at
Vial
least
thing
one
makes it
omen.
much more common. There's more sources of them with the map and everything like that. So that'll be happening more.
Okay.
And then of course there's the improvements to things like the runes. We've got higher level mods that you can get from them. There's like a ton more runes. There's like we just wanted to expand the set.
Honestly, that's what they need, right? They need to give us a
like,
bunch of that shit so we can mess with it. It looks like we're getting more essences.
Things like
omens come from rituals more often.
And it's sort of interesting because like some people say, oh, you don't have crafting in PoE 2 because we don't have a crafting bench. But it's like we actually have a huge number of crafting options, and the crafting being good kind of comes down to like how many of these kind of weird systems are there and how they can interact. But we just have to be really careful because you don't want to get to the point where ground items no longer matter.
They already don't
PoE1
matter.
Kind of basically did get to that point for various reasons, where like people aren't caring about what's on the ground nearly as much. So we still want to make sure with every change we're making that they still use the ground stuff. That you're still excited for things on the ground, and so that's like a really careful balancing act because they do directly contravene each other. Like the better stuff you can craft, the less important the ground stuff is. So it's a really sort of subtle balancing act. But I think that
make things drop ID'd and give give me
definitely push
epochs,
things in a way
loot
where you
filter
feel like
system,
there's more
then
smart
everything
things that
on
you
the
can do to
ground
kind of
matters.
improve your stuff.
I hate to
Yeah,
say
well,
it, and I
think
keep
done right,
that's a
and what you're
dead horse to
doing is
beat,
making
but
sure that the ground items do matter with each of these crafting systems. So
exactly.
you had that fundamental change where you can't just turn an item back into a white item.
Exactly, and that's very important. One of the biggest ones, I think, and that kind of then unlocks the ability to do more. And so the great thing about the socketables as a crafting system is that they don't compromise the ground at all because they
skeleton
don't,
on the ground.
You know, they're on top of the stuff that you can get on the ground. So that's very good. But when it comes to the kind of the base mods, we do want to retain, like, you know, that an item has. We do want to retain, for the most part, the kind of thing of like that part of the item generation is random. It's just that, it's just that on top of that, you get the more deterministic things that you can add in addition to. And then when you do it that way, it works really well. So socketables work really well as a crafting system for that reason.
my problem is
So
like
on that topic, we've had this.
as long as it's un-ID'd, I don't care about it.
You're saying to me that like this
I need
rune
to be able to
system is our
see
crafting
what
bench,
it
but
is.
players don't keep asking for a bench anyway.
Right.
So obviously there's like a branding issue or a
100%.
functionality
So
gap
it
here.
is funny because I was actually saying the other day that like if we had literally had that system be identical, except that the way it was themed was that there's a crafting bench you go to and craft extra mods on the items, like which literally be functionally the same, I think, and required materials that are effectively the runes that you get. Like then I feel like people would be thinking that we've got a crafting bench. But yeah, ultimately that is that the rune system, the socketables are what replaced the crafting bench in the PoE1 style crafting bench.
Right.
I
But
guess
they
it
only
must have
replaced
also
it
been,
after
like,
you
that
made 'em
initial
replaceable.
Kind of output of them was just not.
Now
as many
we have
options
tiers.
as
100%
what you
as
had
well. So that is
access
the issue,
to.
and that's because they were relatively late in development. So now we're just sort of expanding that, and we'll continue to add more socketables probably with every release, right? Like we'll add more categories of them, they'll do different things. It's like expanding the kind of type of mods.
There's going to be
Because
a
there is
we're
that
going to need
thing
a
where,
fucking like
it's the more like
quad
in
tab
the
size of
base
the amount of
mod pool for
runes
items, they can
and
only be things that are
socketable
really
things we're going to have to
fundamental.
put in our
And so
gear.
anything that's kind of out there, we don't want to put in the base mod pool because then you end up in this sort of situation where you get items and they've got random shit you don't care about. Like
Socketable
the crafting
tab,
is where
yeah.
is
The
where you
size of
want
a
to
quad
have
tab.
all of the kind of stuff that's like very build specific.
Same as
So
PoE1,
adding
yeah.
more mods to
But,
that
like,
pool so that you can do that is
That's
the right
solved
idea.
by having a crafting
Why
bench
is it
that those things
you
go into,
can't socket and rune some things, like
rather than
non-attack
having a
weapons, for
socket
example?
that
Well,
does that.
It was more just a choice for asymmetry where we just wanted these things to feel different. There was also just like a little bit of a like, in the future, we'll add some system where we can do something else there. And so just not having everything be completely identical. Much like how, you know,
I
the
mean,
quality
True
of
Blood,
those
yeah.
weapons works differently, where it affects the
That-
skill
that
as
is- that
opposed
is
to
fair,
just,
yeah.
you know, base damage.
I
It
do
would
think
be
it is
better,
something that we
yeah.
should be probably looking
because
into
there's going to
sooner
be
rather than
so
later,
many.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because
like,
every fucking socketable is gonna have
like not everything
tiers
is super
and then-
homogeneous, but because we're talking about the importance of it being that extra layer of control over your items, which you just don't have if you're doing spellcaster.
Well, maybe we'll add an Arcanist's bench and theme it that way for the for those
Okay,
ones.
all right. You forced my hand. I have to bring this up now. Can we
What,
get some sort of like
block
cohesive,
slammability? True.
all-in-one bench for disenchanting, salvaging, selling for gold, Arcanist benching at endgame? I get in the campaign having these things be separate, but I like at endgame, it's
you're
so
not
much clicky.
You're not
busy
happy
work.
enough with them just being next to each other, putting them next to each other, and you know.
No.
All right. Well, that's all right. I'll think about that one.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I've planted the seeds at least.
Biomass
Yeah.
runes exist. Yeah, those
Oh,
also
my God.
exist.
There's ways.
I wonder if those have tiers now.
There's ways. I like the sounds of that.
Well, at least for endgame. Like,
Yeah, that's what
I
figured,
do.
yeah.
I don't want the
And
world
yeah,
to not
exactly,
feel like
Kaiser.
it makes sense.
Like it just
That's
doesn't
all right.
block it. If you land the
Yeah,
slam and
that
it's
you can
fire
just, like,
resist,
on
you
your
just
hideout
eats
where
the
there
fire
is-
It would have
resist
to be
you
a
crafted
hideout
on it.
related thing.
Yeah. That makes sense.
It's easy
I mean,
enough to fix that
people
as a
putting
problem.
NPCs
That's the
within
problem.
each other's personal space anyway, so
Yeah.
the law goes out the window at that
Yeah,
point.
for sure.
Yeah, they said runes with tiers, not
So
socketables.
we've also got fractured,
Yep.
crafted via an orb from the cleansed monsters. How rare are those?
How do you quantify rarity like that? They drop from the monsters. I can't remember the exact number, but like I think I was kind of saying like 1 per biome, which is the kind of total blob of cleansed monsters. But then that obviously does get affected by things like pack size and all
Yep.
that on top of that.
Yeah.
Is
Okay.
that
and
like
then-
5 maps or something?
Well, it depends on how many of them you kill as corrupted.
Yeah.
Because the ones you
So
didn't,
1 in every
didn't-
5 to
you
10
didn't,
maps is a fracture?
Cleanse while you were getting
Orb.
to the Nexus. Those are the ones that then become cleansed. So you kind of have to choose, like when you go into a biome, am I going to beeline straight for the Nexus and then cleanse everything, or am I going to just fight them all as corrupted to get the rewards from that? So you're kind of choosing one reward or the other based on what you decide to run.
Okay, so you can kind of leave the Nexus for last if you want to.
Yes, if you want to
use it to try and get more fractured orbs.
Well, you could-
it's the other way around.
Other way around,
do Nexus first, then it cleanses all the maps, and then now you can get the most chance at fractured orbs, or you can fight them corrupted before going to the Nexus if you want to get the rewards that the corrupted maps have.
And we have like, for example, the corrupted bosses have their own uniques
I mean, it's
now.
still like
So
it's
you're gonna
still
want- that's gonna-
There's a
you're gonna
bunch
be
of
wanting
new
those.
modifiers and how they, so there's
Really
like
fucking
corrupted strongbox
specific
kind of
to land,
things and
right?
all of that stuff. So you kind of really
So
are
it's
like, I'm gonna,
one
have a
orb
look at
every,
the
like,
mod.
10
I
maps,
like
maybe.
this, do this, then this, then this, then
and
the
then you
Nexus,
have
and
to
now
land the
rest
fracture on
cleansed.
the
Does the
item
cleansed boss have its own uniques as
on
well?
the base that you
Not
want
yet,
it to
not
be
yet.
on.
It does have. It guarantees a
That's
fractured
it,
orb.
it's a lot of hoops.
So you can get the boss. Will
So and you'll display if you hover over the map and it says like contains, I can't remember his name. Then you run it and kill it, you will get a fractured orb. So at least you will know that will drop one.
Yeah.
Right. So
the boss will, huh.
with fractured orbs being away fracturing, that's obviously super powerful.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
crafting.
No, they exist.
Yeah, are there any fractured items dropping pre-fractured? I quite liked that.
And
I think we went with
it
no in
uses
the
this
end. We
system.
were going to do it, but then we decided not to. But we might
Fracture
do it
random
later.
modifier on rare with at
So an
least
extra
4
add-on. Is there a particular
modifiers.
reason for it or thought process for that?
There just kind of wasn't anything that really fit the.
That's going to be a lot of things
At some point, you'll
removed
want
from the
some new
economy.
thing to
Yeah,
go in
probably.
That, like this feels
Personally,
right
I
there.
would rather just drop more orbs, honestly, and let people choose how they want to use them.
I like it from the perspective of dropped items matter. Like when you're seeing
but
a rare,
they kind
and
of
then
already
you're like,
do. They kind of do here anyway because
they do,
like
because you use
because
it.
you need that
Yeah.
as the thing with the fracture,
makes
so it's
sense.
kind of not necessary. I think. Yeah.
There's other little subtle things, like for example, the cleansed monsters within cleansed maps can't drop equipment as a little thing. So they have much higher. Obviously, they're dropping things more like waystones, tablets, currency. They don't get to drop any of the armor or anything. So they're more like currency sources. It's like an interesting
Yeah,
subtle
if you
thing.
want,
Because
if you want more currency, then play.
That's
cleansed
an
map.
interesting swap, yeah.
So we're gonna have a lot more essences, a lot more omens, potentially ability to get fractured, recombination with the new, more accessible.
Well,
and
that's the thing about that is like
1.0.
they drop things that
This
are
is,
not
yes,
fracturable.
Certainly undergone some
Right,
changes.
you can get
This is
fractured
a huge
orbs
leap
from them,
forwards
but you
compared
can't
to
fracture them.
0.1's crafting.
So if you
So
get
was
one,
it just
you
about
don't
that
get
you
items
had to
that are
establish that really, like,
fracturable.
humble baseline for crafting, so that you could then go crazy with
So
it?
you have
honestly,
to-
I mean, look, on some level, it can just be like the
Yeah.
you need an economy. You need to see how things
Yeah,
evolve.
you-
you know,
someone-
you just
someone
don't wanna
has
do
to
too much at once.
drop the
I mean,
item that
although this
you're
may
able-
seem like
you're
quite a lot,
going
I
to
mean,
fracture to
but
buy
the thing
it.
is like, but in terms of the initial system, it's like
And
if we'd
once
have had
you
all that at the
trade
start,
Yeah.
and
I
use
think
the
that we would have
orb,
been, like,
if you
put it
fail,
this way,
both
it's hard to take the
players'
stuff away,
item
so that's why we have
disappears
to
from
be
the
a little bit
economy.
careful as we do this.
Yeah, I guess you needed to kind of assess the fundamental things like the no scours, the no
Yeah,
ults,
100%,
and stuff like
100%.
that as well, because
Yeah.
then you can have a better idea of how to build off that, which I'm super excited for.
Unless you
Crafting.
recombobulate the other one
Actually,
back
Ravenous,
onto the
like,
thing so you can
there'll be
fracture
more.
it.
There's
maybe.
always going to be more.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're gonna have a new craft for every league, right? That's how it is these days.
Oh, yes.
I expect a crafting system for every league. Thank
Yep,
you.
something like that.
That's somewhat actually our intention. So
yeah.
I love it. Love it. Perfect. So let's talk about Endgame then, because that had some humble origins as well with the initial
Humble.
implementation of PoE 2's Endgame. Obviously trying some new things, being a bit experimental, not necessarily just wanting to copy PoE 1's Endgame. But how far of your vision was 0.1's Endgame? Was it what you want?
I would say that the main problem that we had is there wasn't enough overlapping axes of randomness, as we call them, where effectively you need to have it so that when you go into a map, there's just chances for random shit occurring, and then that random shit like might happen alongside some other random shit, and then now the thing together is like a new scenario. So I mean, effectively,
Random
like
shit squared.
yeah, exactly, right. So it's like if you look at what we actually added here in terms of like encounters, if you will, whatever that means to you, like we've added kind of more than 40
More
probably something
random
approaching
shit.
50
Got it.
encounters, and that's if you count things like each rogue exile is a separate one, and each spirit's a different one, and things like that, right? So those are the things. But the big difference between the ones we had before and the ones we have now is that
Squares.
most of these ones can overlap with other things. So you
Yeah,
have a
no, we
situation
don't wanna
where
shit squares.
you've got the Asmeri Wisp that like happens to infect the unique boss of the area, and then that leads to a combat situation that you haven't had to deal with before, or then like you've got some essence thing that or like, oh crap, that like like this other wisp like caused the thing to turn into a boss that then it's just like it's all that stuff combining, or like what happens when this goes with with the unique strongbox, and it's like all that combining stuff, and that's what leads to the situation where you've got an exponential explosion of like possible combat situations, and then sometimes you just run into stuff that you've never seen before because of that, because of this combined in some interesting way, and that's something that definitely
the overlapping layers
got
are good
very well, because it's got so many of these things that have been added over time, and it's also something that we took care to make sure that each league specifically did. So what PoE2
I feel like
lacked
right now
was,
the
I think,
overlap
that.
is
And so
this
that would
thing
mean,
plus
I think, that the
Wisp.
game is overall just much more engaging.
once they
But
add
obviously
more
we're gonna be
stuff,
adding
it'll be
more
better,
content
but-
and more of the other stuff. But fundamentally, it's like it wasn't enough of. It was specifically more of that type of stuff that we needed to do. And honestly, I don't think we've even got enough yet. Like we want even more. We'll keep on adding that stuff, but it needed to become a focus. And I think part of the reason is that. Like when you're,
I do like to focus more on
when
boss
we're
fighting
first
though.
working on the end game, it's
Like
right.
stand
it's
here
like,
and
we need to come up with the big
take
ticket
on
items,
10
right? Like, what are
bosses
the,
back to back to back
league
to back.
things and like the
I'm
maps,
down with that.
we need to
That's
come
my
up with all that
shit.
stuff. And so it's the little detaily kind of things that kind of a little bit require a bit more like time and stuff to work on. Even though they're actually like relatively efficient to make. Like we can make a lot of them when we do actually sit down and design them, because they're like making a new strongbox. Like sure, it's like it's work, but it doesn't take like that long, if you know what I mean. But it is. But it is that
Stacks?
stuff that
Hell
really adds
yeah,
all the
man.
flavor and kind of interest.
100%.
So we'll just be continuing to do that through the game. And I mean, even
that's-
yesterday we were having a
that's
conversation about
back
like,
to me
making
running
it so
Guardian
more
maps,
of
man.
the maps,
Like,
even just like regular
that's-
maps.
I don't want to
have more
confuse. I want to do
interesting
the
just
10
little
stacks.
things that happen in them and stuff like that.
10
Like,
stack
more
essence
like
map,
what the
10
campaign
and
has.
Love that.
We haven't
the
like
10
got there
10
yet.
stack
but, like,
arena map,
through early
the
access,
essence
we'll
map,
definitely be just like introducing more
strong
of
boxes
those
that have
little details
fucking
everywhere, so that
one
you get the
dude spawning
interesting
over and
things
over
Yeah,
again.
so a bit like those exploration mechanics in campaigns.
100%, yeah,
could be a thing
exactly.
that's
That's just we just want to make sure that you feel that same way through the end game as well.
And with the leagues as well.
Yeah.
And like there's really only so much randomness that can occur within a breach in a map, and so they will end up feeling ultra repetitive. Whereas and again in PoE 1 you had the boss that could spawn occasionally, you had 5 different factions, things like that, and it is very much our intention to expand on all the leagues, to have way more random things occurring, mini bosses spawning, whatever else. I have a whole set. I don't want to spoil them all yet because that's a whole later thing. But definitely want to expand on all that.
I mean, that does make sense, yeah.
Even Expedition only has the one boss. It had 4 in the predecessor. We need to get back to having all of that depth and all of combat and all of those mechanics, and it'll help hugely, while also making sure we're adding new ones, of course. But what we definitely have learned is that our minimum standard for new ones is going to it should include all of these things from the get-go.
Right.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're just signing ourselves up for like, here's 1,000 things we need to improve. It'd be nice to actually get some of them finished. So that's going to be a goal going forward for sure.
Makes
But I think
sense.
it's like
Makes
it
sense.
is where our type of design shines, because like adding content is no longer a process of like, we work on a thing and then the players get to play, like. It gets into a situation where like adding content has more value than just the content itself, because it adds to everything else too, and so that kind of makes it feel like the world gets like larger in much larger proportion than what you have, and so like it's an n squared thing where like the square of all the stuff we add.
Not
so,
the
so
n
it's
square.
like basically it'll feel like
Not
it's ramping
the
up in terms
n
of interest
square.
as we add more content, rather than just feeling like you're just continuing like rather than every league feeling like you just add the same amount. It'll feel like it gets even bigger each time.
Yeah, like when you add Asmeri Wisps, that's not just about adding that. It interacts with all the other things that already exist that it can go ahead and affect. So that's tackling one of the, ultimately, I think the biggest things is just that like the core basic mapping of running an empty map was boring, and that's never what you want to be, obviously.
Yeah, we need to get it.
So like some of the issues there, I guess, as well, that were exacerbated by that problem was the fact that the maps were so big and that there were so many of them. Obviously, that's getting a lot better with the maps themselves becoming much more interesting. But it seems like this corruption and cleansing mechanic is breaking up and giving you something to progress through as you move towards the next tower or next boss or next other mechanic. I mean, I guess there's always something on your screen that you're pushing towards, it looks like.
Well, we want to try and honestly, I don't even think we're even quite there yet. Like, we really want to make it so that you feel like there's lots of quests, as it were, in endgame, like not necessarily directly in the form of like here is a quest objective, but like that you sort of have this feeling of like there's like different stuff that you're like that you feel like there's a thing, like exactly right. You need to ideally like every time you do one of those, it's like there's another one just on the horizon that you're thinking about. So if we can achieve that, then
give
we'll
you
succeed.
something
But
like
it'll
chase towards.
need to keep adding stuff, right? Like just more and more
Makes
things, because
sense.
obviously you need to have enough just core there to be able to get to the point of it doesn't feel like you're just repeating the same thing over and over again as well.
It seemed like this
the big thing there is making sure that the travel to that thing isn't
endgame being like looking like a physical actual map was really what
feel
it
like
to explore,
it's
but
remedial.
really much of that. So
it's part of the.
Well, I mean, ideally we can. As I said, it's just about content really at that point. You know, just need to add more and more, and we'll keep on adding more. And this
100% get more.
Yeah, and 0 to 0 I think goes a long way to improve. For sure.
So with the corruption, I think now you're going to see some corruption on the map, and you're going to want to go there.
Open the video on the
it's
other.
a system that
The other monitor.
Exactly. It's your skill points.
yes.
Yes.
So you're unlocking skill points from that, which means you're unlocking more of the Atlas tree earlier on.
Your first Nexus, you have to run at a tier 1 map, and it will drop 2 skill points. It'll give you your first 2 skill points.
Awesome.
And then you're like, all right, where's my next Nexus? That's where I'm going for my next 2. And then your next one, and you have to do them 1 tier higher every time. So the second one you got to do at tier 2 to get your skill points and so on and so forth.
It's not just grind 10 maps.
Yeah, that was terrible.
I'm glad they're willing to say that was terrible, because that was terrible.
Clear these corrupted Nexus, and then it's like, well, and there's the whole mechanic around it.
It was,
but yeah, if you want to just like
terrible
fucking
fucking
points
system.
as fast as possible, just go Nexus to Nexus to Nexus and get as many as you can. If you're like, oh, I can't see any Nexus, maybe go to a tower to reveal more, and then, you know, what you're doing way less frequently, mind you, thank goodness.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a lot more objective driven as opposed to just, again, random grind and random exploration. There's at least, and you should be seeing a pretty decent chunk of unique maps.
I was going to ask, yeah.
I call them unique maps.
It's funny because I was pointing out to Matt the other day that the distinction between a unique map and a normal, like there is no distinction anymore. We shouldn't even look at it that way. Like it should be that every map is like unique in some sense.
There's not a unique.
There's not a unique.
We do have an icon for it because they are kind of in a different echelon. Yeah. But yes, technically, unique map is a name that's a holdover from Imperial 1.
Yeah, because you can use mods with them with Waystones anyway, so it doesn't. There's no actual reason for a unique to be any different than a normal map.
You can craft.
Well, it has the unique thing in it.
It really just comes down to how rare they are relative to other things, right? So,
and how rare are they? How
I mean,
maybe in
so hard to
terms of
explain.
player screen.
Yeah, I mean, look, as I said, I think
how many screens?
How many? I had the numbers, I just don't remember them.
Well, I mean, I think they should be common enough that you feel like there's always some kind of objective you're excited about on the screen, right?
Honestly, more common than I was initially comfortable with, and then after trying it, I was like, okay, actually, this is like, this is reasonable.
As long as you can do one and then see another on the horizon or something to
almost getting
go towards, so you're not
incentivized to add more.
going into the fog of war for random fucking reasons.
It's the same commonality as the 2 that existed. They are just more common. It's not like
if you do one, go to the nearby tower, and that reveals another one. I think that's okay.
That would have just been repetitive and boring. One of the other restrictions is that the Vault of Kamasa was restricted to the Val City biome, so to speak, and that was one of the Citadel biomes. That's like one of the rarest and latest, So it's like we've not only made that more common within that biome, but a lot of the new ones, in fact, all of the new ones aren't restricted to those city biomes, and thus they are appearing more frequently. And some of them are like, you want deserts because they give you the essence map, or you want the mountain because they can give you this and that, So ideally there's a little bit of just like you see the edge of a desert and you're like, oh my god, please.
Yes. Okay. So that's what I was going to say. This idea of exploration is I felt there needed to be something biomes where
so they are doing the biome thing.
There's that one node that
we'll see how that plans out.
Obviously
in the long run,
because the Shattered Lakes, for example, as you can probably imagine, only spawns in the water biome. And so there's a little bit of and so does Untainted Paradise, and so does one other. So there are actually 3
when there's more
special maps that can spawn only in the water. So go to the water.
Also the water.
And otherwise, how easy
I
is
could you'll make
it
it
to
the water.
Kind of have an idea of what biomes. Is it also something that's pretty visually
there's art there,
spottable on the map?
So the one we looked at with the megaliths, which had all the storm and lightning. Well, on the map, it has a bunch of storm and lightning.
Cool.
So, yes.
That's awesome. Cute. That's great. So we mentioned the Atlas passive tree, and you're seemingly, I think, you're getting better progression of that. But definitely an issue I had with it personally was that it felt very top heavy, both for the core one and also especially for the league mechanics, where the league mechanics you don't get points until you kill the bosses, which to me feels like the end of it for most players.
That kind of was the original pitch of that, and I wouldn't say that's really changing here, but there is more we want to do with that, and I think that it could be made better, but 0 to 0 isn't getting a change there to that side. But in terms of the actual core Atlas, it definitely is.
The core Atlas changes, but no, you're still killing
it's a bigger tree.
King in the Mist 4 times to get the full ritual tree.
Changes to getting them in the sense that, for example, the difficulty 0 pinnacle bosses are way lower life.
Well, that's actually
now.
good. That's actually a very good point. So yes, difficulty 0 is now like half the life that it had before, and so that's like a pretty
But
substantial
difficulty
change.
4 is currently the same as what it was before. So it's same top end, but like easy, more accessible for more people at the bottom end.
Right.
And then also because of like, you know, due to the reliquary key working the way it does, all pinnacle bosses can drop all uniques at all difficulties, except they are like substantially less common at difficulty 0, but you feel way less bad for running them at that point now.
Right.
So again, it's just opening that up to a lot more people to farm, and it's not so much.
Yeah,
dependent
it
on
makes
if
it so
your build
you're
counter
willing
difficulty 4,
to
you're not
run
really a
it,
viable
because the
character
problem
kind
right
of
now is like when
mindset.
my
So
friend
much
when I
more
was
easier
over my friend's
onboarding
house
for those.
and he dropped the
Which will
king in
give
the
you your
mist,
first set
I
of
was just like,
points
just sell
certainly
it
a lot
7
easier
divines.
now.
There's no fucking reason for you to
That
run
being
it because
said,
there's
not if
nothing
you're
for the
playing
first
most
one you're
broken
gonna
build of
get. You're
all
not
time
gonna
because
get
you're
3
probably
more.
nerfed into the ground. Let's be real. With your new build, we'll have to see how that
Well,
goes.
now-
this new broken build.
Yeah,
of
well,
all
I'd be like, yeah, just run it.
One of
You
those
can get
specs-
lucky.
one of those
And
specs.
And it's a hype moment, you know. Crack a
Anyway,
beer open, go run a
The
fucking
ultimate
king in the
point
mist and see what we
being,
get.
You're certainly going to get those initial set of points easier than before.
Well, sort of. Yeah.
However, you are right. That something isn't quite right there still, and I do need to kind of explore.
We are going to do more with this like later.
Yeah.
We've talked
But
about
it's,
this
you
issue
know,
that we
you
didn't have time
can
to
get
do anything
lucky.
about it in 020 as
That's
much.
the thing.
But
You might
certainly
get
by
lucky.
the end of early access,
Day
I
one,
think
we're
that
gonna
that
see
system will
people
probably
linking,
deploy.
you know,
Part of it also, as we talked
you
about
know.
before, adding all those extra bits of
And
content
the
to
Wisdom
the
and
leagues,
Action
it'll
are
help
not day
give
one,
more
but you
interest
get
to
it.
to the trees and more nodes we can add to
You
actually
sell
invest
for
into, 'cause,
7
like,
divines.
if you think about
We'll
a
see if it's still
breach,
7 divines.
there's only so much you can actually modify right now, right? There's a level of radius, speed, density of monsters, and like sure, there's the standard stuff with monsters, but like you can only go so far when you don't have all of that depth of different factions and different bosses and different mini bosses and different, you know, itemization
You
or
will
additional
go,
things
yeah.
with, you know, catalysts and whatnot. Like you are quite limited in how expansive a tree can be, and so it'd be nice to get those things in and also kind of look at the trees at the same time and reevaluate how that works, just so we can have them be more interesting while we're at it.
Right.
But yeah.
And now with the pinnacle bosses, if you're like halfway through a level, you don't need to. Oh, maybe I'll do that when I get the rest of the level now.
Yes, that was a good change.
Oh
so
yeah, that was
as-
actually
as
something
you
I
were
noticed
saying, the,
myself doing.
As you were
which was
saying,
annoying.
you no longer gain experience or lose experience anymore from Pinnacle, so you could just feel free to do them anytime. Yeah, I think that's just a
Excellent.
straight up upgrade, and
Yeah, that's
it's
huge.
not like you were playing Pinnacle bosses for experience. So yeah, it does the downside is not an issue really. Yeah.
It also is the nice thing of really just keeping,
Breach
like,
still do.
if we add more leagues, for example, and we end up with a Domain of Timeless Conflict problem, where it's just like rotations to max level, like ultra,
Yes,
ultra
we
quick.
don't want that type
Like,
of content to
at
be the
least
way you
now
level.
we can say, like,
Yeah.
maps are the way you level. Like,
Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
what you're doing.
Ah, there
And
you
sure,
go.
you might get some sort of unique map rotation here, and, you know, maybe not. I don't know. It depends. But hopefully we can avoid that. But either
So
way,
they're
like,
trying
it's
to
just really
avoid
you're playing
timeless.
in
So
maps to
maybe
level,
I
and that's
think
what you're doing,
Breachstone's
and
probably
that's
don't
what
get
I'm
X2.
saying about that.
Content, right?
At least,
though.
at,
It
le-
wasn't
at least until we've added Delve.
Well, sure. I mean, there will be future parallel in-game systems.
Confirmed.
Yeah,
I know you want to do something like
yes,
Delve.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
You're a fan. You're a fan. I mean, you made the end game look like Delve, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's been
Everything
a
is
long-term
dull.
problem, and one we need to properly apply to the other game as well. That the whole like can't do my content because I got a level, and I'm like, even if you're only like 15% in, you're like, oh,
Yeah. It's just not as bad.
Yeah.
It's just not as bad in PoE1 because the leveling is faster.
Yeah, it's
so
true.
it hasn't been on our radar as much.
So, speaking of like map progression, there's been some fundamental changes there. You're telling me that now you can no longer drop maps below your current level of map.
It's correct. So yes, you
Oh.
no longer get if you're playing a T5 map,
Amazing.
you're only going to get T5 maps, or if there's a boss there, a T6 map. But we've also smoothed the way the whole progression
Huh.
works. So we've actually the map drops are way less random now entirely. When you kill the last rare in a map, that has it can affect it. At T1, that was a 100% chance to drop another map of the same tier. And then as you go up the tiers, you can still sustain that using Waystone chance. So effectively, it's de-randomized that a lot. And then there are several ways that you can get upgrades. So in terms of like going up the tiers. So one of them is that when you kill a boss, that's a guaranteed +1 upgrade. Then of course you can still cube them up, 3 to 1 recipe to go up a level. Or you can run it corrupted. And if you're running a corrupted map, then because it drops the same tier, that's like a sort of guaranteed. When I say corrupt, I mean the one that
Varlorb corrupting up plus
corrupting up +1. That lets you do the run them the same level as well. So you've kind of got those 3 options, but it's much more intentional now. It's like if you're going up maps, it's like you're deciding, okay, this is a thing I am doing. You don't just kind of have that like it doesn't just happen. So it's kind of supposed to make the jump like. If you're just looking to sustain, you can do that, pretty much guaranteed. And unless you're dying more than the number of times you've got portals, which is obviously the thing now that you can go through portals again.
I mean, it was really weird in the beginning
sustain
of
is going to be a lot easier if you are dying. But then it's like, once you've achieved that, it's like
3, 5, 7, 14, 11, 15.
The cases where people just drop off the bottom
I was like, what?
should be like way less common.
Ultimately, it's way less random. Way more deterministic.
I wonder if they've changed how much life mobs have at 15
ultimately
versus 1.
As long as you are able to do the not die all the time, you will sustain that tier forever.
Right.
Assuming you can roll enough, that high enough mod count. And there is a boss here, I'm going to go up a tier.
Yeah,
and you go for the boss, you kill the boss, you go up a tier.
We'll
and if you...
and then you sustain that tier forever as long as you can do the
unless they're not
difficulty.
nerfed.
It's just very clean.
And if you're adding more mods, which you do need to be doing to continue to maintain 100% ability to go up tiers, then and if you're doing that early, you're getting more maps than what other people are getting, which means you can do the cubing as well. Like it's just kind of like it just much more effectively gets the thing where good players can advance at the right speed, normal players don't fall off the bottom of the curve. It kind of solves all of those issues without, but also you're not going to have just like hordes of low level waystones that you don't need as well. So
and just no, it does. There are still. You can get to the highest tiers relatively quickly. You have to prove you're good enough, your character's good enough, but if you're doing it, you get there, right? It's pretty quick, and you can take it at your own leisure as well, and that's completely fine. So it's not like, oh, we've made it way longer to get to tier 15. Like, none of that is really the case. It's just that before you could luck into getting to tier 15 quickly.
Yeah, that's what I did.
With some level of, biasing the luck, of course. Or you could just be like, what the heck, I'm like constantly running out and have a really bad time.
Right.
And so now it's just way, way more like predictable and honestly,
there's definitely a lot
a
good slew of changes coming.
Problem, which we didn't really, which we talked about.
It depends on what the balance looks like, really.
Way, way, way more impact on map sustain than the respawning does.
It'll be curious to see.
You need both because because the guaranteed
what patch notes looks like next week.
So if you were just dying, you would never get it. So the respawning is necessary in order to make it so that that's going to happen for players who and obviously as it gets more difficult, and you get less portals, you start to get to the point where you're going to run into trouble. But if you're a good player, you should be able to get up into the top and sustain very well.
Yep.
You mentioned the idea of maps dropping magic by default.
Yes.
Is that something you're still doing, or?
I believe it is. But actually, wait. But there wasn't a concern about that, which I wanted to talk to you about later.
Maybe not.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later because the concern was raised that I think is valid. So we were going to make it so that maps drop magic and above, but there might be issues. So we'll discuss that later on.
Well,
non-decided.
Yeah,
undecided. Yeah.
Undecided, yeah.
You thought it was decided.
Got a week left.
Yeah, we've got a week left. It's fine.
Still
final stretch.
Sounds like much more deterministic progression.
Monk doesn't get one, I don't think.
That's the main thing.
It just should be, am I strong enough to do this? Yes, I can do it.
Right.
Not, am I lucky enough to do this? And
Ranger doesn't get one.
Great.
One of those axes, get out of here.
Love it. So we've got rogue exiles populating the maps now. How common are these guys, especially with unique, since you get their unique guaranteed? I love that.
It's 1 in 8%, 1 in 12.5 to start with, but of course Atlas Tree be Atlas Tree. So you can spec into that. And
is there like a map modifier for
no,
that?
It's 2 weeks
to guarantee it.
They delayed until the 16th.
I think in this case, this one is the exception, whereas you can get normally guaranteed of the other things.
17th.
We wanted the exiles to be one that you can't just guarantee all the time.
They don't always have uniques.
Yeah.
But when they do, they're using them. The AI is very cool, like how it works.
I mean, they can have 0, 1, 2. I mean, there's nothing stopping them from having uniques in every slot.
What?
But, it is.
You kill a dude, it just
rare.
explodes.
I assume it's just roll per slot, basically, right?
Yeah, it is
roll per slot. So
Yeah.
But
So
you
we're
might
talking
have a
like
line of just
fraction of a fraction of a percent for like
exactly.
all of them, but still like 5 or something like that. Yeah.
it can happen.
But they have quite a lot, because they're a player. The assumption is that their other gear is also relatively good, so they do generally drop are more biased towards dropping higher tier rares and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
they're doing that like full set of items because
Yep,
you've killed a
yep,
player.
yep.
Cool, I like that. I always love that little thing. I feel like it's even more important here in PoE2, so that's awesome. Bet you some of those will be unique, maybe.
We wanted them to be less common than the other content, but like way more exhilarating when you find them.
Yeah.
Okay.
But of course, again, you can speak into them at the cost of other things. That's your choice.
Cool. Is there going to be some sort of like warning that they're coming, or are you going to
Right. I mean, it will be romantic, yeah. Numbers at that point.
You won't know they're in the map ahead of time, much like anything random you run into.
But they talk though, and they'll say something before
they monologue before they.
They do.
Don't know if I'd go to quite the level of
Again,
monologue.
when I said some insult you, I'm not joking. Like some do literally insult you, and I believe one of the monks is a pacifist, and he's like, I don't want to do this. Don't force my hand. He'll do it anyway. But,
I'm not. I'm just. You're just like running away. He's like, don't make me
Don't
do
force my
this.
hand. Yeah, exactly.
well, look, you can just run away. You know. I really like the here's an occasional spike in difficulty, and again, it's important that they are relatively rare for that reason.
I'm
as well.
very curious to see what patch notes
but
looks
I
like.
do want it to be when you find one, you are very excited to kill it, and of
Well,
course,
yeah.
even though they portal
Carlos
out,
is great.
you still have your number of portals you have. So unless you're running like a full 6 modded Waystone, just get back in there and he's gone, but or whatever, you've lost your uniques or non-uniques, whatever they had. But either way, just move on. You know.
I mean, you guys were somewhat forgiving with this. You didn't make it so that they take your items.
Yes, that would have been good.
That's an event at some point.
Don't give me that idea.
That's maybe the
Repeat
1 week
it.
event or something in the future. And it's
Pretty
like,
easy to do.
just take one of your items. And then you got a nemesis system where you can find them and try and get it back in the future.
And he had the tame rogue exile gem.
I don't know if tame's the right one.
Higher exile. You run up and you can quickly be like, take 1 million gold.
Just give me a little snack. Like, yeah, you want to follow me?
I mean, to be fair, that would be a fun system.
It actually would. That's actually not a bad
Running
idea.
up and just being like, hey, I'm here, give me 100,000 gold and I'll be your ally. Is kind of,
I know you've
Come
tinkered with the idea of a hireling system at points
Yeah,
in the
well, we
past, so now you've got your mercenary hireling system, right?
Oh god. Hire Xandro as a mercenary womp around you.
We'll see.
Going down a little bit of a rabbit hole.
Hell yeah.
So we did have some league mechanics come over from Path of Exile 1, 2, Path of Exile 2. You're going to be looking to port more over. Are you going to be doing some unique ones that we haven't seen before?
I mean, we're definitely going to be doing more unique ones that are, that are just completely different outside of what we've done in PoE 1. Absolutely. But I mean, I think that like sort of the hope in the long term is that each, like, as we kind of get, past the end of early access and as we're sort of, just going out, that each time we do something, we're both adding a completely new league mechanic, but also potentially bring something back as well, kind of like as another additional kind of like,
I'm going to watch it
another
after
fun
this
thing.
is over.
So that's probably sort of what I imagine will happen.
Well,
it kind
go
of really
through
is case
some
by
of it.
case.
I don't know
Some
if I'm going
things
to
we
watch
don't
the
wanna bring
entire
back, some
thing
things we
again,
do,
but
like in my
I'll
opinion,
scroll.
can change on a dime
I'll
as
definitely.
well. Like if someone
I have it
suggests like,
queued
a new
up.
way to
I'll scroll
interpret
through it.
something, then I might be like, oh, actually
But,
that is great. So it honestly,
Yeah, we'll watch the reveal.
People assume
Gameplay section.
that we have a full plan of literally everything, but it's like
The new
in
full
reality,
new
it's like it's
ascendancies
very
from the
much
press kit.
responsive
Oh, really?
to,
Wow,
like,
okay.
what's happening, and like
Where you
the
feel the
plan,
game
the
needs.
plan, the actual plan relates to the things that like are definitely happening, right? You're talking acts, you're talking classes, you're talking like all that
download
stuff
the
is like
press kit
definitely
while I'm here.
like that's happening. It takes a long time to produce. It sort of happens in the background. You've got outsources, armies of people kind of working on that stuff, and then all the kind of like more incidentally stuff is very much like, oh, let's do something cool. Let's just make this. Why do we do this? And we don't have a I don't have a plan for the next 12 strong boxes. It's just just come up with an idea and like that's cool. Just a fun little project for a designer to work on.
How do you feel like some of the ones that were, I felt somewhat definitively part of Exile 1 in terms of clear speed, like Breach, for example, have settled into PoE 2? Do you feel like they're in a good spot, or were they a good idea to bring over to the game?
Look, I think Breach is. I mean, look, Breach is fun, right? I certainly wouldn't want to remove it. I don't know about like. I mean, there's probably been some balance changes.
I mean, it was spawning too many.
It has.
monsters.
Yeah,
Let's just say that without a doubt.
It's much better now to PoE 2 standards. Yeah.
It's like currently on PoE 2, it's just too out of control. It just needs to chill.
Right.
There was a little bit of an assumption made where it was just like, well, you'll get overwhelmed by monsters and it's more a matter of survive as long as you can. And then, of course, because you get self-propagating herald builds that are just literally can kill anything.
Which, by the
in
way,
every
heralds
direction.
don't self-propagate anymore.
Just
get that out of the way right now.
The power of the characters kind of
Yeah.
distorted the league balance in a way where it's like we have to make some changes. So yes, like it's coming down a bit.
I think we saw that one coming. with
Yeah,
the
well,
heralds.
100%. I mean, look, there's a lot of things that people will say they saw coming, but it certainly does end up being the case that like the patch notes are. So by the way, we aren't releasing them at the end of this live stream. We're going to be releasing them next week, but they are going to feel like a bit of a nerf fest for sure.
Oh yes!
Like there's a lot of things.
Bring it on!
Let's talk balance.
Yeah. All right.
My
Settle in here.
expectations and anticipations are that this first one is going to be an absolute wrecking ball of chaos and carnage, and see where things land.
Yeah.
But then maybe over time it'll become a sledgehammer, and then like a fine carpenter hammer.
Sure, that definitely should be the case.
As I said earlier, it's like 10,000 things will change this time. 5,000 things will change next time. Then hopefully we can halve it every single time.
People should really be going in with the expectation that like nothing they knew about how the game was balanced before is the same. Just forget everything you know. Like, exactly. So basically we'll that kind of just means that like everyone who's finding builds like do it again. Like you are going to find more shit that is like outrageously broken again, but it is not going to be the same shit that was broken before.
Thank fuck. Okay.
So,
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. yeah. So I mean, it's the hope is though that yes, you're right. It'll stabilize to the point, like I it will take time, but we will get to the point where we no longer have things that are easy to become outrageous with. Right, like the idea is like it shouldn't be that you can just slap a combination of supports together and then like you're just like destroying pinnacles in 14 seconds. Like it should be that.
14's a long time.
Yeah, okay, sure. But
You mean 14? That sounds like terrible. That's not even on PoE.
yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying is with no items, right? But anyway, so the point is that like the first time you fight a pinnacle, it should be a bit of a fight. But then of course you do get back to the ability after like when like kind of like continuing to expand, like continue to develop your character post pinnacle to the point of being able to annihilate them in seconds.
Yeah.
But it's just like that has to be earned. It can't just be that like just a combination of supports that you can get trivially will do that.
Or like a common unique, and then that's it.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, but it can be. But once again, but if you get Temporalis, it's like, well, now, like now you've got some shit going on. But it really has to be that there is an economic factor involved in becoming ridiculous.
Yes.
And so it's when that's not the case
I
that we have a
like
problem.
being
that,
ridiculous.
we need to hit shit with a big giant balance sledgehammer.
Yeah, so originally I was going to come in and like ask about all the specific things, but we can just assume that like it's not going to be chaos. So I like the idea instead of focusing on
Maybe
kind of like your core.
maybe.
What are you aiming for? What are your goals? What are your metrics? So we talked about this idea of like
What?
a number of like damage / how fast you kill a pinnacle boss.
Yeah.
that you're aiming for, and then how much players can exceed that, and you're like,
Yeah. So it really should be that you're not killing, as I said, not killing pinnacle bosses that fast at the moment. Like a good sort of benchmark for like just a guy walks in and like has kind of got something that's like not stupid, but also like not like doing something, like not crazy. And we kind of imagine that they should have about 50k DPS doing something like that. But at the same time, anything up to 500k DPS is
10 times
is also okay. And well, that'll take you from taking a 3-minute fight down to like a 20-second fight. Like that's your range of like potentially acceptable kind of things going on. But if you're doing above that, then you're in like we're probably going to nerf you territory at some point. So that's kind of like the thing. Now it's worth mentioning that like we've lowered like the life of pinnacle bosses to get that to be right and sort of things. Like the difference between a T15 boss and a pinnacle boss was just way too much. So that has been that's been sorted out. Like it's things like that we just need to.
He's
get
saying like
in
a
the right
fresh
place here.
character
So that's a sort of expectation.
doing what you're supposed
now,
to be doing.
People are going to still
The
find
first
ways
time
to
you
get
fight
10
a
million DPS
T0
somehow, I'm
pinnacle
sure,
boss,
even though we're,
50k
like,
is about
nerfing
where
many
they
things.
expect you to be.
But the thing I think that when we're talking about nerfs and how we want to do, my key thing that I want to try and achieve always is that whenever we're nerfing something, we're only nerfing the thing that was particularly like we're nerfing as little as possible to make it so that the average Joe who works in and just tries to do stuff is not getting affected by it.
Yeah.
Like it should only be the like ridiculously broken synergy thing that kind of like has some way of dealing with it.
I wonder if they're
that's,
going to let CI and mind over
that's-
matter
that's,
work
like,
still.
that's actually affected by this. And I'm struggling to think of an example off the top of my head. Maybe you've got some of like a way that a targeted nerf that kind of like.
I mean, like say lightning conduit, you're not going to reduce the base damage of it because someone's able to hit for 150 million with one hit from it. Like that comes from the compounding like top end levels of exposure, stacking, conductivity, and more so shock effect, right? So it's more about like take away from the shock effect scaling side of things there and increase the base damage even, you know, like do changes like that where it's like for an average person it's now better, and for someone who is absolutely abusing's not the right word because like they're doing the right thing technically by their standards, that are using all those extreme factors, you know, bring those down a little bit, keep those regulated, and like it'll increase the average user's experience while narrowing, you know, bringing this down and bringing this ideally up a little bit in a lot of cases.
I like the idea that I felt it's somewhat reassuring to hear that there was actually kind of like a math here. Like ultimately you're saying bosses have X amount of hit points. It has 500k hit points, and so we expect players around 50. Yes. Right. So that's a clear number. Like we know that. Oh yeah, and we're okay with you killing that like 10 times faster than we expect. Right. But it's when you get it down to 1 second.
Exactly.
Then we're
10
like,
times is fine, right?
And the problem with the more DPS you have, it is now I have to dodge less.
Yeah.
I get more crowd control.
There's a snowball.
It is. It really is. So you're always going to...
I mean, they're aware of it. It's just a matter of... They got a lot of levers to fucking pull.
You get to this weird thing where now it's just like, okay, well, I think you, after a while, was like, I haven't actually seen a Pinnacle boss fight that lasted more than 2 seconds.
That was really sad to me. Probably the saddest thing about the early access launch to me was seeing the first Pinnacle boss fight, and it just like... And it's like, oh, you know, like, it's like nobody had to care about the mechanics. The first time
I gave it so many skills.
Exactly, right? Like, there were so many skills and all these things, and it's like none of it mattered. It's like, that's sad.
Yeah.
So yeah, we ideally was in a situation. Now, I hope that doesn't happen again, but honestly, it's probably wishful thinking.
As I said, 10,000 things before, there's still going to be
there's still going to be more, and it will happen every time. And people will find stuff,
it does
again,
show the
end of
pace that
early
they
access,
want it
I
to
want
be
say we're
at,
going to
which
be in
is
a real
good.
fucking good spot with this in a way that is not going to have so much abusive stuff, and getting rid of that whole I feel like I have to play X. Like,
Yes,
it is
that,
very
100%.
demoralizing to players when they played their thing, and all of a sudden something comes out and they're like, oh.
Yeah. And so the way you will know that we're successful is because you get more diversity in classes, because it means that there's no longer the thing that everyone has to play because it's easy to be
I mean, you definitely saw that where it's like the comments of any build guide, it's like, oh, another Archmage build. Oh,
exactly.
It's just Heralds again.
Exactly.
It's like, this isn't even a build, this is just Herald again.
You go look at like, what are all crossbow people playing? And crossbows is actually the least used weapon type. And so you specifically start there and you're like, okay, well, here's how much people are using these skills. Oh, Hand of Wisdom in action, Hand of Wisdom in action, Hand of Wisdom. Okay, well, never mind. The crossbows are relevant, right?
Yeah.
Even without stat stacking, still better.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, well, you know, obviously take some away from there, and then it's like, okay, well, what are you left with?
Going to be
well,
there,
you're still left with probably crossbows are bad. So what do you have to do? And it's like, you know, crossbows now, for example, just a quick change is like instead of using one-handed damage mods for added damage, they use two-handed and their base damage. And then all the skills now have a higher growth per level because they scale with other external factors like attack speed less because they have the reload time. So they will be getting more damage per level, whereas before most skills were very consistently growing per level. So almost every spell would get the same amount of damage per level regardless of everything else it had. And this is how you got things like Spark just being the dominant skill, out of control, because it scales not only that, it scales obviously the number of projectiles kind of out of control, and with projectile and duration and other multiplicative scaling factors, you'll end up with just like, well, of course I'm just going to Spark everywhere. And so now it's like, well, Spark has these other multiplicative things, so it should get less damage per level. And this was in PoE 1 and was the right answer, and we somehow didn't replicate that exact thing that we did.
Yeah, everything got the same damage growth.
Yes, we end up with the exactly same. So now every single skill we're looking at it and going, you're going to scale more, you're going to scale less, you're going to scale more on the damage axis because they have other things that scale.
And this just means that, like, when you're asking, well, what skills have changed? Well, the answer is literally all of them. Like, no skill.
That means that things that have base attack time should have insane attack
complete
values.
Rebalance of the whole thing.
Expectation-wise, it means that any skill that didn't have a lot of things you could do for it will get more damage.
That should be the case. But I mean, even as well, like when we're looking at things like, I sort of mentioned it vaguely before, but like I'm trying to make sure, like we are trying to make sure that like the combos that work early game still work late game. which is kind of another important element of
Right.
it. Too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Interesting.
Crossbow's been buffed a lot, and I also heard the other thing that was definitely getting a lot of buffs as Warrior as well.
I mean, we'll see how that looks. I mean,
everything and everything
yeah.
up and everything down.
Warrior buffs?
It's so hard to even like.
Yeah.
It's so hard to have like a cohesive message with a single like this class is better.
Yeah.
Because it's just, I mean, it's easy for mercenary skills or for crossbow skills because
Yeah.
I can look at those numbers and just be like, okay, everything's clearly higher.
Yeah.
But then in others, it's like
Crossbow, life
Well, that's the thing
stacking,
with Warrior. It's like Warrior was like in many
Legionnaire.
cases there was a lot of things that was actually not bad.
Yeah.
Like it was good in many ways.
But then it didn't have anything that was outrageously broken like how the other classes did. in
yeah,
the same
and it
way.
didn't gel with all players in many ways as well.
I mean, we've also done balance changes on literally every ascendancy class as well.
Yep.
You know,
Chaos.
Pathfinder has like 2 extra notables and some changes. You've got a new notable on Chronomancer. You've got a changes to, like, you know, Chrono was way too much utility stuff. Like, where's just my like good thing? You know, so, like,
Where's my
you've got,
good
like a good
thing?
My
thing.
bonk node.
You know, yeah, less.
No,
niche,
no,
more
we'll
something.
do.
And then
I'll do.
We've
new
just
class,
done
you
that on
know,
every single
I'll
class.
do
We've
ascendancy.
upped a lot of the
It's just in my
undertaken
head,
bad
I'm-
things, and we've downed a lot of the really good, powerful things that were over the top. So
this is why we've gone back to the more conventional patch note cycle of a couple of days beforehand, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, look, absolutely.
Like, if they were ready, you would have them. They're not ready because we're not finished, right? Like, and giving someone half the balance changes doesn't allow them to even make educated
You should
decisions
do
on what they're
general.
gonna buy.
So it's just completely pointless at that point.
Stack all the
we'd rather give you
batteries.
everything all at once instead of just some like here's
But even once you have the patch notes, like, don't even be under the mistaken illusion that you'll be somehow able to determine what the best builds are from that. Like, this because it's such a big difference. Of
It's
so many
hard to take
changes,
things into context because you can look at it and say, oh, okay, so like this thing got buffed, but this thing got nerfed. It's like, okay, but you're linking just two things. You're not linking all of the other things. that
Yeah,
go into it.
exactly. So, you know,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
very,
We'll try though. We'll try.
sure.
I was gonna say
Do your best.
that sounds like a
When the
challenge.
game released,
Yeah.
you had to learn everything. You just might have to do it again and again. Every single patch after every major patch after this, you know, you're going to have
Release
to have
two.
less and less of that, and your familiarity will be able to come in and be useful. So. At least from a
Then
balance
you can
perspective
build
at this
from
point. Like, you know, it's not like we've structurally changed the campaign and all that. So you have still a lot of information and knowledge that is going to help.
I mean,
you
it
play the
sounds like
game
they are
better
actually
anyway
taking a
from
lot
on
of
your,
the top end and bringing it
I
down.
mean, a lot of people maybe made multiple characters, but for a lot of people, this might just be their second character.
Yeah.
So they're certainly going to be more equipped. And we've had
Oh,
the
man.
races, so you've been able
Roll
to see how
on
the best
dodge,
people
dodge roll
Oh, yeah.
comment.
There's definitely some good tips to learn from there. Oh yeah. That lever skip with the portal. Oof, beautiful. My favorite. On the slightly bigger picture as well, like life and armor versus energy shields. Are you happy with kind of where either of those are at, or what do you kind of hope to achieve with them?
Energy shield certainly, I mean, primarily due to Grim Feast. And like mana stacking being a little bit out of control that's been too strong on more the inside of defense for sure. Expect some pretty drastic changes there.
Okay.
As for
Okay.
armor, well, you know, it's one of those like accuracy kind of things, right? Where it's like or dexterity and like you know, where it's like honestly our next point with that is honestly just to get in a room and just be like, all right, let's pretend it didn't exist and we were coming up with the game from scratch and you know, we're like, okay, we have strength. What would we want the ideal defense to be? And honestly, it might even extend further than that. And really just see, firstly, to make sure we end up, if we don't end up at the same point, make sure we end up as better. Maybe we do end up at the same point and we do just go, okay, here are some other changes that we need to make around physical damage in particular or something like that. But
Interesting. Okay.
it's one of those things where at this point we just need to like review it from literally back to basics and see where we end up, because it might be something completely different, but like it might also end up being relatively the same, and maybe it was the better answer. But either way, it's worth the discussion and worth the time, because you know, it's, I wouldn't say we're happy with it, and I wouldn't say we're necessarily like all the way unhappy with it, but it's, yeah, there's something not quite right going on for sure.
You're still fundamentally questioning some of these things and willing to go back to the drawing board on them, which is quite interesting.
Well, 100%.
And this is the time to do it.
We drastically changed how evasion works, and I would say it's for the better, you know, and we should be exploring that with everything. And, you know, so we just need to do that process still. You know, that being said, you know, as we make things more like the shield block better, as we buff the ascendancies or nerf them in you know, on the other defensive arcs, you know, things like armor will become better. But yeah, again, it's not quite right, but I don't have enough information to say, you know, what it will look like in the future. So.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So let's talk about recovery as well, because that's another big thing. I remember early on ExileCon discussions about the importance of limited recovery in making combat matter, you know, so that you could have situations where you're attritioned or where like the hit that you took matters for the next hit that you take. And you just back up the full. But it's pretty good in boss fights, honestly. I feel like recovery is somewhat limited. That still happens a bit, but certainly in clearing, you have access to tons of recovery with cannibalism and things like that.
It's certainly out of control, and it's a little bit of, again, partly due to the fact that kill speed and clear speed just was way higher than we had expected and what we balanced around. And because if we were balancing around what people are currently doing with the upper echelons of builds, you'd like, you know, you'd have to have effectively every average player and average build just could be completely, it would be useless for them. Now, there are ways around that, of course, but part of it is like a lot of the recovery mechanics, like if you're talking about things like on kill and based on damage dealt, it is a rich get richer problem. And so, yes, there are cases that are problematic, and then there are just characters that are too strong. And there's a little bit of both going on. I wouldn't say we've targeted any recovery specifically here, really. Like, it's not been a main goal. I'm not going to say that there aren't little bits changed here and there.
Life regen still is life regen?
You know, we've really made sure to just... it's kind of hard to say exactly what we've done because, again, this is probably a thing we're going to have to look at next time because there are so many changes that it is hard to even understand how this is going to fit into
Once the dust clears, you might be able to see how
100%. Like, we're at the point where we do need a little bit of like, all right, we need another round of testing for this because...
Yeah,
you know, and again, I'm going to stress that it is actually
I mean,
impossible
it does
for
mean
the amount
that
of changes for us internally to be able to be certain or test all of this.
Yeah, but the vision
I'd be likely
is
to
still that
like
idea
the string
of,
stacking
like,
legionnaire would still be like a really strong start if there is a support gem that scales off the strength as well.
It shouldn't certainly be like here's one little piece and now it's fully solved, right? Like having heaps of recovery should be something you can achieve, but it should require a decent amount of investment or high tier item itemization, right? Like
shockwave totems, man.
For sure, it should be possible. It just shouldn't be trivial.
Yeah, I was gonna say shockwave totems might
like vision,
be like a really strong start.
Exile 2 is supposed to be, because I think some people are still like unsure about, is it supposed to be just kind of more like Path of Exile 1, a faster game, or is it supposed to be a slower game, a much more different thing? Like, this is a hard thing to communicate, but it gets asked a lot, and I feel like people are still a bit unsure.
It's funny, though, because, like, once again, it's not, I don't view it as just a pure speed question. It's about, like, is the combat engaging and fun?
Yeah.
And also, are you getting to the point where you never get to engage with bosses? Like, if you're never, if the first time you fight a boss, you just destroy it without seeing any of its mechanics, then that's a problem. And it doesn't really say anything about the pace of combat. Like, if you look at some of the Hunter stuff we've got there, like, it's incredibly fast-paced when it comes to, like, dashing around and stuff, but you still have to engage with things, and that's the key element for us. So,
time to kill is the
obviously, players want to get ridiculously powerful, and we still want to let them get ridiculously powerful. It just has to be earned. It has to be, you know, like, after a certain point. And, like, after you, like, once you have finished your character, once you've sort of done everything, then yeah, you should be just like, you know, like crazy and like beyond the point of all reason. It's just that you have to earn it. You have to get there, right? And like that's the power growth thing. That's like it's really hard to sort of just like smoothen that out across the whole game. But like that's ultimately the goal, right? You have to kind of get to the point of like that. You constantly feel you're getting stronger. You always feel like the next like, oh, I got this, and now I'm better, and now I'm better, and now I'm better, and keep on going. And you have to scale that all the way to the end. Because the moment that you get to the point where you're just trivializing everything too early, it's like, well, the rest of the game just becomes boring after that point, right? It has to be that, you know, there's a level of that you still.
The problem is, I don't know if they have.
And so, kind of based on that earlier discussions about like damage and boss time to kill and things like that, it sounds like the time where you want that to be starting to taper off, like the players can start to cheat that a bit, is after they've done pinnacle bosses.
Well, you should feel that way multiple times throughout the game. But then later you still then get to a new level of challenge that still requires you to engage again. Like if we're doing our job correctly, it's like you reach a point of feeling like you're a god, and then you're like, oh shit, but there's new god-like shit above me that then makes me have to then do
the uber gods.
Exactly.
Oh, maybe because they've never really had it. Yeah,
it's actually really hard to take you back from feeling like, oh, I'm all powerful back down to like I'm feeling, you know. And so you have to kind of get that in there as you
want that Dragon Ball anime arc.
Yeah, for sure, right?
You know, there's always a new
I just
level
don't. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to achieve that in the current state of the game.
Smoothly taking up that curve,
So we'll see.
curve, you know, all the way to the end.
Yeah, so I think like when it comes down to things
Espe-
like
especially on a
movement speed when
per
clearing,
build
it's about
basis.
like if you're
Multiple
able
builds,
to
sure.
just ignore everything because you're moving so
Yeah,
fast.
exactly. If you're able to ignore everything, then you obviously you will move really fast. If you're not able to ignore everything, suddenly your clear speed is like not as big of a thing. So long as there are
Maybe,
still things that are
yeah.
challenging you, as long
Maybe
as you
we
reach the
look
next
at it and
tier
go,
and like
"Oh."
everything's harder again, then you're good.
I feel like a point of the difficulty here between the communication of this with you guys and some of the people in the community is that I feel like you're not really looking at it in terms of PoE 1 versus 2. You're just trying to answer that question specifically.
Yeah.
So it's not really about like it being like PoE 1 or 2.
Exactly, right? It's just about making the combat good.
It's either the combat is fun or it isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Your weapon
there's
progression.
a sort of spectrum of stuff there, but I would say that you want to be able to engage with the boss. You want to be able to fight its mechanics and do its skills. and
realistically, like,
you want to feel like you can
A
overcome those over time and get better. And
mid-tier
you want to
build
engage with
currently
monsters.
was
and you
able
want,
to just
and yeah,
steamroll
there's probably some people who are like, no, I don't.
90%
I
of
want to just
stuff.
press a button and loot drops on the ground, and I don't look or do anything. And
Well, so that's an
Like, you
interesting
never really
point,
had to
is this-
upgrade to
this,
the
let's
premium
say
level
the,
of
the
gear.
quote-unquote mythical average build is... Are they able to switch their brain off and watch Netflix on a second monitor only if they're doing like maps 3 levels under what they should be doing or something? Or should that be able to happen at kind of like
once,
where
I mean,
they're
once
at
you're at
normally,
once
or-
you're at your tier of godhood,
Yeah,
for
but
that.
I actually want to address that because, like, okay, so I'm watching. Well, okay, right now I'm watching Deep Space Nine, funnily enough, but you know, I'm watching Deep Space Nine as I'm playing, as I'm testing the game. Right? It's like you develop a muscle memory, and that muscle memory can include using multiple skills and doing like multiple things, and that's still to me more engaging than just holding down a button. You know?
So you're saying this like watching things on the secondary thing isn't about the game being easy. It's just a skill issue. You need to get good
I wouldn't say
enough
that. I'm
to-
just saying that your muscle memory can develop from more than just using a single skill. You just, you know, like and we've always sort of said that there's this thing where, like, okay, sometimes you pause the show, right? Sometimes that happens because you come to a thing that's
this is an update to the classic, you know, second
I
monitor.
love how
Netflix
the
thing.
friggin' watching something on the second screen has become such a
I
fundamental
know.
part
It's just,
of
it's
the.
just the community's just grabbed it and it's become a thing forever. But
Well,
it's been updated now. Like this is the update. You want
Well,
you want them to have to pause
it was a
sometimes.
philosophy set for a different
because I feel like I've said that 10 years ago about how, like, sometimes you get the spike in difficulty. We're
It'll
like, oh
haunt you
shit,
forever.
you know, like now you have to do this. But yeah, I guess that turns into pause the video at this point. But yeah, but no, but look, if I play this way as well, right? Like, it's not like I'm, you know, like once you get to a certain point, it's like, you know, obviously you're going to want to, you know, the music, you've heard it lots of times, you know, like you want to have something else going on. That's fine. But I still think that there needs to be
Debatable.
the ability to have. You know, to have something engaging from time to time that you know you have to deal with. So, yeah.
It's always been a bit of a silly thing because you've got so much element of choose your own difficulty in Path of Exile, right? Like
Exactly.
do harder maps, do easier
Yeah,
maps.
But I mean, but look, people always want to choose the hardest stuff, right? So therefore,
Yeah.
that's what they're judging it against.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
true.
yeah.
And
Not
so that's why
really.
you do need a level of economic gating. To
Yeah,
make
I
it
mean,
so that,
really,
like,
it's
you know,
patch
you can't go
notes
too
next
far with
week
difficulty
is
without,
what's going to tell us the most.
You know, without having to
A lot
prove
of stuff's
the
apparently being
economic
nerfed,
stuff
so
on some
that's
level
good.
So that you can,
Yeah, you're dying
so
and losing the map.
Exactly, you're dying and losing the map. Yeah, that we have to think. Like, all that map sustain stuff is so tricky for that reason. Like, getting
Yeah.
that exactly right. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like some big advancements in that regards. So I've got some kind of random tail questions here. Are you planning in the future on, I don't think it's probably happening this time around, but on changing campaign pacing at all? Like, I feel like some of the zones are probably a bit too large and a bit too empty.
I mean, that's more about adding more stuff to them than it is about making them smaller.
Yeah.
Like, there's still a lot more events in campaign that we haven't added yet that
Yep.
still need doing. There's like big lists of.
That's
kind of
what I was saying. I don't mind the zone size as long as there's stuff to do in them.
The argument there, which I do believe in, is an area should be able to be large if it has enough interesting things. The
Right.
frequency of interesting things is high.
It was so grabbed into
like
one
the size
graph
of an
thing.
area is completely right. Like, imagine there were no load screens. You just walked from place to place. Like, you wouldn't be thinking about area size exactly. It's just, is the density of interest enough? You know, like the fact that there happens to be a load screen between one place and the other is not
Yeah,
really the relevant
long
element.
is directly
Yeah.
proportional to interesting.
Yeah, exactly, right? So yeah, so to me,
One thing we do need to obviously do, and we have done in some areas, is just making sure that if it is a large area, it's not just interesting things to find as well. It's also making sure there's enough monster
they're weird
variety that
now,
it's not
Lime.
just so repetitive.
Basically,
Yeah,
you
like,
get
exactly.
you take an
Yeah,
item
yeah,
and you
where
take
you've got,
another item
like,
and you
almost
select the
different biomes.
modifiers
There are
you
some
want
where
from
I
those
would say the
items, and it
area
gives
is,
you like
large
the
enough,
percent
or you're in
chance
there
that
long
you
enough
get
such that
those.
there
You
isn't
press
enough- and there isn't enough monster
recombobulate.
variance, so it
Yeah.
just
If you
gets a bit
don't get it,
Yeah,
both
it's
items get
completely true.
deleted.
Anytime someone says, "Oh, this area is too large," I'm like, "Well, okay. So what monsters are we changing? What events are we adding? That kind of stuff, right? Because that's the way that you change it around. Like, there are areas that are very large that no one complains about because they're, you know, stuff
They got a
defining
lot-
the
they got a
fun.
lot
There's
of
things
also
and
like
stuff
there
like
are good. I don't know how many people are gonna play this or how many people stop playing before 011, but like it's worth noting again. Like areas have like the fast travel thing now as well
Yeah.
to
It's certainly a big
between
help.
checkpoints
Yeah.
and there's
That
some of that
works.
stuff which I'm
Well, it
hoping
depends on what you're
again,
going
when people
for.
start playing from scratch, they get to
I
see
don't
a lot of the improvements.
We'll have to see how
before
the
as
numbers
well
play
and
out.
see how they feel
And
about it
it's
again.
worth mentioning through campaign. We've
Yeah,
got
you don't
both
have to
the
jump
Wisps and
through
there's also
like
strong boxes as
thousands
well
of
through
hoops
campaign,
to
like they feel a lot different.
add
There's,
on
there's just-
multi-craft,
as you play through, you'll
multi-craft
certainly find some
aspect,
things you wouldn't have
aspect,
noticed.
Soon.
named
Soon.
modifier.
Yeah,
Make sure this is a 5, this is a
Oh,
6
I'm actually in the
combo,
campaign
and
soon.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think art wasn't quite done right or something like that. Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah, it might be a bit weird. The ones in the end game, it works a little bit better narratively, but using that asset throughout the campaign, it would feel real random. So it's just a matter of as soon as the art's done,
but we'll see. We'll see how it plays
chucking
out.
those in as well.
Oh, great. So that could be a.
And now we get more
Guys,
omens,
it
more
will certainly be
essences.
shortly after.
But also like every time
All
we
that
do
stuff. We'll see.
like that we're expecting people to play through again, like we'll probably tweak like which the content spawns in different areas and we'll just like fiddle around a bit so that then you play it just feels a bit fresh and things are going on there.
Yeah, you kind of got me there. I feel like each of the zones I'm trying to think of that like feel like they're way too big is like they're also just coincidentally empty.
Yes.
So I guess that is maybe
Well,
perhaps more the
it's a
issue.
problem. It's the exact same problem happens in maps, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we talked about that. Like
Yep,
the
exact
boring
same.
empty
Yeah.
map.
When
problem.
people say the map's too big, yeah, just not.
I think
yeah,
I
yeah.
think
Fracture's
I
added in
phrased
as
to
well.
Jonathan
We'll
yesterday
see.
when we were talking about it as every screen looks the same as every other screen. It
But
wouldn't matter
this
where
is
I'm
the-
standing in the map. It would look.
I think the map you were talking about was Step.
Yeah,
like
that
we were
was-
looking at Step
yes.
and being like, okay, well, what's actually like.
It's a big square.
Yeah, and there's nothing going on in it. And even if there was stuff going on, I mean, like it's funny because like it took us a little while to even come to an understanding of like what
Yeah.
needed to change there. Because I'm sort of saying like, okay, well, like
Yeah, we'll see. They
it's
said
like,
they're
do you
3
find
times
the
more
cold
common
plains
than
in
the last
V2 as to
update,
be a
meaning
boring
that
area?
every
Because it's
ritual
ultimately kind of
window
similar.
will
But the
have
answer
an
is, well,
omen
there's
in
buildings
it.
sometimes. and
What
you get,
that
like,
means
there's
in
just,
terms of like
there's
the
just a little
higher
more going on in that way. So
oh,
like, we need to make sure
variability
that
ones
maps
we'll
feel
see.
that way too. When
Yep.
we're
Yep.
doing them.
There has been a few pervasive crashes and issues like that.
Oh
So
god,
how's
yes,
that
yes.
going?
Well, I'll tell you what, the entire engine team have basically been entirely focused on that for 3 months, and it's been horrible because. So I mean, it's kind of a long story, and I don't know if I should go into all of it, but ultimately, the issue is that on NVIDIA cards, the remaining issue at least is that on NVIDIA cards, if you're using a driver that's bigger than I think 560 point something, like basically after that point the game crashes, and if you install an older driver than that, it doesn't. If the crash happens in the driver in the GPU. NVIDIA is just like not really much help, so it's like just trying to nail down what even caused it. It's just so hard when it's like, and the thing that sucks about it is like it won't reproduce on anywhere except production and alpha, and like the moment you look at it, like we can't reproduce it anymore, and yet for some people it happens all the time, and it's just like it's so horrible.
Yeah.
And like what we've done, we actually come up with a somewhat ridiculous idea that was now implementing, which we're going into 020 with, by the way, which is that, and this will seem stupid, but like, how about we just don't crash? Which
You tell me about this.
Yeah, exactly.
Huh,
So basically
okay.
what we do is, what we're now
Good
changing
idea.
it to is that if the GPU driver crashes, what we do is we create a new device and then upload all the textures to that. The game is paused while this is happening, and then it unpauses, and then the game keeps going. And so that is what we're doing to solve this crash. And it's kind of ridiculous that this has to be the solution because
Oh my God.
it's just mysteriously in the NVIDIA driver we have like
That is some
and we have
MacGyver
tried to
level
find a
shit.
workaround for this. It is just like so difficult. So that in 020 that's what will happen. So
While we're here, like, do the players have a workaround? Like,
well,
just to get it out,
you can install the driver earlier than.
sure. What
than
about
560.
what about the Vulkan? Does that matter? Is that-
Yes. But no, not entirely. It does still
Yes, but
happen in Vulkan, but it's a bit unclear about that particular thing about
That's
whether or
the
not that's
just-
left. But
I figured it might be
no,
a good
it
opportunity
is
if there is a workaround to tell people.
it is in the driver. But I mean, yeah, like if you install an older driver, it will go away.
So all of this time, when people have been saying the classic armchair developer meme, it was like, why don't you just add a bit of code that says if crash equals false?
Yeah, well, something like
It
that.
works.
Basically do with the engineering
They
to
were
allow
right.
us to just recreate the entire GPU.
Basically,
context.
in the moment of
And there you go.
crashing, they're
And then
literally
don't
just
crash, and that is actually the
Amazing.
solution we're now going with. But
not crashing the game.
The thing is, the other one that sucked though was that
What the fuck?
stupid damn full system freeze. Because I'll tell you what, if the entire system freezes, there is just nothing you can do to find out what the hell caused it. Because like, there's no like
report.
crash report, there's no logging, there's no literally nothing, right? And it's like that happened. That happened when the Windows November H2 update shipped, and then things just started mysteriously freezing. And my God, that was hard to track down. And you ask Microsoft about it, and they're like, "Oh, we'll look into it." And it's like nothing happens. It's like Jesus Christ, guys. Like it's so annoying.
I can feel your frustration.
Yes,
It's palpable.
It's incredibly frustrating because it's like we want nothing better than to fix this shit. So that one was fixed. Like there was some spin lock implementation that like. I don't have any understanding of why it causes this to happen, but we tweaked it a bit and now it doesn't happen anymore. And it's like there's no rational reason why this should cause
That's
the operating system to freeze. And it's like there's not even a good answer at the end. There's not even like, oh, here's what was wrong. It's just like this random particular sequence of operations being done causes your entire system to freeze for no reason after this Windows update. And it's like, well, cool. Like what do you do about that? Like it's just terrible. And so yeah, that one sucked. But
Still happening
basically
to you?
now, I mean, it's funny because we've fixed so many crashes that weren't the crash. So like general stability,
other crash
apart
is
from that
fixed.
crash, is incredibly
Like
good now.
99%
Yeah,
down,
like-
probably
And it's like,
99.99%.
and it's like the thing is, we'll fix a crash and we'll be like, oh, maybe this is the crash, and then it fixes like 2% of crashes, and you're like, well, that wasn't the crash.
my thing
But at least
now
that
is,
looks
like,
good to fix, right? Like,
I'm assuming most of my
it's-
crashes are
it's so
my
annoying.
CPU.
But as I said, we have a workaround now.
We'll see
That's good.
That will basically
how this
recreate
patch
the graphics
runs
device
on my
if,
computer.
So you get a
if it crashes.
pause and then
You'll get a pause for
unpause.
3 seconds, and then like roughly depending
Sounds
on
like
hardware,
a
and then it will
good
continue, and the game will pause at the
Yeah,
the
I
thing.
obviously just make it clear we don't want it to remain like that, obviously.
Yes. Obviously, we'll still try and fix it, but at
only
least it
tofu.
means you're not.
Well, that's what I'm
crashing,
saying, like-
and you're certainly not freezing anymore. That's sorted out.
Yeah.
And then we found another one recently, which was like, okay, so this is another stupid one, right? Like, so anyway, so there's that whole like Intel CPU
Hello.
issue. Like on 13th and 14th generation Intel CPUs, where like there's some freaking voltage regulation problem that causes CPUs to break in a certain way.
Yep.
And if that happens, then like the thing that will break is that like the decompressor will like it'll decompress something and like one bit of it will be wrong. Like literally one bit in there, and then it fails like a hash check, and then that just causes the game to crash.
Yep.
And so the fix, like it's like things like that will happen as well. Like you've got stuff like that, and it's like, well, once again, it's like it is our problem. We have to fix it because it's affecting real users. But like the solution to stuff like that, it's just so annoying to find.
So that's
And,
what the
so
error is
anyway.
causing.
It,
Oh,
it
shit.
sounds like
I never
you've
knew the
improved a lot
specifics of the error.
unrelated crashes,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you've come up with a good workaround at least.
Yeah,
now
at
for
least
that
hopefully,
one.
but yeah,
So
anyway.
that sounds like a massive improvement. But I
Yeah.
also just think your obvious frustration is very validating for people who have been frustrated with this.
Exactly, but the thing that's the most annoying about it is that like all these the engine team who are spending time fixing this, they're not able to spend time working on performance issues, which is something else that we need to be obviously improving over time.
Is it?
So
Cool.
there's been a few performance improvements, but like not nearly the number we would have had if we had all 7 of those people
tied up with
like
this.
like working on performance improvements.
Yeah,
So
fair enough.
that's been the most frustrating thing about it.
Crashes first. Makes
Yeah,
sense.
100%. But it's like when they're kind of
We have been chipping away at some decent ones, though.
Yeah, no, we have. Yeah,
we
those
got
different
some
ones. Yeah, yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
good performance problems resolved.
Yeah, I mean, there was
Like,
that ice one that was really bad,
Yeah.
and there was things like that. So like the worst offenders
Nice.
we're certainly fixing, but and like I
Right.
have no doubt by the time we get each time we do a new release, it'll be even better.
Yeah, because the
But,
Intel
and
thing's
yeah, by the
been
time
fixed
we
for
get
me now
full
that I
release, I'm
have
sure it'll be,
my
like very
ARM
good.
made
I mean, speaking
CPU,
of,
so
I know it's like tangential sort of as
Yeah.
well. Obviously, with
curious if it's
we
going to
had
stop
a lot
crashing
of woes
completely
around
for
the
me.
release, but we've done a whole lot of back-end engineering work to make it.
Yes,
the
yes,
launch
yes.
is-
So the launch should go smoother as far as like all
it was
of
pretty
the technical
good.
stuff. It was.
Wow, it still
But-
was 5 hours of
Yeah,
not
yeah.
good.
Yeah, but like
yeah.
5 hours compared
No,
to
no, no,
like,
no.
This time.
days.
I mean,
is
look,
the industry standard.
I'm tempting fate here, but like we've made significant improvements to the ability for the realm to handle stuff. So
5 minutes this
Yeah,
time.
Drops
well,
at 1%. What?
we'll see, right? You never know what's going to go
You
wrong,
always
but it should
sometimes
be
get
much
caught
better.
out by something.
might just have to
random.
refresh.
It should be much
Should.
better this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Work
hope
more,
you get
I think.
enough
maybe?
players to stress your theory. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's
true.
always a good thing to aim for. We'll just run up with a couple of the random kind of.
'Cause I
chat
had mine
questions
just, like,
before we
tick
finish
over
up
us a
today.
little bit ago.
Any possibility of Ascendancy respecs? Is that something you've considered, especially with all the changes going on?
I got mine, like,
I'm sort of
36
not in
minutes
love
ago.
with it.
Yeah.
Like
When I, like, refreshed.
It's just one of those things where like I feel like it's key to the identity of the character, and like respecing like the journey of the character, like it does get pretty significantly compromised if you allow for that. But I know Mark is especially strongly feeling about it.
I mean, the
Twitch
answer's
bar
going
not
to be
refreshing?
the exact
Yeah.
same as last time, which is like, I don't know exactly, or I don't know how to articulate exactly why I feel so strongly about this, and so do a lot of the team members. Of like, again, it's just that your choices should matter, and you know, it's obviously something that I was okay with in PoE 1, and so there is probably a world where I will be okay, but there's got to be some level of work involved to achieve it that isn't to just pay a little bit of gold and then you're done or whatever. Like,
I mean,
want to
PoE 1 is redo the
find a way
labyrinth.
to do it if we're going to do it in a way that is like grounded
That's
and
interesting idea.
and difficult to do. Well, not, I wouldn't say difficult, but like requires some actual work to do. So that would be the compromise I'd certainly be willing to explore, which I have been thinking about recently because I know every single time we come to an expansion, it's going to come up. So
The trial of respecting or something.
yeah, there'll be something where your character has to undergo some sort of challenge or something to do it. And I know you could argue, well, doing the trial is that, and you're
Gotta
not
make some
entirely wrong, but
sacrifices.
something a bit more.
Okay, so they actually will be adding the trial
I'm
of
sure we'll
reascending.
have a conclusive decision, or at least a level of articulation, one way or the other, by the end of early access.
Alright.
But
That's
for
funny.
now,
I'll ask you then.
yeah, it's just going to take me a bit more time to figure out what I want to do there.
Is dynamic switching between keyboard and mouse and controller coming at all?
It's not in 020, but it will be coming.
It's on its way.
Yes, so
Work-
like,
being
and
worked
I'm
on.
really hoping by 030, like we should be able to get that. That is a
Oh,
very
okay.
key feature.
It seems like it's going to be hard to loot juice maps with only one portal. Oh no, well this question has already been answered. Well, actually no, because there's still one portal.
This is a concern, and we have to do something about it.
We have to
Yeah.
figure
We
it
have
out,
to
yeah.
figure it out.
My
Yeah.
bad,
So
yeah.
in the next week, we will actually be looking into this one.
There's a few problems around
point.
it still. That other things to come up.
Oh,
like,
right, 'cause it's
you
one
know,
portal.
You also don't want it to be that if you did use your one portal, because it's your portal that's used, not everyone's portal that's used. Because when it says
That's actually
one
a good point.
portal,
Yeah, it's a good
that's
point.
one
We didn't
portal
I think we
for
mentioned
up
that.
to 6 players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when it's 6 portals, it's 6 portals for up to 6 players, which means technically it's 36 entries and exits out of the map, right? And like that changes things in a way where it's like when it's down to 1, it's like you don't want it to be that, oh, I failed the map. Quick, Ziggy, come join my party, get in here and finish it for me. You know, you don't want to kind of have that style of play happening. So there are still some things we need to figure out with this.
I mean,
'cause
yeah,
it's
one. Why is
gonna
it one?
promote
Wait, why is it
some,
not just
what I
one
would probably
resurrection?
classify as degenerate
something?
behavior, as well as the fact that you're probably
6
like, oh, my
portals, 1
inventory's full,
resurrection.
zone out. Oh, what the? Okay, sweet. And sure, you can add a warning, but I don't know if even restricting it to just one inventory of loot like that is good, right? I would personally prefer that it's one death, not one, entry. So there's some stuff we need to figure out, but again, Jonathan and I need to talk about that and actually.
Yeah, I
solve
just
that,
realized
so-
you couldn't trade
That's
from a map
interesting, yeah,
then.
because the death seems like the important.
If you're doing a
part, so
T15 and
we-
someone
yeah,
wants
as
to
long as
trade
it's
you,
not like a
you
way to cheat it,
cannot
it
leave
seems
that
like almost like
T15 if it's one
want to
portal.
allow people to come and go as they please until they die, right?
Yep, which is a potential solution.
Yeah.
But again, can't
Something
say
to-
for sure. But yeah, 100%. That person is right for bringing that up, and
is
it
a
is
real
on our
issue.
radar for this coming week to have, or weekend as well, to have a solution for.
Yeah. So with this new league not having a specific league mechanic, is it still a challenge league? Does it still have challenges?
It's actually
No,
I
there's
didn't think
no
so.
achievements or challenges
Yeah,
yet.
yeah, yeah. I'm
there's-
pretty
there's
sure
just-
we weren't going to do that for
yeah.
a little bit yet.
These
but
there's not really, maybe later in early access, but for now, not really.
Yeah.
We're just trying to keep it more about
Make
the
the
game
game.
and the mechanics, and less about
Make the game first.
the achievements.
Alright,
And the
alright.
achievements will certainly, an achievement system and stuff like that will certainly be there with the full release, and we'll reintegrate all of that at the time.
Is there any plans for stash tab expansions, like for example, rune storage?
Oh,
Especially with
100%.
more runes.
Right now, I'm actually trying to at least add the affinity without adding a custom tab. Those
good.
two things appeared from the implementation standpoint, so
Yeah.
I want to try and divorce them so we can have affinities without
we
it.
Oh, yeah.
wanted to get those in this patch, but unfortunately they
Yeah.
just didn't quite make it.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I mean, it's actually quite likely to come in sometime,
It's-
like in a point release after
Yeah.
like
Oh,
within
okay,
the
so we
0
might
to
actually
As
0.
soon
get
as the patch is out
Yeah,
and
yeah.
stable and we're
Yeah,
at
yeah,
the top
yeah.
of
Tab.
things, it's going to be like,
Couple
all right,
weeks
we need
in.
to get all those like UX or quality of life
yeah.
things that we blatantly missed out on.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
For
that-
example, like being able to add bookmarks to your atlas and
Yep,
write
that's,
the name.
that is one
That
that
is something
we
we are-
designed some stuff for it. We just haven't got it
Yeah,
yet.
cool.
I want to say it's like 80% implemented right now.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So,
So we-
it'll be soon as
That's
we can.
handy.
We'll get that in there.
So yeah, we'll
That
get some
is
quality live
excellent.
stuff coming
And
down the
on that
pipeline.
note, we'll wrap things up today. Thank you so much,
be like.
Jonathan. Thank you so much, Mark.
No problem. Thank you very much for coming.
And thank everyone for
Love
That was a
listening.
lot of
Yeah,
information.
Great
I
time.
really gotta
Thank you very
pee.
much, everyone. And I'm Ziggy D, and thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
See you.
Okay. How hyped are we? I'm decently hyped. I'm excited to see what we get with the patch notes. Yeah, we'll I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll go through the video. Yeah, not until next week. We'll go through the video, and then we'll look over the ascendancies and stuff as well. It was back. Nah, it's they're just not done with them. Like they themselves don't know what's being put out yet. Like they said there's a couple more things that need to be finished. A couple things that they need to go over. So they're just not done. Next, I mean, I don't know if she would have had any more speed in terms of finishing things like balance changes. All right, let me use the bathroom, and we'll go over this, and then I gotta eat dinner at some point, so we'll do like another hour or so more. Check out all the stuff that we do have reveals for, and then yeah, we'll get into the holding pattern of patch notes. Be right back. Okay. Let's go over all the stuff that we didn't get to see fast enough in the video, because it did go pretty quickly. Turn that down. Zvesh?
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Welcome.
Okay.
By the Spirit.
So we got
It
the
provides prey,
intro video.
even love.
Bunch of
But for
stuff.
me, one day, all that
Shows
will
off
change.
the stuff. We got a bunch of Huntress
Spirit.
things.
It showed me something. Something.
How do we start seeing some skill gems and stuff?
And to defend all I loved, I used
Dab.
Welcome to the Ritualist. The Ritualist has embraced the darker side of his merry traditions by harnessing the power of animal sacrifice and plague. The corrupted life force skill causes all enemies around you to grow volatile blood boils on their skin.
Big old blood boils, huh? Huh.
When those enemies are slain, the boils will burst, spreading corrupted blood to all enemies around them.
When slain. Alright, interesting.
The Ritualist also excels in taking
Isn't
advantage
that-
of magical trinkets.
That belt is gonna be so expensive. If Ingenuity is still in and you get 3 rings. Oh, man.
The unfurled finger skill allows you to equip an additional ring on a finger around your neck.
That's gonna be nutty.
Taking Mystic Attunement increases the bonuses of
And then you get 25% increased bonuses from quick runes and amulets.
all the rings and amulets you have equipped.
It was bumped up,
Now,
yeah.
this is one of my favorites. As the Whisper's Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain
Damn.
rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood
That's Headhunter. So you got 4 stacks of Headhunter.
to give you one of their modifiers for a short time.
Then you get... Okay.
Specialize further into Ritualistic Sacrifice.
Ritual Sacrifice can be used on yourself to remove 20% of max life to grant a random monster modifier. A maximum of 1 modifier can be granted this way.
With As the Whispers Demand, which allows you to perform that skill on yourself instead of a corpse. Cut your own hand, sacrificing some of your own blood to empower yourself. The Amazon Ascension is for those looking to hunt more than just beasts.
Interesting.
Trained as an elite guard to the most important Asmeri elders, the Amazon will use more traditional fighting techniques mastered to perfection. The Predatory Instinct skill will cause you to reveal weaknesses in the defenses of rare and unique enemies.
Reveal weakness against rare and unique enemies. 50% more damage against enemies with an open weakness. So you do Waddle on and Freezy, Waddle on it. So these red sections you do 50% more damage in. Interesting.
Causing you to deal more damage. You can see those weak spots represented on their life bars.
Huh.
While using Elemental Infusion, any charge
Grants skill Infuse Weapon. When you consume, Power Frenzy, Endurance. 2 cold, 2 fire, 2 lightning. Huh, okay.
charges you consume will infuse your weapon with elemental power, causing any projectile attacks to explode on impact. The Critical Strike skill is as simple as it sounds.
25% of excess chance to hit with attacks is converted to additional critical hit chance. Accuracy stackers go burr. Max out the crit.
It takes your excess accuracy and gives it to you as critical strike chance. Additionally, you have skills like Mystic Harvest.
Life Leech recovers based on elemental damage, as well as physical damage. The double up.
Which allows your elemental damage to leech life. And as Mary Brew.
Life Flask also recover mana. Mana Flask also recover life.
To be able to use either flask to restore both life and mana.
Huh.
So those are the 2 new ascendancies for the Huntress.
Okay.
But those are not the only ascendancies in Dawn of the Hunt. We've added a new ascension class for 3 of the other existing classes too.
Double Span Flask.
First up, for our warriors out there, we have the Smith of Kitava. The warrior is a blacksmith in origin, taught by his father Renly. With this ascension, you can take your smithing skills to new heights by embracing power from the insatiable one himself, Kitava. Smiths of Kitava are master blacksmiths and have the ability to forge their weapon, quite literally. Using the Against the Anvil notable skill, you can enhance your weapon with fiery destruction before any battle. After doing so, your attacks will release explosions on hit for maximum devastation. You can also use the power of Kitava to summon an animated copy of your weapon to fight alongside.
Anime weapon.
A great blacksmith can do more than just forging their weapon, though. Their armor can be enhanced too.
I wonder how the anime weapon's gonna work.
Now you might think this ascendancy class tree looks a little abnormal, and you're right. There's a lot of notable skills all disconnected at the bottom there. By taking this point here, which is free to assign,
This passive skill is free to allocate.
your character is unable to equip body armors with mods of any kind. So your body armor must be
Body armor grants armor, also applies to chaos damage from hits.
Sounds like a downside, right?
Huh.
Except now in true blacksmith fashion, you get to craft your own body armor by taking those disconnected notables with your points. If you want your body armor to grant life, take this notable. If you want resistances, take this one. There's so many choices. Think of it like you're crafting your own body armor, just in a more literal sense. Now, let's move on to those who prefer the reassuring feel of a crossbow in their hands.
It'll be interesting to see how it feels.
Alongside the existing Ascension classes, the Gemling Legionnaire and the Witch Hunter, you can now play as the Tactician. The Tactician is a former Blackguard elite. Free from the duties of a Blackguard, he is able to use his training to decimate the monsters of Rayclast and earn a healthy income doing so. This training comes in the form of various skills like suppressing fire, which causes
don't know
all
that.
projectiles to pin enemies. When
I think it has to be
combined
just
with the right where we want them
normal.
notable, your pin not only
Maybe.
stops your enemies from moving, but stops them from performing actions too. Similar to
Unique
freeze.
might not be. No, I don't know.
With the soldier's training, the tactician also works well cooperatively.
Place multiple banners.
Using the whoever pays best notable, you can place multiple banners at once. The watch how we do it skill gives a portion of your
Allows your presence gain added attack damage equal to 25% of your man hand's weapon damage. Huh.
weapons damage to your allies as well. But if that isn't enough, you can also command your army of off-screen archers to unleash hell and carpet an entire area with arrows. Finally, witch players will be able to join their legions by becoming undead themselves. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the Lich Ascension class.
I wanna be
The Lich is a
undead.
master of chaos and curses and could sacrifice her life to enhance her energy shield. The crystalline phylactery
And socket one non-unique basic jewel. 100% increased effective socket jewel. 8% more mana cost if you have no energy shield.
skill allows you to nominate a jewel in which to contain part of your soul, massively increasing its power. There's just one downside to splitting your soul this way though. If you have no energy shield, your mana costs will shoot up. The necromantic conduit skill causes you and allies in your presence to have unholy might, granting
Unholy might while you're not on low mana. Lose 5 mana per second.
extra damage as chaos damage. Rupture the Soul makes enemies you curse explode with chaos damage when slain.
A 33% chance to explode, dealing quarter of their max life as chaos.
Dominion over Flesh allows you to apply an additional curse.
The old additional curse node.
It's safe to say you'll be the true master of the occult by choosing the Lich class. So Dawn of the Hunt has the Huntress and 5 new Ascension classes, but it doesn't end there.
And then we get
Let's take a look at
Spectres.
some of the new skills we've added. Now you may remember we've previously talked about the Raised Spectre skill. It's finally complete, and it will be made available in the upcoming expansion.
Yeah, I mean Spectres are
It can
gonna
be found in the occult skills on the
Spectres are gonna just be stupid. They're 100% like the moment somebody finds the Spectre, it's gonna rip through everything.
skill gem crafting panel. Raised Spectre is a skill that allows you to trap the soul of almost any monster in the game, which you can then summon in the skill panel. Spectres
Ten
cost
James
spirit
minion.
and will revive automatically if they die, but the spirit cost varies based on the power of the monster. You could summon an army of weaker monsters, or a few of the more powerful monsters.
I'll
You can
cut and
combine
come
them with your
back at the
existing
usual
skeleton
hour. I need to go
minions.
eat dinner at some point.
Or summon exclusively specters. It's all up to you and how you want to customize your army of the undead. Given that there are hundreds
gonna look
upon hundreds
interesting.
of monster variants in Path of Exile 2, it's safe to say you'll be experimenting with this one for a while. We look forward to seeing which monsters serve you best.
Fuck
Now
you,
let's move on
log
to our
minion.
next skill. Since we've been talking about summoning undead so much, let's have a change of pace and summon something a little more alive. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding the Summon Rower skill.
60 spirit. You can only use bow attacks and throw spear attacks. Not crossbow attacks. Interesting. Or I wonder Run at full speed when attacking and hits against you cause heavy stun buildup. We're not mounted.
Summon your friendly rower to aid you in combat as a minion. You can also mount your rower in combat at any time,
Yeah,
allowing you to move at full speed, even while shooting arrows or throwing spears.
dramatically.
Be wary though, if you take too much damage while riding your mount, you can be knocked off and get overwhelmed.
That shit's gonna be death.
It's worth keeping an eye on your stagger bar, as falling off the mount can be almost certain death. On the topic of new ways to enhance your character, let's talk about support gems. Support gems are used to modify your skill gems in meaningful and interesting ways. Currently, we feel that a lot of builds have insufficient options here.
Correct.
To alleviate this, we're adding over 100 new support gems. Hema crystals
Support attack skills you use yourself, which can cause damaging hits. Supports skills consume bleeding on hit to create explosive blood-filled crystals, but cannot themselves inflict bleeding. My friend.
we're
I was gonna
adding
say,
over
yeah, that
100
is
new support gems.
that's like Ember
Skill gems
Fusillade.
in meaningful and interesting ways. Currently, we feel
Spectral Volley. Supports bow or spear projectiles you use yourself. Support skills deal lower damage initially but generate spectral projectiles which deal more damage when they fire. Spectral projectiles linger and will fire a short duration after no new spectral projectiles have been created. Cannot support channeling skills, leaping skills, or skills which rain projectiles from above. Attacks with support skills creates projectiles. Will fire if no have been created in the last 3 seconds. I'm sorry, Tato. Support skills deal 60% less damage when not fired from projectiles. Deal 20% more damage when fired from projectiles. Max 5. Yeah, it's Ember Fusillade, but a support. Basically is the idea. Yeah, pop, 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 pop. Don't attack. Fire, then they'll fire off. Interesting.
Feel that a lot of builds have insufficient options here. To alleviate this, we're adding over 100 new support gems.
And then they fire off.
Keeper crystals will enable a new kind of bleed build, turning.
So these are like bleed with something and then hit it with something else.
The damage over time you would have done into explosive Vile crystals. Alignment is a support gem for bow attacks, which can reward skilled players.
Where's the support? Don't know. Supports bow attacks. Support skills indicate one of 4 directions, changing indicated directions when an attack with supported skill matches that direction. Attacks from supported skills which match the indicated direction deal more damage. Cannot support channeled skills. Supported skills indicate one of 4 directions. Indicating directions change when an attack with a supported skill matches. Supported skills deal 30% more projectile damage when attacking in the indicated direction. What the fuck? Dude, that arrow got that arrow gotta be bigger, boys. That arrow gotta be the size of my screen. I ain't gonna see that in a normal mapping context. We gotta make that a big red arrow pointing the direction we're going here. That ain't gonna work.
Alignment is a support gem for bow attacks, which can reward skilled players with good positional skills. Caltrops will allow you to litter the battlefield with hazards.
And no, that's even worse. Look, there's like after images of the arrow on the ground after you like look, it's there. And then it pops up slowly over there. And then there, but that arrow is still there.
Good positional skills.
Oh hell no.
To litter the battlefield with hazards.
Switch every attack. Yeah, it's random too. It's not like you go around the clock, it's random. Oh, what a fucking skill, man. Caltrap, supported ranged spear attacks. Supported skills create caltrops when projectiles they create reach the end of their flight. Projectiles from serpent skills trigger caltrops when they reach the end of their flight. Caltrops maim and deal physical area damage when triggered by an enemy. Caltrops are destroyed when triggered, and maximum of 20 caltrops can be active at once. Increases and reductions to thorns damage apply to hit damage with this skill. Maim on hit, caltrop radius of 0.5 meters. Caltrops land within 3 meter radius of projectile impact. Caltrop duration is 8 seconds, creates 1 caltrop, deals 60% of your dex as physical damage on hit. So you're going Thorns dex stacking? That is quite a something. Thorns dex stacking.
Players with good positional skills. Caltrops will allow you to litter the battlefield with hazards, slowing your foes as you fling spears through their ranks. But there's
I wonder how much damage that actually lets you do. Yeah, we're getting a lot of tree changes, so it's possible we get massive amounts of things. 40% increase thorns. I mean, just like looking at these. Gain physical thorns damage equal to 2% of armor equipped from body armor. Thorns crit chance. I mean, yeah, maybe. Maybe there's some fucking something there. Deck stacking thorns. Just chuck a bunch of cow traps everywhere. I mean, I'm down for it, man. Yeah, if we get more things that work with thorns, fuck it. League start deck stacking thorns. Let's go.
Plenty more for every playstyle, such as enormity.
Support skills which summon persistent minions. Supported minions are larger, have more life, and deal more damage, but cost significantly more spirit. Okay. 130 reservation multiplier, plus 10 additional spirit on top. If you just want big boys.
Unsteady temp.
Sports melee attack skills you use yourself. Attacking with sports skills will cycle through various effects, with the first attack in sequence inflicting hobble on you. The second and third attacks in the sequence will powerfully scale chance to critical hit and overall damage respectively, at which point the cycle resets. First attack in the sequence with supported skills inflict hobble on you to equal to the 40% of your life. Second attack in the sequence with supported skills have 30% more chance to critical hit. Third attacks in sequence supported skills deal 20% more damage. I don't know what the fuck hobble is. I go companion minion once a yeah. It's just minus movement speed. Oh, is it? Okay. I mean, if it is, yeah, if it is.
Profanity.
I mean, I don't know. It doesn't look like it's doing anything to the character there. I mean, it's just fucking flipping around. Support skills use yourself. Support skills consume a corpse on use, dealing more chaos damage if they do. Cannot support triggered skills or reservation skills. Support skills consume a corpse within 5 meters on use. If possible, support skills deal 30% more chaos damage if consuming a corpse. Okay. So just, if you have corpses, do 30% more damage. Righto. Sports melee attack skills you use yourself. Support skills gain much more damage the closer you are to being heavily stunned. Support skills deal up to 40% more attack damage, scaling up as your stun bar increases. Interesting, okay.
Retaliate.
I mean, yeah, basically, you, like he's doing there, raise shield, get your bar up, and then, you know, big boost of damage.
Syzygy.
Interesting. Syzygy, that's definitely a word. Sports slam skills you use yourself. Hits from your sport skills are considered crushing blows against enemies which are both ignited and fully armor broken. Sausagey. Hits with supported skills that heavily stun. Hits with supported skills that heavily stun ignited and fully armor broken enemies will intimidate them. What the fuck? Hits from supported skills are considered crushing blows against ignited and fully armor broken. Heavily stunning enemies which are ignited and fully armor broken with supported skills permanently intimidate them. So not only do you have to ignite and fully armor break, you then have to hit with a skill that does crushing blow and then also does a heavy stun? That is a lot. That is some layering. I mean, technically speaking, it's not impossible, no. 3 bodies, linear, okay, that's a whole lot of stuff. It does read worse than it is, yeah. You just put it on a slam as long as you're doing ignites that are also armor breaking. Then you can hit with this and permanently intimidate.
Yep, that's a real word.
Okay.
And many
Yeah.
more.
Holy shit.
Now we've talked about a new class, new ascendancy classes, new skills, and new support gems. Is to make sure there are more exciting items to find for higher level characters.
All
Let's look
sorts
at
of
some
uniques.
examples.
Gain 1% of damage as fire damage per 1% chance to block. Gain 1% of damage as fire damage. Is that scolds? That does look like scolds, yeah.
There are more exciting items to find for higher level characters. Let's look at some examples.
Okay. Resistances and then just a
Embrace
bunch of
your
added
inner devil
damage.
with
If you get a
Chernobog's
bunch of
Pillar. It grants you a large amount of
block?
fire damage based on your block chance.
Okay. Here's the Stick of Life and Heralds. Herald of Ash, Herald of Ice, Herald of Thunder. 37 to all resist. Enemies in your presence have no elemental resistances. So that is just the chess piece. That is triple elements. Yeah, they're free. They don't cost spirit. So that is quite a chess piece. That is yeah. That is quite the chest.
The Coming Calamity allows you to become a true master of the elements, granting you all 3 elemental herald skills without costing any.
Wonder what the fuck this thing drops from. This has gotta be like new biome, new bosses, new weapons, new spells. Really, Raj? Oh, okay.
Any spirit. At the same time, it penalizes enemy resistance.
Cool, Raj.
Waste.
The Wastegate. It's fun in Pinnacle, yeah. Increased mana flask recovery rate. Life and mana flask can be equipped in either slot. Okay. Double up on life flask, double up on mana flask.
Gate is a belt useful for builds using a single resource like blood magic or archmage builds. With this belt, you can use 2 life flasks or 2 mana flasks. It's up to you. Now we could go
Unique
through
life
these all
flask,
day,
yeah, true.
but we'll leave most of them for
So now Archmage nerds can use
You
2
discover.
gig of expensive flasks.
Suffice to say, though, we want there to be way more cool
We'll
things to
see.
find.
Very whelmed.
Over
Yeah,
time,
fair
our
enough.
goal is to add a unique to every
We'll
single
see what
base
the patch
item type
notes
at a
bring.
minimum,
That's
so that
the-
you can
that's the
chance
big
any base
thing.
in the game. Now, given that we have the Huntress, we have a set of unique spears from early game all the way through the.
Yeah, some of those graphics definitely show off a lot more of what the uniques that could be coming. Aggravating any bleed with this weapon also aggravates all ignites on the target. 10% chance to aggravate bleed on hit, cannot use projectile attacks. 20% chance to cause bleeding on hit. What's the timeline? Next week. For the April. Yeah, what is it? April 4th. Yeah, 4th. Interesting. Okay. Double aggravates. Those are all the ascendancy passives. Yeah, I press it. We got that. We got that next.
Endgame as well. One example is Scyther's Spear, which combines bleed and fire in a powerful way. It allows your ignites to be aggravated, dealing substantial.
Dude, this, if they haven't changed anything, you go crit, ignite, bleed, and you just double your dot damage.
Substantially more damage. We're also introducing
Evasion rating, infinite projectile parry range, increased parry debuff duration.
a suite of unique bucklers with some interesting parry mechanics. Calgyra's Arc, for example, allows you to parry projectiles from any distance. And we're also adding our first unique charms.
Ignite enemies in presence as though dealing fire damage equal to 25% of your max life when used. 23% chance to charge when you kill an enemy. Used when you become ignited. It grants immunity to ignite. Last 3 seconds. Huh. Life stacking Infernalist. Yeah, you would have to be able to get charges extremely quickly to be able to like make use of it as a main component. I like the idea of it. But yeah, because it also lasts 3 seconds, which means grants immunity to ignite. Because it grants immunity to ignite, meaning you can't be ignited for 3 seconds. If it lasts 3 seconds, you'd have to make like, you know, I don't know. They're interesting. We'll see what comes to charms, I guess. No, he's saying like, you know, use 3 of these things. So you have like, you know, enough charges.
Bayra's Anguish will not only protect you from Ignite, but will also emit a devastating Fire Nova whenever you do get ignited. In sum, there's just a ton of new uniques to find. We can't wait to see the weird and broken builds that come out of it.
Weird and wacky.
Now we also want to talk about crafting options. In each major update during early access, we'll be continuing to add and improve the options here. We have various new crafting tools that have been added as rewards to many of the different types of new content that we're adding. But for now, I just want to mention the changes to runes. Runes add commonly available mods, but since they only have 1 tier, flat damage mods tend to get outclassed by
tiered runes.
So we've changed runes to have multiple tiers, allowing you to get
That's what
higher
everybody
tier
was
mods than
looking
before.
for.
Our plan new content over time. We're adding Asmarian Wisps, which can be found throughout both.
We're getting wisps that
this way.
roam around, dissipate if you don't kill them fast enough,
and grants enemies extra life and stun.
and then they buff up a bunch of stuff.
And as you move away, they slow down to wait for you. But if you get too far away for too long, they'll dissipate and return to the woods. As you continue to chase the wisp, it will find and possess a rare or unique monster, granting it a new powerful ability. Because this was a wisp of the Great Bear,
Okay.
you will be rewarded.
And then we get rewarded. Yep.
When it infuses a monster, it will summon a barrage of feline and rare monsters into actual bosses.
Yay, boss mobs. Man, okay. Critique, that life bar looks so fucking weird with that weakness system. They need to like, I don't know, this needs a little bit of work. It looks like it's glitched. But that's probably just the UI thing. Notches, yeah, something. It looks like it's the graphic is glitching. Hits against you have 10% reduced critical damage bonus. Gloves. Gain 1 rage on melee hit. Body armor. Corrupted blood cannot be inflicted on you.
Marian Wisps can drop a new set of socketable items that allow you to craft a wide range of interesting new mods onto your items. Each one may only be used on...
Place into an empty rune socket in a martial weapon or armor to apply its effect to that item. Once socketed, it cannot be removed.
On a specific item slot.
Okay.
As mentioned, the Asmarian Wisps can be encountered throughout the game, but there's also a new endgame map called the Asmari Ranges, a mountain village where the Asmari once lived,
that's specific,
now overrun with corrupt monsters. This map always has multiple Asmarian Wisps in it, and familiar, yet not quite the same boss fight. Asmarian Wisps can also be further
that's probably
by the
older.
endgame Atlas tree as well.
So what can we get from the wisps?
Asmarian Wisps can
Maps have a 100% increased chance to contain Asmarian wisps.
also be further modified by the endgame Atlas tree.
Asmarian wisp in your maps have 50% increased area effect. Slaying wisp-infused monsters in your maps empower Asmari wisp spirits 25% faster.
As well, and by tablets.
Magic monsters contain spirits. Okay.
But I'm not going to be the one talking about those things. In order to cover all the new content in in-game, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Okay.
There's a ton to talk about with the endgame today, so let's dig right in. Path of Exile 2's early access began with a brand new endgame.
I don't think we have
and it was
full
clear that
confirmation
it
of
needed
anything
a
yet.
lot of work. After
Like looking at this, yeah, like you can get lucky maybe and get like 2 towers to overlap.
absorbing your feedback,
Like here to here, so maybe some of these here overlap so you can get like a 6er. 6
we're
tablet
ready
if you
to
get
make
lucky.
some epic changes. The first thing is,
Oh, there, I mean like it, well, depends.
we're ready to make some
Depends
epic
how lucky
changes.
you get, like there, right? That's like a, if they can get that close. That's a lot. Like, this is a boosted area here. Towers that let you jump directly to other towers. I told you they were gonna put that in.
The first thing is, we just need a lot more content. In Dawn of the Hunt, we have made sure to focus on increasing the sheer number of interesting...
I love how they said, just, small nitpick, the fact that they're like, the sheer amount of interesting content, and the first thing they show to showcase that is the dude opening a breach in a corner. Just a small nitpick, but like, of the interesting content to showcase, you might have been better off doing Ritual.
And different encounters you will randomly stumble into as you explore the endgame. And the second goal is to smoothen the progression through maps and reduce the amount of annoying busy work. To start with,
it is nice that the
new
objectives are there,
interesting
yeah.
stuff to find. Well,
that was a bit better. Yeah, I don't know. Sexton Gaming is not my thing either, but it does seem like they're actually like a thing you want to run as a T15. They have a boss, and then you get like 3 tablets across the entire area, so it's like, it's better.
The most obvious thing
I still
to
don't
add
like
are
Sexton's
new
though.
maps. As well as the Azmiri ranges that Jonathan mentioned earlier, Dawn of the Hunt also contains 7 other new maps, all with their own custom encounters. Let's start with this one. The Feral Megaliths map.
I like this
starts off
thing.
in the wild
This thing looks cool, whatever the fuck this is.
As you progress through the forest, you will find mysterious rune-carved stones that, when touched, surge with energy. After activating all the stones, you can find a grand henge, where all the energy is coalescing.
This is just fucking Tristram, isn't it?
You can then start an encounter. The area darkens, a storm moves in, and a concentration of energy summons a dangerous boss. You must fight and defeat the boss to get its rewards. Once you have defeated it, summon another. And another. And another. And another. You have 10 total waves of
That's a get it behind insane energy. Well, they said that they're supposed to be pretty common, right? Like, you're always supposed to be kind of seeing something on the horizon that you're going towards, so... From the interview, it sounded like he was saying that the kind of playstyle is you see one, go to it, go to the near tower, that tower will reveal another one, and then you'll just kind of go towards it. Sort of? We'll see. He also did say that he made them way more common than he initially intended to, and now they feel really good in that commonality, so... but yeah, we'll see. I hope they're not too rare. Because yeah, I would love to focus on doing this kind of stuff rather than the stuff I'm normally doing, because this is way more interesting to me than mapping is.
Boss fights which get incrementally more difficult. If you manage to defeat them, you get full boss rewards, but also opportunities to get new runes.
Martial weapon, 8% increased skill speed. Armor debuffs on you expire 8% faster. Martial weapon, attacks with this weapon have 10% chance to inflict lightning exposure. Reduced effective shock. Meta skills gain energy, 1 to 10 lightning. Armor, 1 to 10 lightning thorns damage. Well, that's interesting. Great rune of tithings. So we got even more thorn stuff. Martial weapon, minions gain 10% of their physical damage as extra lightning. Minions take 10% physical damage as lightning. Okay. It does seem like we're actually getting more thorn stuff, man. Fuck, that's crazy. Alright. Thorns League start, let's go!
These can only be obtained from this map. The
1 to 10 seems low. Yeah, it's a little low, yeah. But we'll see, maybe.
Lake contains a surreal waterscape with
Thorns has support, that needs higher numbers. Yeah, I mean, patch notes could help with it. Those groups. And now we have the support gym, Caltraps. So, you know, we get thorns plus dex stacking. Those scale with each other, and you actually don't have to get hit by mobs to do thorns damage. It's possible. It's a really strong combo.
fractured mirror-like objects. As you move around the map, the terrain itself elevates from below, creating the ground you walk on. In this unique map, all the rare monsters are mirrored, so you're always fighting two
Do I hear League start Caltraps?
of the same rare at the same time, which can prove quite difficult. If If you manage to overcome that challenge and make it to the end of the map, you'll be presented with a broken mirror.
Look, Calandra's dead from the tree. I think you shouldn't, but I want you to try. I kind of want to try like starting Caltraps. Got a fragmented mirror.
A powerful altar like...
Ouch. Ouch, our feet. Yep. Let's call the video. Caltraps the build. So we're getting these things, huh? These are going to be what people want to fracture, though. Like, realistically. Like, landing something like that on a fracture. I haven't looked at the what the Ascendancy fully looks like yet.
The item contained within is a new base type. Either an amulet...
+1 modifiers to prefixes, +2 suffixes.
Or a ring that can be crafted to have additional prefixes or suffixes at the cost of the other. The last unique map we'll show today is one based around the essence mechanic.
Area contains additional essence, contains many rare monsters dropped in essences, contains imprisoned bosses. Okay.
You enter a crystalline cavern, and you will find a powerful map boss imprisoned in the center. It is surrounded by many rare monsters, also imprisoned in essences. By freeing and defeating the rare monsters, the essence they held will be upgraded to a greater essence, and be added to the imprisoned map boss. How brave are you? How many essences will you add to the boss? Overdo it, and you might lose everything. Underdo it, and you might regret it. It's your choice.
Corrupt them up and go again on the corrupt boss.
Essences,
oh, I don't know.
Visual improvements, you're now able to apply Varlorbs to corrupt the essences with a range of unpredictable outcomes. It could increase the number of essences.
I mean, yeah, like what this map is probably going to be one of the hardest fucking things. If you Val every one of these with the boss, like this is going to be insane.
Reroll all the essences to the same type, or even upgrade the essences to greater essences. What if they're already greater essences? Well, it can upgrade those too. We have 4 new corrupted essences. Essence of Hysteria, Delirium, Horror, and Insanity. Each corrupted essence has its own interesting combat mechanics. For example, the essence of Insanity causes you to question even your own mind, as monsters split into shadowy clones, and you must locate the real one before a devastating icy explosion freezes everything around it. Each of these has their own crafting outcomes. The essence of Insanity can be applied to a belt. It adds a mod that will ensure the next Varlorb used on the belt will guarantee adding 2 enchantments. It's worth noting all the essences in the unique map can also be corrupted too, if you're willing to risk it. It's worth noting we have also added 10 extra Atlas passive points you can earn by completing 5 different unique maps. Now, new maps are just the beginning.
Okay.
We had a goal where we wanted to make sure you were constantly finding exciting new content.
We'll get Rogue Exiles
around any corner. So, we have added a bunch of new things that you could stumble into in any map you run. On your travels, you will sometimes encounter Rogue Exiles. Others like you who have been exiled and are openly hostile. Some are malicious, some are mad, while others are simply fiends for loot. They will challenge you, a fight to the death. They use the same skills available to players and even the same items.
1 to 3.
They aren't just dressed up in those items, they're actually using them. It's going to feel like a true player versus player situation. Of course, if you are able to slay these exiles, those items will all drop on the ground. So if you encounter an exile using a powerful or valuable unique item, which you can see displayed under their life bar, you want to be damn sure you kill them. Because if they kill you and your party, they'll portal out, taking their items with them. Every fight will feel completely different depending on the items they come equipped with. These exiles are much smarter than your regular monster. They have capabilities to dodge roll,
why it dunked on me? I mean, yeah, true.
Smart targeting,
something fucking spawning and absolute decimating you.
Fortunately, they're like you and they're not super durable. Unless, of course, they're wearing uniques like Calm's Heart, in which case, expect a longer battle. There are 12 different rogue exiles you can find.
I mean, that'll be
each with
cool
their own
if
skills
they're
and
actually like
personalities.
tanky enough to fucking
Some
live
may
for
insult
any
you,
amount of time.
while others may admire your honor in combat. Another encounter you might stumble onto in Dawn of the Hunt are one of 4 new unique strongboxes. Strongboxes are chests with modifiers. When you try to open them, they activate traps and spawn waves of monsters that you must defeat to access
Yeah, there's probably
the loot.
some. I mean, we'll have
Let's
our,
take a
you
look
know,
at 2 of
the newest version of Xandro.
the new unique boxes that are harder to find and behave just a little bit differently.
Box.
The Ogham's Legacy Strongbox has a corpse splayed out in front of the rune-carved stone.
Splayed the fuck out.
Upon interacting with the stone, you activate Forbidden Ezomite magic, which revives the monster as a powerful rare. The Strongbox comes with a modifier which determines how many times it will revive that rare.
Yeah.
Each time you defeat the monstrosity, the Strongbox revives it again, adding an extra modifier to the monster. With each resurrection, it becomes more difficult, but also more rewarding. This Strongbox is
Yeah, I guess like it's just it as you kill the mob, it just drops more. Yeah, I think so. It used to be. So basically, yeah, revives the monster 5 times, and each revival is more loot. Additional modifier each time it revives, and then it gets more loot. Okay.
It's more difficult, but also more rewarding. This Strongbox is infused with thaumaturgy from ancient File technology.
Guarded by
Ishild's
31
Torment
packs.
has a powerful artifact inside, and is guarded by chaos itself. Defeating the monsters will grant you a unique item, with a specific corrupted outcome. You'll have to find the other 2 for yourself to see what they do.
Huh.
Now, let's talk about the introduction to the endgame. Upon starting the endgame, Doriani tasks you with cleansing
so this has
corruption to help
changed.
restore the land, to clear. On the Atlas, you will find areas of corruption caused by the beast. In the center of each one, you will find a corrupted nexus, the source of the affliction. In the areas leading up to the nexus, you will notice that corruption spills out from slain enemies and amalgamates into powerful monsters. Corrupted maps existed on the Atlas before, but we've done significant work on improving these monsters. We've also done a full pass on the modifiers on these maps to make them more interesting and more rewarding. Once you reach the nexus, you will have a new task: cleanse the source of corruption.
Cleanse it,
When you
boys.
defeat the last rare in those maps, they will spawn one of 3 terrifying bosses, amalgamations of corruption itself. After defeating that boss, Doriani will come and cleanse the corruption for good. As the remains of the boss are purged of corruption, it coalesces into raw crystallized power, which you can use to gain points for your Atlas passive skill tree. The upgrade system that allows you to add and enhance content in your maps. We didn't stop there though.
Okay. So what do you get from... Did they tell us what you get from corrupted maps? They talk about these giving fractures.
When you complete a corrupted nexus, all of the remaining surrounding corrupted maps will become cleansed maps. Cleansed maps also have new monsters, a new boss,
Corrupted items.
and their own set of modifiers and rewards, including finding fracturing orbs by
Yeah, because they keep talking about like you making the choice between cleansing it and not, depending on the loot you want. But I don't think they've ever said what you get from corrupted maps.
cleansed enemies. These orbs can be used in crafting on a rare item to cause one of its modifiers to become fractured. A fractured modifier is one that cannot be modified by any means. You are able to freely modify the item, ensuring the fractured modifier will never change. If you get the right item with the right mod, it can prove to be a very powerful crafting base indeed. You must now choose. Do you complete all the corrupted maps and then the Nexus? Or maybe you beeline to the Nexus, complete it, and do all the remaining maps cleansed. Both have reward.
No, I didn't lose it. It got rarity twice.
Complete all the corrupted maps and then the Nexus? Or maybe you beeline to the Nexus, complete it, and do all the remaining maps cleansed. Both have rewards to entice you and challenges to assess. Now,
They just don't say what the corrupted reward is.
let's have a talk about towers.
Towers.
One thing we've had a lot of feedback on is the busy work around running towers and managing your tablets.
It'll be in the notes, yeah.
The first change we've made here is that we have reduced the number of towers drastically. So there are now 1/3 as many as before, but we've made them much more powerful.
Uh-huh.
To start with, tablets now inherently add twice as many mechanics. But that's not all. Running higher tier maps and towers now increases the number of mechanics applied by tablets. By tier 15, the bonus is double, allowing a single tablet to now add 4 times as many mechanics as before.
That's a lot.
So, we're running far fewer towers, dealing with fewer tablets, and affecting even more maps than before.
Good.
But because there are fewer towers overlapping with each other, you won't get as many opportunities to stack different tablets. In order to solve this, we've made it so that each tower can consume up to 3 tablets at
20-minute
once.
maps.
You always get 1 slot on completing the tower, but if you can complete a tower with more mods on the waystone, you can unlock a 2nd or 3rd slot. Overall, this allows for even more juicing from towers, while drastically reducing the amount of busy work you have to do. On top of that, towers are much more interesting maps because they can now spawn with all mechanics, including bosses. Each tower map has a new boss. Let's take a look at a couple here. The boss fight of the Alpine Ridge map has 2 powerful witches contesting for territory. One witch has an affinity for ice, the other fire. Who will win? Hopefully neither.
Oh, I
The
just
boss of the
realized
sinking
the deck stacking skill. It says increases and reductions to thorns, but it doesn't say anything about flat thorns. I wonder if there's another skill that deals with thorns.
biomap is a remnant of the Val that has been charged with lightning. It uses a full suite of lightning abilities.
You could like use
But
both.
be careful. If any of them hit the surrounding constructs, they will power up. Another thing that we've seen a lot of feedback about is sustaining waystones. As we looked into it, we realized that the people who couldn't sustain waystones
usually
were
they're-
dying a lot. A lot more than we had expected.
Dying a
And
lot.
that made us realize something. During the campaign, the expectation is that you can die multiple times in order to learn how to overcome challenges.
Uh-huh.
You are able to learn how the monsters behave, adapt to their skills, and eventually overcome them. But as soon as you get to the endgame, you're
Yeah,
effectively
good
no
scrubs.
longer allowed to die if you want to sustain waystones. By the time you are getting towards the end of endgame, we want you to have to be careful not to die. But it certainly shouldn't be that we have such a sudden shift as you run your first maps. The first change we're making is you can now respawn and return to a map if you die. Continuing from where you left off. When you start the endgame, you get up to 6 total attempts per map.
Bum, bum, bum.
As you add more modifiers to a waystone, the number of respawns goes down. This means that as you get to the point that you're running every waystone as a rare, you will have to be more careful.
Righto.
In parties, everyone gets to respawn that number of times. But we still think it's important that you can kill a boss in one go. In order to allow that to happen, we've made a change so that once you start the boss fight, it changes over to the same respawning system we use for pinnacle bosses. This means that the map owner can choose to respawn everyone at the same time. Another complaint we've seen a lot of is players not wanting to do the pinnacle content because of the experience penalty from dying.
Yep.
A change we've made here is that all pinnacle content now no longer grants experience, but also no longer removes experience on death either.
Yep, bullet
Dawn of
held.
the Hunt also brings the first batch of Twilight Order reliquary keys
Right,
from
so
the
that's
early
all
access
that.
supporter packs.
We got unique
I was in
tablets.
earlier, but we have also added a suite of unique tablets. Each
Sweet.
of these adds crazy interactions to the map's influence.
Crazy interactions.
For example, this unique tablet allows you to run any map in a tower's radius without requiring connections, which can be quite useful
I do find it funny that they did add this. The fucking let's jump to here tablet.
for jumping gaps and traveling around your atlas.
Like they're gonna add this.
And this tablet causes all runic monsters spawned during expedition encounters to be duplicated, and weakens all expedition monsters that emerge from the ground.
Stupid.
The Atlas tree has also been expanded, and you can find many of the new mechanics there, and improvements to existing ones too.
Okay.
Now, through this live stream, we have mentioned quite a few new crafting options that we've added. new runes, corrupted essences, fractured mods, and jewelry crafting bases. Recombination is a mechanic that might be familiar to some players.
And then we get
It
recombo.
allows you
Except they've already tweaked how this works, so we get different recombo. Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. What it does, how it do. But, yeah, because the new one is like, you're going to be like, I want, I don't know, fizz from that and attack speed from that. And then you press recombo, you click, you get like 35% chance, press click, and then if it doesn't work, it deletes it. If it works, you get an item with those two on it. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, at least we're getting more stuff, so. All right, cool. So that's that. So what do we got here? Is it T-Man? What do we got here? Is it good? Who knows? We gotta wait for patch notes next week to really get a sense of what's going on, but things are interesting. Things are happening. Support skills, they create companions which can be damaged. Minions created by support skills take portion of hit damage you would otherwise have taken, but have lower max life. 10% damage from hits is taken from supported companions before you. Minions from supported skills have 30% less max life. Okay. Sports attacks you use yourself. Support skills gain more attack speed each time you use them, but will become unusable if used too frequently in a short time frame. Support skills have 10% more attack speed for each time they've been used recently. Support skills are unusable for 10 seconds after being used 8 or more times within 4 seconds. Interesting. Okay, so as long as you don't have an attack speed of higher than 2, that's like a ramp up skill. Okay. Yeah, T-Man should be a decent time to jump in, I think. We'll see with patch notes what they say. RIP! Supports melee attack skills. You use yourself. Combos that want to stack something? Yeah, probably. Work well for that. Killing blows with support skills on bleeding enemies create a blood remnant. Blood remnants increase your life regeneration rate for a short while after being collected. I see. Remnants created by support skills last for 8 seconds. Support skills create a blood remnant when dealing killing blow to a bleeding enemy. Remnants created this way increase life regeneration rate by 10 for 5 seconds when collected, up to a maximum of 100. Remnants are created within 1.5 meters radius of slain enemies. Okay, so just massive regen if you're doing bleed stuff. Fair enough. Support melee skills you use yourself. On kill effects caused by killing blows with supported skills on bleeding enemies have a chance to occur twice. Yeah, alrighty. 50% chance for on kill effects caused by killing blows on bleeding enemies with supported skills to occur twice. Alright. So 50% of the time you just trigger the on kill effect twice. Interesting. I mean, there's a bunch of the new stuff like on kill, you know, corrupting blood and on kill, you know, all that stuff. So that's probably good for that, maybe. 100 new uniques. Nocturne. Life, no. Mana, resistances, accuracy. Parried enemies take more spell damage instead of more attack damage. The spell parry shield. Yeah, okay. Mjolnir grants level 18 lightning spell on a melee hit. 200 strength, 200 int, 100 strength. Physical of 180, attack speed 14, plus 1 to level of all lightning skills. Okay. Seems fine with triggered comments. I wonder if we're getting trigger on parry. Zerfi's Serap. Evasion, energy shield, mana attributes. Soul Eater. Okay. Soul Eater. Just Valen. Yeah, maybe. Kind of similar. The Fall of the Axe. Your speed is unaffected by slows. Used when you are affected by slow. Gain onslaught during effect. Huh. Okay. Charms. New areas. Anything else in here? Rogue Exiles. New encounters. Strong boxes. Okay. New endgame stuff. We got the Fracturing Orb. Fracture on some fizz damage. Now that is worthy of a fracture. That stuff. The triple. The Quadra Greater Essence. Chaos Orbs be stonking. Upgrades a normal rarity, normal item to magic or magic to rare with one guaranteed property can only be used on gloves or boots. 50% increased effect of socketed runes and soul cores on gloves or boots. The essence of horror. I see. Upgrades a normal item to magic or magic to rare item with one guaranteed property and can only be used on belts. One on corruption item gains 2 enchants. Yeah, I guess talismans aren't, yeah. Socketed runes and soul cores. Unless it's just the, you know, wording thing there on there. These are hyper specific. Essence of Horror is only gloves and boots. Essence of Insanity is only on belts. Those are like extremely specific. Weird. Okay. We'll see how that pans out, I guess. Alright, let's check out the press kit. What do we got? What's these ascendancies? How OP are we? So we'll go over here first for this one. Evasion rating from equipped helmets, gloves, and boots is doubled. Evasion rating from equipped body armor is halved. Interesting. Okay. Life flask also recover mana. Mana flask also recover life is over here. Leech is here. Elemental leech. Just a 2-pointer. Okay. Not even hidden behind anything. Just a nice 2-pointer there. Easy leech node. There's the infusion. 50% chance for infusion to not be consumed when infusing a projectile. Okay. New ascendancies? Yeah, these are in the press kit, some of them. Oh yeah, 12% increase in the life leech. So the infusion stuff is kind of cool. Just get, you know, consumption of all the charges and then infuse away if you can make a combo work. There's the reveal weakness. Ugh. Yawn. I desperately need food. Reveal weakness. 50% more damage against enemies with an open weakness. So that's the red section of the bar there. And then increase movement speed while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. 40% increase skill speed while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. Okay. In for the kill. A lot of speed there for stuff. Chance to hit with attacks can exceed 100% critical strike. Gain an additional critical hit chance equal to 25% of excess chance to hit with attacks. Ah, so that's how they're doing it. Okay. Interesting. So that's the new wording of that. That wasn't specific about. Okay. Equal to 25% of excess chance to hit with attacks. Yeah, just an accuracy stacker, yeah. Accuracy becomes crit. Attacks using your weapons have added physical damage equal to 25% of your accuracy rating on the weapon. Okay. Added physical equal to 25. So you just stack accuracy with a massive weapon. You get 25% here and then another 25% there for both crit and then added physical. That's kind of a cool thing. Could definitely see an accuracy stacker being pretty strong, pretty stable. What else do we got here? Some stuff, some things. We saw that. We saw that. Saw these. Dawn of the Hunt. Pissed off, dude. Glacial Lance. Is that new? That looks new. Tame Beast. Bloodhound's Mark. Thunderous Leap. There's the Whirlwind. Elemental Sundering. Okay, so that's called Spear of Solaris, and then Wind Serpent's Fury is there. Yeah, the whole page is new. Well, Sniper's Mark isn't. Stormlance is the stuff on there. Rake. Yeah, so these are all the new ones. Okay. So you start off with having Whirlwind and Twister early on. Lightning Spear is there. Okay. Enemies in your presence. So this is Ritualist. That's Amazon. That's Ritualist again. Okay. Enemies in your presence accumulate blood boiled periodically. When they die, the boil pops, applying corrupted blood to enemies near them. Corrupted blood deals 2% of slain enemies max life as physical damage per second. Blood boils appear to non-unique enemies in your presence every one. Blood boil appear on non-uniques every 1.52 seconds. 20% more corrupted blood inflicted area effect per blood boil on slain enemy. Inflicts a stack of corrupted blood on targets within 1.5 meters per blood boil on slain enemy. Corrupted blood duration is 5 seconds. Okay. When? But you have to slay things. So single target wise, that doesn't do anything. Okay. Infusion. Grants your weapon infusion. Projectile attacks with this weapon consume infusion to infuse the first projectile fired, causing it to explode at the end of the flight. Converts 100% of physical damage to cold. Okay, so cold, fire, and lightning all convert as they do. So you probably don't want to infuse multiple types. You'd be focusing on maybe one. Okay. Sacrifice a corpse of a rare monster to grant its modifiers for a duration. Stolen modifier duration is 19.75 seconds. Okay, so that's the headhunter buff thing. They're pissed. Okay, here we go. The Lich. Or whatever the hell it's called. What was this? Ritualist? Why did I say Lich? Ritualist, yeah. Not Lich. Oh, it is Lich? Ritualist is the other thing. Yeah, okay, that's right. Ritualist and Lich are two different things. I was like, what the fuck? Where'd I get Lich from? So that's the whole for boost my gym, please. Then we get 10% of damage taken, the Soulless form. 10% damage taken bypasses energy shield. No inherent mana regeneration. Regenerate mana equal to 6% of max life per second. Huh. Your life cannot change while you have energy shield. Okay. Well, that's interesting. So you stack as much bypass as possible, and you essentially don't take that damage as long as you have energy shield? Is the idea there? Okay. And you can use your life as a resource of any kind. Huh. No sacrifice supports? I do wonder how that works then. I wonder if you can still use it. Life can't go up or down. Well, right. But I wonder... Same concept? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's an interesting test as to whether or not you're allowed to use it. Yeah, if you can't spend it, your life cannot change while you have energy shield. I wonder how much bypass you can actually get in Poe 2. There's 10% here. Is there more bypass on the tree? Well, we don't know the new tree, but bypass. There's no bypass on the tree. One hit, right, bypass. And Zeri's disdain, which can go up to 25 and then corrupted. Rolls up to 37. So 47% less damage taken. 2k more ults gone, no T1 hybrid. Yeah, that sounds about right, Lime. I mean... Yeah, that's a combo, man. We're on roll. Oh, the 25. I think this goes to 29. 31. Okay. 31. Okay. So 41. 41% from those two items. Plus this. So 41% less damage taken as long as you have energy shield. I mean, that's pretty fucking sick. Not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, you have to have enough mana or life to regenerate the mana, but that's a fucking nice combo. It's like 7k ults. Fuck. That's a nice combo. These two. Don't know what you do with it, but it's a nice combo. Let's go with this one. Nothing else. Yeah, those are probably the only two. What if blood magic? I don't know. I don't know how this works. Non-channeling spells cost an additional 3% of max energy shield. Non-channeling spells deal 30% more damage. Spending energy shield does not interrupt recharge. Okay. So as long as you're willing to use 3% of your max energy shield, you get 30% more damage. Interesting. Cursed enemies killed by you or allies in your presence have 33% chance to explode, dealing a quarter of their life. And then down here, you guys can't see it, damn it. Shoop. This cursed enemies you kill are explode 33% chance. Yeah, no, it's good. Makes just everyone explode. Explodey blowed. 4% increased magnitude of unholy might buffs you grant per 100 max mana. That's a weird ordering. No, those have to be backwards, right? Rupture the soul then has unholy might, and then unholy might is here, and then the dominion of flesh is there. Additional curse is here, but curse pops is here. No, these have to be backwards. This is curse pops. This is dominion of flesh, and then this is unholy might. You and allies in your presence have unholy might while you are not on low mana. Lose 5% mana per second. And then behind that should be 4% increased magnitude of unholy might buffs you grant per 100 max mana, I would assume. And then the other one is additional curse. Okay. 30% of all damage is chaos damage. I mean, I like the idea of the eternal soulless life. That's just fucking nuts. Like 41% do not take damage. And then if you could get enough energy shield to come back with Eldritch Empowerment, that'd be kind of cool. Go Ziri's Disdain, Soulless Form, Eldritch Empowerment. Use case for the socket. That I don't know. Just some giga socket, I guess. Though I don't know what you'd go for the other thing. Maybe curses or something? Huh. Interesting combo. And then, do we have one more? Yeah, we got one more. Oh, two more actually. So Blood Boil is that one. Ritual Sacrifice is there. Ritual Sacrifice can be used on yourself is there. Okay, so we got these. +1 charm slot, 20% more charm charges gained. Can instead consume 25% of max mana to trigger charms with insignificant charges. Interesting. So this is you could actually use this to be a charm build. So we were talking about the whole, you know, how do you use your fancy charms. Okay. 5% increased life recovery rate per 5% missing a life. Right. Reduced. Wait. +1 ring slot. -15 to all elemental resistances. Wait, what? Unfurled finger, +1 ring slot. Reduced resistances, -15 to all elemental resistances. Reduced spirit. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, you have to like pick if you want reduced mana, reduced spirit, reduced resistances for one finger. Interesting. And then you get 25 bonuses from your fingers. Okay. Increased attributes in that. I mean, resistances, right? Kind of a no-brainer. Spirit, absolutely not. Mana, I mean, maybe, I guess, but yeah, I mean, the ring can just bring the resistances right back. But yeah, most likely it's resistances. Or as one ring. Yeah, ring can do it easy. Like what you would never give 25 spirit up for fucking 15 resistances. Like absolutely not. Unless for some reason you're like, I don't need spirit, I have too much. But okay. This is a interesting kind of huh. Oh, I know, right, Raj? Yeah. Like this is fucking nuts that the belt exists still in its state. Yeah, no, I mean this is like that's what I was gonna say. This ascendancy is very interesting because it's kind of like just boost your equipment and then choose something else, and it's still probably gonna be insanely strong. Oh, it's King in the Mist, yeah. Okay, so this passive skill is free to allocate. And then you can choose this to be on your armor. But these cost points, right? Or you could choose to go these. Or you can mix and match, but you got 2 armor mods. They cost points or not. What's the voltage? Yeah, I guess I don't really know. I mean, are these free? They can't be free. I wonder how this one works. Yeah, these cost points. Just this one is free, yeah. What do we got here? We have fire spell, grants skill, fire spell on hit, heat of the forge. Okay, anything spicy? All around good work. Patch notes next week. I mean, it's going in a direction. We'll have to really see what the direction looks like, but you know, there's gonna be a nerf fest. We'll see. Yeah, overall, that's where we are. The nerf fest, yep. Temper weapon, manifest weapon. So that's the anime weapon. That's the temper weapon that he was using to explode with. This is some kind of spell on hit thing, which is kind of cool. I like the sound of spell on hit. Modifiers to fire resist also grant cold and lightning resist at 50% of their value. Modifiers to max fire resist also grant max cold and lightning resist. Wow. Okay. Right, yeah. I mean, this is the fucking easy one again, right? Just stack fucking... Yeah. One point, flowing metal. Doro badge. That's a Doro badge. It's kind of adorable. So down here, body armor grants +5 max fire resist. Yeah, they did. Wild Twitch. It seemed they broke a bunch of shit. So this is 15 max resistances. I don't know what Wild Twitch. I don't know. Molten symbol. Body armor grants 25% physical damage from taking as fire. I mean, yeah, true. So you go for this node, and then this is 5 to max resistances, and this is 25 fizz is fire. For your you give up your chest piece, but you get these two with these two. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't say tantamount. Body armor grants. Yeah. Wait. How many ascendancies do we get? 4? So don't we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Then we get 2 more then? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is weird with this thing. I think I'll do 2 more. I mean, you could do fire spell on hit if you wanted to with one of the tempers here. This might be damage. Who knows? Yeah, fire spell on hit. 5 life regen. It depends on what these 3 do. Realistically, if you're gonna go like giga thick. I mean, this looks like this would be giga thick. Realistically, right? Like +5 max fire. Fizz is fire. Grab these 2. Get a fuck ton of fire resist. Don't need any other resistances. And then use one of these to do damage with. Bada boom, bada bing. You gotta build, right? Like early game as well. You know, you spec into body armor here, Tentalema alloy, with the combo here. You're just resist ready to go right off the bat, right? So. It does feel pretty good. And then yeah, if you need it, life regen. 20 increased strength, holy shit. Yeah, it is, Viraj, yeah. They added a fuck ton Wild Twitch, yes. 100 new supports, 100 new uniques, 5 ascendancies. Endgame revamp. Holy, just a whole lot of stuff. I mean, that looks like an interesting one. Yeah, definitely. Where's the? I know the skill tree is changing, but max fire. 2% to max fire resist for each 40 uncapped fire resist. I mean, if that's still there, isn't that just insane with that? You essentially stack fire resist and get 90 all resist with the combination of those nodes, and you're done, right? You get 5 from the ascendancy, so that puts you at 80. 81, 83 for like 40 uncap. No, yeah, exactly. About right, yeah. I mean, yeah, basically, that's just all the tank you essentially need. Is that a mega good? What is it? Triple isolations. I mean, yeah, you definitely need to have a reason to go there, right? But you're not that far from it, to be honest. It's warrior, right? So it's here. You just gotta go here. Jewel socket there, jewel socket there, jewel socket there. I mean, that's already fucking value there. I mean, that's pretty fucking, you know, that's pretty fucking clean, realistically, if you just grab that and get some fire resist. There's 2 more max fire resist nodes there if you want it. Grab that, there you go, you're max fire resist. I mean, that right there is triple 90 resistances. 90 fire, 90 cold, 90 lightning, 25 fizzes fire. And you don't need fire and lightning resist on your gear. No, lightning and cold resist on your gear. So you just need fire and you just need chaos resist. So fire, chaos resist gear. And you're solved. Like, your defenses are done. Like, that's literally all you would need for defenses with this combo. So then you just, you know, choose whatever of these and you're fucking good to go. Honestly, that might be my league starter. That seems just fucking comfortable. I don't know what the other three things does, but that just seems like that books away from warrior. Maybe, yeah. Maybe manifest weapon would want other stuff, but like that just seems like an extremely comfortable build. You just don't wear a chest piece. Do this. And you just fucking rock up like it's nothing. As long as you can get damage, then yeah. That seems like really fucking comfortable. Wait a second. No explosions, no. We don't have, no, not yet. I was gonna say, we don't have, we do get to go to the lake again. We don't have Bringer of Rain in Path of Exile 2 yet, do we? We do. No, wait, we do. Yeah, wait. What was it? Self-ignite a thing yet? Unaffected by Ignite Ascendancy? It was teasered? Oh, yeah, it was. We did. Okay. So this plus Bringer of Rain? Where is it? Did we actually get to see it? Hold on, where is yeah, you're right. It was like one of the first teasers. I'm trying to find where the fuck Bringer of Rain is. You found it? There it is. That's why they're videos nowadays. Cannot use chest armor. You can wield two-handed axes, maces, and swords in one hand. Dual wield. Dual wield two-handers without a chest piece. Yeah, no, it just says you, what does it say? It says, can only use a normal body armor. You don't have to use it. It says can only use a normal body armor. It doesn't say you use only normal body armor. So it says body armor grants. Body armor grants 25. Yeah, it does. Damn. I was thinking, it probably doesn't work. They probably knew ahead of time not to, but it would have been so good. Yeah, but then you wouldn't have to pay the Keystone price. I mean, honestly, I'll probably league start that, to be honest. You know, of course, changes from the balance changes will matter, but this seems so comfortable as a league start. Just free 90 max all resist with 25 phases fire. Call it a fucking day. Still provides bonus buffs. I'd be surprised if it did that. Alright, is there anything else? What have we got here? Skills, thorns, lightning damage. We saw that in the video. We saw that. Oh yeah, we got this. We got this one. I was like, I remember there was being something else. All right, what have we got here? We've got I mean, true shanks. Yeah, it is worth trying though. Totems have 30% more skill speed. Totems only use skills when you fire an attack projectile. Cannons ready. Okay. What's it coming? Unleash Hell. Grant skill supporting fire. Supporting fire. Summon a hidden artillery squad trailing you. You can fire volleys of arrows on command. The artillery squad counts as your minions. Minions from this skill have 1% increased accuracy rating per 3 of your dex. Minions from this skill have 1% increased damage per 3 of your strength. Okay. Yeah, I guess they're not around you, so that makes sense. Okay. Gain 100% of armor as extra stun threshold. Gain 100% evasion rating as extra ailment threshold. Polish the gear. Stay light, use cover. Defend with 200% of armor. Enemies have accuracy penalty against you based on distance. Max evade chance is 50. Maximum physical damage reduction is 50. Okay. That's an interesting note. Fair enough, I guess. Projectile damage builds pin. Sweet. Pinned enemies cannot perform actions. That's a cool combo. I like pin. I use pin a lot, actually. Persistent buffs have 50% less reservation. Yeah, okay. So that's the, how to fucking stack a fuck ton of banners, right? Less reservation, banners. Combo. Can place multiple banners, and then you get allies in your presence gain added attack damage equal to 25% of your man-hand weapon damage. Okay. So if you're going banners and pin and banners, pin and banners, pin for defense, banners for drop all that shit, or do like, you know, fire a bunch of stuff, totem style. Maybe the minion setup, some supporting fire, depending on how this scales. Alright, alright. Reduce critical damage bonus, man, we saw that. There's that thing. These we've all seen. Okay. That seems to be the tale. It's been 5 fucking hours. That's a lot of news. Is there anything else we've missed? Cause I was gonna go eat dinner. Cause I'm really hungry right now. Let's see. Yeah, I'm thinking food time is now time. Let me check real quick and see. Is there anything changed here? Cause yeah, I was gonna end stream and then come back in an hour because I need to go eat. Mukbang. No, I'm gonna go eat upstairs. I have some stuff I gotta take care of real quick as well. So I was just gonna eat upstairs. Yes. Yes. Before 3 a.m. Well, I'll be back in an hour, but yes. I usually eat at this time. And I did not eat before stream today. Okay, so we don't seemingly have anything new. Well, I mean, overall, I think it's a pretty good direction. We'll see with the patch notes, you know, when we get the actual balance changes and stuff, what it actually ends up looking like, what the overall feel and direction of stuff is, because, I mean, it's really hard to judge that at the moment, but, I mean, they're touching a lot of things in terms of hesitations, and if it is a nerf fest coming up, then that's a pretty good sign of things to come. We'll see. Probably already know the league starter, because that seems really comfy to go to the chieftain setup, so might as well go that for league start. But yeah, overall, pretty interesting. It'll be fun to see where it goes from there. Yeah, I'm gonna turn stream off for like 40 minutes, go get some dinner real quick, and then I'll be back and we'll continue playing Terraria, but yeah, we're just kind of gonna wait now. Just wait for the coming of the new update. More brimstone? I know, right? Fuck. But yeah. I'll see you guys in a little bit. We'll probably just play Terraria and talk more Path of Exile at the same time, but you know, that kind of stuff. Anyway, I'll be back in 40 minutes or so once I finish dinner.